This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 249, Early Winter. An old woman walking across the moors? In the palace of Eleusis, the majestic and steady king confirmed his daughters again, and he also received a positive answer. The old woman called herself Moir. She lived in this remote country because of an accident. She hopes that the king here will allow her to stay here for a while, and she is willing to do some work within her ability in return for living here. Of course, Khaos would not believe this. Many years have passed since the Great Flood, and alien beasts migrating from other parts of the earth have reoccupied the wilderness. Those who can walk alone in different cities in this era are often those who have broken the limits of mortals and possess incredible abilities. Like the father of Cyrus, the founder of Eleusis, he existed like this during his lifetime. It was precisely because of his leadership that this human team did not perish on the road. But precisely because of this, the king knew very well what kind of power they had and what characteristics they had. But according to his daughter's description, the other party doesn't seem to be such a strong person, at least not like the direction of human cultivation. After excluding this, there are not many possibilities left. The legend of witchcraft has not yet been spread among the new generation of humans, so the first thing Khaos thought of was the messenger of the gods, or even the gods themselves. Such a being came to his country. Thinking of the people who are suffering from disasters today, the king solemnly told his daughter, "You've done a good job. Since she wants to stay here and doesn't want us to find out her identity, let's do our best to satisfy her. No matter who she is, as long as we make no mistakes, it will not lead to disaster. Let's go prepare the dinner and bring out our best things." "Yes, father." Hearing this, the three daughters nodded in agreement. Under the arrangement of Khaos, they went to prepare the dinner, which was a banquet that had been prepared for a long time. It was originally meant to celebrate the birth of Demophon, the second son of Khaos, but now it can also be used to welcome this mysterious woman from afar. As for Cyrus himself, he had more important things to do. In order to prevent someone from accidentally offending Moir, he must warn everyone who comes into contact with her in advance not to seek merit, but to seek no fault. The palace of Eleusis, where previous kings once lived. "Thank you for your hospitality. You are such a kind person." He uttered words of thanks, and then signaled to the other party that he could leave as if he was waving away a servant. Until now, Moir hadn't even noticed what the mortal king's daughter was called. After the other party left, Moir looked at the residence. It was very simple, but it was the best place among mortals, so she sat on the chair, quite satisfied with the reception she received. It's barely livable, but it's a pretty good country. Although her disguise was full of holes in the eyes of others, Moir herself thought she was doing a good job. No one noticed that she was different. Everything they did was from their heart. After all, she believed that the wilderness was very safe, and she had tried her best to humble. Under such circumstances, it was indeed beyond her expectation that the daughter of the king of this human country could treat her with such courtesy. Probably just the preferential treatment I receive as a guest. There's nowhere to go anyway, so I'll just stay here for a while. I wonder what kind of job they will arrange for me, and what is the life of a mortal like? Moir, or Demeter, the goddess of fertility, finally recovered a little from her sadness and became a little interested in everything in front of her. Since the War of the Gods, the goddess in charge of the growth of all things has remained on Mount Olympus. This is not because she likes it here, it's just that Demeter can feel a little safe on the sacred mountain. Not to himself, but to his daughter Persephone. The daughter that Zeus forcibly gave birth to is not disgusting to Demeter. On the contrary, she valued this child so much. But what worries the goddess is that her daughter's magical power is so weak, and her appearance is so beautiful. So Demeter raised her in a valley called Enna and asked the nymphs to take care of her and grow up. In order to prevent the gods from discovering her whereabouts, even the goddess herself rarely visited her. This was even more true after the war between gods. The goddess didn't want Zeus to discover the whereabouts of her child, so she suppressed her emotions and never visited her. Until this day, missing her daughter made Demeter quietly walk down the sacred mountain and come to that hidden valley, but the result was that she was disappointed. There was already nothing there. Neither Persephone nor the nymphs he captured were here. It was as if no one had lived in this valley for hundreds of years, showing desolation and desolation everywhere. This made the goddess panic instantly, and the scene in front of her reminded her of her own past. So, in panic, Demeter stopped the silver chariot traveling at night. She sought a prophecy from the goddess of the magic web who was said to be able to use the stars to predict the future. For unknown reasons, Hecate also responded to her. According to the astrology, it happened at dusk after a rain, at the turn of day and night. The moon hasn't risen yet, but the sun hasn't set yet. That's the answer I can give you. The words of the goddess of the magic network were highly suggestive, so Demeter got an accurate prediction and left in a hurry. She stopped the sun god when the sun was about to rise and asked him everything he had seen. Under her questioning, Helios concealed it at first, but in the end he had no choice but to tell her the result. I don't know why such a thing happened, Your Highness Demeter. I only saw that on that day, in the hidden valley you mentioned, the earth cracked open, and the lord of the underworld took her away in a chariot. Finally getting the whereabouts of her daughter, the goddess couldn't help but feel angry about it. She immediately returned to Olympus and asked Zeus to punish Hades and bring Persephone back to the world. However, what shocked her was that the god-king rejected her request because he had promised Pluto a condition, and now it was time for him to fulfill his promise. So, in the palace of Mount Olympus, the angry Demeter took off her golden staff and inserted it in front of the throne of her chief god. She uses the artifact as a medium to use her own authority to issue orders to all things, ordering them to stop growing and to wither and decay. Bring my daughter back to the world, Zeus, otherwise, whatever you gain now, you will lose it one by one. Putting aside a harsh word, Demeter left the sacred mountain. From then on, the earth lost its harvest, and unless Persephone returned to Olympus, she would never give in. She believed that after the gods realized the benefits of faith, they would never want to lose it again, and what she was asking for was not their interests, but just her daughter. This is a reasonable request, and in the end, the gods will definitely compromise. For this period of time, just stay here. The long-term and macroscopic operation of authority did not bring physical fatigue to Demeter, but it made it difficult for her to rest mentally. It would be good to stay in this human country for a while. Thinking of this, the goddess continued to maintain her disguised old face, leaned on the bed, closed her eyes, and rested. It's spring again. The cold wind blows across the earth, bringing a scene different from spring, summer, and autumn. Dozens of miles away from Silver Moon City, next to a man-made stream, Noah was sitting on a wooden wheelchair spliced by craftsmen, watching this scene with some emotion. The dry trees on both sides of the stream bear witness to the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, due to the influence of invisible and formless laws, none of them has sprouted buds. This completely different climate surprised everyone, but compared to the kingdom of Eleusis, which was thousands of miles away, Silver Moon City was not worried about it. On the one hand, this is because Noah has already stored enough food. After making a prophecy to the Lord of Plenty, the goddess of the magic network conveyed a message to the residents of this city. On the other hand, it is also because this cold winter that has never happened in Khaos cannot really affect them. When the first winter season arrives, the cycle of the 4 seasons touches the angel next to the well of reincarnation. So Eunomia, who was in charge of spring and rebirth, sent extra blessings to the country so that their farmland and cities could still welcome spring as promised. It's just that it's too far away, otherwise, these trees wouldn't look like this. But through them, Noah saw more things. Is it a famine? The last time it was a great flood. What is it this time? Or is this not an insinuation of their desire to exterminate humanity again, but just a struggle? He made a casual guess, and then shook his head. In any case, Silver Moon City would not suffer from this. Noah looked at Cohen behind the wheelchair. This old guy, whom he had known for a long time, was looking at the western sky, wondering what he was thinking. Whatever it is, Cohen, I probably won't be able to see the results of it, but you should be able to. Although his face remained the same as before, the decaying feeling of dying life had long penetrated into Nua's body. In contrast, Cohen, whom he nicknamed the Old Guy, was no different from before, without any change. The life of the Golden Man King is already unimaginably long, and as the self-generated divinity in his body gradually grows, his lifespan is even closer to eternity. It is impossible to see aging on his body. Even in another 10,000 years, his appearance will not be any different from now. But Nua is different. He is not an immortal, nor is he a person with outstanding talents on the extraordinary path. He is not even like the newborns who have the bloodline of the water fairy and have a life that is far more than twice that of ordinary people. He is just an ordinary bronze human being. In other words, when Nua devoted all his energy to Silver Moon City, it would be impossible for him to make any extraordinary achievements in other fields. His ability to survive to this day is the result of various factors. But if he doesn't seek a deeper qualitative change in his soul or body, then this is already his limit. Maybe this year, maybe next year, he will reach the end of his life and end this brilliant life. If you think about it, you can actually live longer or even live forever and then witness these changes yourself. His attention was drawn back by Nua's voice, and Cohen held on to the handle of the wheelchair. This was not the first time that he faced the death of a friend. Even when the golden human came to the end of his life, he didn't even know that it was sadness. But no matter how many times he went through it, Cohen wouldn't want to go through it again, if possible. But he also knew very well that Nua would not agree. Sure enough, after listening to Cohen's words, Nua just waved his hand. There's no need, Cohen. I've lived long enough. Eternal is the Lord, the all-knowing and all-seeing, the angels and the Holy Spirit in his kingdom. I will live there, not forever on earth. What about Silver Moon City? Don't you want to continue to lead its development? Interrupting Nua's words, Cohen pointed to the plain in the distance. Don't you already have plans to build towns elsewhere, to establish an above-ground theocracy? This is inseparable from your existence.
No, Cohen.
Although I think I have done pretty well over the years, maybe people in the future will do better. Waving his hand, Nua was more open-minded than Cohen. If he wanted to, he could actually get a gift from an angel and have eternal life, because Nua's achievements over the years had already made the angels in the spiritual world recognize this mortal's piety. However, this is not what he wants, and he feels that Silver Moon City does not need it. Eternal life needs an eternal lord, and people who only live for hundreds of years only need a pope who lives for hundreds of years. Only change can bring development. This is the experience I have learned over the years. It's you, Cohen. Although you have stayed in Silver Moon City for so long, have you really found the answer in your heart? With a faint smile, he looked at his old friend who had known him for many years. Perhaps it was clear from the onlooker's side that Nuanin could see that Cohen still could not let go of many things between gods and humans. The beautiful life of the people in Silver Moon City made him temporarily put aside those thoughts and bury them in his heart, but putting them aside does not mean forgetting. You're right, I haven't found it yet. His inner thoughts were brought out, and memories of the past came to his mind again. After a moment of silence, and looking at Nua sitting in the wheelchair, Cohen couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you angry? Why are you mad?" Nua asked with a smile. "Of course it's because I'm not as religious as you are." "No, there is doubt. This is not a sin. In fact, blind faith is the furthest thing from true faith." Shaking his head, Nua didn't have any more explanation. He just looked at Cohen and finally suggested, "If you still have doubts, Cohen, why don't you try it yourself?" "Try what?" "Of course I'm trying to become like the beings on Mount Olympus." Leaning back in the chair, Nua smiled and said, "Only if you have done it yourself can your doubts be truly explained. And compared to others, you also have this opportunity. You are special, Cohen. Maybe all of this is the Lord's arrangement." Maybe. After a long silence, Cohen pushed Nua's wheelchair and walked into the distance. "I have no idea what you're talking about. And maybe the higher I stand and the stronger I become, the farther away I will be from your belief. It doesn't matter. Shaking his head, Nual looked at every scene around him from his wheelchair. He was familiar with everything here, but that didn't stop him from getting a little more familiar before he passed away. Getting closer to the truth is getting closer to the Lord. Do what you want to do, Cohen. I still support you. Silent again, looking at his friends in front of him, Cohen raised his head and looked at the world shrouded in early winter. No, at least in your case, I think it is faith that makes you great. Thank you, but I'm just practicing my beliefs. Their voices faded away, becoming inaudible in the cold wind. The 4 seasons are gradually returning to their normal positions. The time sequence is approaching perfection, and a long winter has arrived. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 250, The Twins of Love and Desire. Winter in the world not only affects the Earth, but also many places in the world are affected by seasonal changes as the climate becomes colder. In other words, Demeter did not bring winter, and what she really controlled was never the changes of the 4 seasons. It's just that the world needs the complete 4 seasons, and then it will be used as a node to come to this world. The anger of the goddess of fertility is just an introduction. Just like now, when the concept of winter was born in this world, the first thing that was noticed was not the living beings on the earth, but the gods or artifacts that were also connected to it. In the 4th spiritual world, the well of reincarnation is surging and seems to be echoing something from a distance. As a symbol of this cycle of all things in the world, the perfection of the 4 seasons spontaneously caused the power of this creation artifact to surge. It tried to pull the concept of winter into the spiritual world according to some mysterious induction. However, despite the extremely powerful power of the artifact, it was still unable to do this. Because the world is cut off from the extra power of this spiritual artifact, it only instinctively retains the connections between spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Although this connection is still considered close, it is obviously not as good as Demeter, who personally guided the coming of winter, or even her daughter Persephone. Therefore, no matter how the well water fluctuates, when the concept of winter in Khaos is gradually completed with this long cold season, the cycle originally composed of spring, summer, and autumn is being dismantled. This may not have a drastic impact on the well of samsara, but it is not impossible, because although its foundation is the mutual transformation of life and death, at the beginning of its birth, the cycle of seasons was also its power. A part of the negative impact of the change caused a tidal wave, and the surface of the rolling well rippled endlessly. For this reason, when she first discovered this change, the guardian of the well of samsara, the goddess of autumn Irene, went to the 5th level of the spiritual world and reported the situation to Ryan. However, at that time, the reply she received, just wait. The right time has not come yet. Although Aranai doesn't know what the right time is, Ryan's decision is always right, so she returned to the well of reincarnation and continued her previous work. Until today, according to the mysterious connection between herself and the artifact, Aranai, who woke up from her busy schedule, suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some unexpected changes at the bottom of the endless well. Something is being born, or, in other words, some kind of consciousness is awakening. This is the new life of a dead person. I don't know when, Ryan was already standing on the well wall, like a high wall. Inside the mouth of the well, the water waves became more and more turbulent, but the splashing waves would stop when they leaped to a certain height, as if they had hit some barrier and fell back into the well. Nearby, the team of souls originally waiting for reincarnation had stopped. Apparently, the well of reincarnation, at this time had temporarily lost its original function due to inexplicable changes. Your Highness. With a respectful greeting, Aranai on the side bowed her head slightly. In front of her, Ryan just waved his hand, and then signaled that the other party didn't need to be polite. Look, Aranai, today is the right time. If you don't want some things, then let those who can ask for them ask for them. Speaking softly, Ryan, who is familiar with the trajectory of mythology, naturally already knew about the 4 seasons. The report from the goddess of autumn just allowed him to determine the specific time. But Jigue knew that this did not mean that Ryan could also take the power of winter into his bag. Even at this moment, it had not yet been delegated to a specific person in this world. On a certain creature. After all, whether it is given to Demeter or attributed to Persephone, it is because they are gods in this world that they can cause the cold winter, not for any other reason. Strictly speaking, it is the arrival of winter that causes all things to wither, not the other way around. The goddess of fertility's behavior just happens to conform to the laws of the world's perfect 4 seasons, which leads to the advent of winter. Therefore, even if a god from the spiritual world is replaced and uses another method to cause the decline of all things, it cannot replace Demeter's existence. It is already the 3rd era after all, and some loopholes in the laws that existed in the 2nd era have long since disappeared. There is no way around this. But even though he said that, it was obviously impossible for Ryan to really sit back and watch the cycle of seasons be torn apart. The well of reincarnation is one of the cores of the spiritual world. Naturally, he cannot allow this kind of thing to happen. Fortunately, some reasons have been laid as early as the day when reincarnation was opened, and now, it is time for it to come to fruition. Eros was supposed to be a great primitive god. You died before you were born because of Khaos and me. But it is precisely because you were never born that you still have a chance to come back again. Your death is entangled with me, and I used it to shape reincarnation. Then your life also begins from this. From now on, you are an independent living being. Ryan spoke softly, and the 4th spiritual world shook slightly. The vast power extended from the void and plunged into the bottom of the well of reincarnation to complete the final change. Since the creation of reincarnation relied on the death of Eros, while it symbolized life and death, it naturally also brought the opportunity of reincarnation to the original god himself, and most importantly, in the original life of Khaos in the trajectory, there is actually a paradoxical existence of the other party. The goddess of beauty Aphrodite, her original husband in mythology, was not the god of war, but the wife of the craftsman god Hephaestus. But the nature given by the priesthood made her unwilling to be bound by marriage, and her husband's ugliness and disability made her hate it deeply, so it was almost natural that she secretly pursued her own love, and the handsome and strong Ares is naturally one of her most frequent lovers. And in the process, the two of them gave birth to an illegitimate child, a little Cupid who also left behind many legends, but seemed to have some connection with the original god from the beginning of creation. He is also named Eros in mythology, and he also has authority related to love. It is hard to believe that there is no relationship between them. Of course, in addition to Eros, he also has another well-known name. The name was also the title given to him by the Romans, Cupid. Ryan didn't know what was special about this little god of love who had the same name as the original god without his existence, and what deep secrets there were, but no matter whether they were originally connected or not, now he just needed to let them have it.
All right.
What's more, in the field of occultism, the name itself carries extremely distinct personal traces. People with the same name can naturally carry similar fates. So looking at the surging wellhead, Ryan reached out and pressed down. Click. Silently, something illusory was cut off and spliced together, and at the bottom of the well of reincarnation, the breath of life became more and more obvious. The unborn and dead divine is there, and today he'll be reborn. It's night on Mount Olympus. Everything that happened in the spiritual world did not reach here. On the contrary, the so-called opportunity that Ryan was waiting for actually appeared because of the changes here. Everything needs an opportunity to fit in with the inherent destiny of this world, and then there is room for various operations. And the introduction of all this can be attributed to the first night meeting between the two gods on the sacred mountain. Hundreds of years have passed, and the old view has long been repeated on Mount Olympus, the residence of the gods. Under the light of the stars and the moon, they shine with different colors, and under the reflection of the authority of different temple owners, they embellish the pillars that support the sky. Nearly halfway up the mountain, A grand sea of flowers spreads out on the flat ground. Roses, pomegranates, and myrtle, a kind of flower, bloomed one after another, and they surrounded a small and exquisite temple. The white pillars are carved with waves and foam. Their exquisite reliefs seem to allude to the birth of the owner here. There is no doubt that this is the temple of Aphrodite, the embodiment of love and beauty. More than one god once praised that the most beautiful flowers should naturally be defended by thousands of flowers, so there was this gorgeous ocean outside her temple. But at this time, bursts of violent breathing and collisions came from the hall, destroying the quiet and beautiful atmosphere here. Under the dim and ambiguous light of the pearl, clothes were thrown messily on the ground. In the center of the huge bed, two figures were entangled together, freely venting the primitive impulses of the gods. Although this palace has been visited by more than one god in the past years, this time, Aphrodite finally remembered Ares, who had not yet held a wedding ceremony with her. Although the other party has not yet reached the peak of the priesthood, the god of war is the god of war after all. He possesses extraordinary power, which is naturally brought by the priesthood, and considering this situation, Aphrodite does not mind giving him a taste of the sweetness in advance. However, today's experience was destined to disappoint the god of beauty, because the rolling on the bed had not lasted long before the god of war froze suddenly. This handsome and burly god seemed to feel some vigilance from a spiritual sense, but he couldn't detect the problem. This made him instinctively vigilant, but when he looked around, there was nothing worthy of his vigilance. Ares, what's wrong with you? Noticing the difference in the person's condition, Mythology didn't take it seriously. She just stretched. For a time, the female temptation was fully exerted by her. However, what surprised Aphrodite was that the god of war still had no reaction to this. But this shouldn't be right. No matter how you look at it, the muscular Ares shouldn't have such a reaction. For a moment, she even doubted her own charm. Aphu, it's nothing. I just had a bad premonition. As if he noticed the strange look in the beauty's eyes, Ares quickly explained. In front of him, I don't know if she believed him or not. Aphrodite just turned her eyes and moved her belt silently. Even if she wasn't wearing it, as the natural owner of the artifact, Aphrodite still borrowed a little bit of its power. In an instant, her charm was once again magnified in the original field. Lying lazily on the bed, Mythology closed her eyes. She had used her magic weapon more than once, so she knew its effect. When fully utilized, even the current God King would be attracted by her, let alone the current god of war, who only has moderate divine power. She was ready to be jumped on, but what surprised her again was that she waited until she couldn't help but open her eyes, and Aphrodite only saw the embarrassed look in the god of war's eyes. Obviously, perhaps the omen of destiny was so strong that Ares was always in a state of stress. This was the keenest intuition as the god of war, but now, it made him less interested in Aphrodite in front of him. If it were normal times, this wouldn't actually be a problem. Maybe Aphrodite would secretly look at him. After all, not any god can block his temptation with his will. But now, this is another way of saying it. Ars dash. Aphu, I.
Boom.
In the night, with a muffled sound, Ares rolled and fell out of the palace of the god of beauty. He got up from the cold floor and was about to say something when he was hit by clothes thrown from behind the door. The door then closed tightly, as if its owner never wanted to see this annoying guy again. But looking at this scene, the god of war, who was originally violent by nature, couldn't get angry at all. This was his first private meeting with Aphrodite, and he didn't expect such a result to happen. For a moment, Ares began to doubt himself. Could there be something wrong with his body that could lead to such a situation? Of course, the god of war couldn't think of an answer, but now that the matter was over, he had no choice but to put on his clothes and walk towards his palace in depression. At this time, Ares didn't know that in the closed palace, the god of beauty was also gnashing his teeth. He was tall and handsome, but he was actually just a look-alike with not much ability. He also liked to make excuses. At this moment, Aphrodite, who who was originally satisfied with this marriage, had other thoughts again. Different beginning, same result. Even if the lover in the original trajectory became a husband, the fate that seemed to belong to the god of beauty remained unchanged. In front of the well of reincarnation in the spiritual world, Ryan obviously didn't know what was happening on Mount Olympus. He had only sensed the fateful fluctuations associated with the birth of the little goddess of love before, so he seized the perfect opportunity instead of really watching what was happening on Mount Olympus. It was impossible for him to imagine that his actions would be noticed by the god of war's fighting instinct. Detecting changes in fate or having a clear premonition is something that only great divine power can do without the corresponding authority. If Ryan knew everything about Ares today, I'm afraid he would have to lament the power of the other party's priesthood while being amused. Although Ares doesn't seem to win much in the myth, that's just because his opponent is stronger. As far as the priesthood itself is concerned, even if war favors personal violence and injustice, Ares is actually one of the rare powerful gods. But those were all gossip. Now, looking at the well water in front of him that was almost boiling, Ryan couldn't help but nodded. When he returned from the 9 realms, he brought back some dragon eggs. Now that most of them have hatched, only the original time dragon has not yet been born. The reason why Ryan chose the latter among order, reincarnation, and time was precisely because the first 2 were not suitable. Order is not unique to the spiritual world, and the reason why reincarnation is also excluded is actually because this creature is gradually reincarnating. Otherwise, it seems that there is nothing wrong with the birth of a dragon of reincarnation. C3 to 59. But there are still some things missing. Destiny is there, spirituality is there, but it also needs material and carrying. Fortunately, my preparations finally paid off. With a slight nod, Ryan stretched out his hand. In a palace containing treasures, a ball of blood that had been forgotten for an era flew out of the air, passed through the barrier of space, and fell into his palm. C2 to 11. It was the blood foam of Uranus, the once dangerous engraving of the sea, from which the goddess who later mastered false beauty shed her old body. But that was just the result of Ryan's unintentional creation. What he really wanted to do at that time was to take away the blood foam that later gave birth to the 3 goddesses of vengeance and Aphrodite. At that time, Ryan didn't know that Eros' death was caused by him, but this did not prevent him from discovering the fact that the little god of love had the same name as the original god based on the memories of later generations. So, out of precaution, Ryan took away a spoonful of blood foam and kept it until today. Now, it finally found a place to use it. This blood foam, which was born from the same origin as Aphrodite, easily replaced the goddess of beauty in destiny. With it as a material, it was enough to serve as another kind of matrix to give Eros a new life. Go ahead, this is the best one for you. With a flick of his finger, the vial containing the blood foam shattered and fell into the surging well in front of him. A certain change immediately occurred more violently. Standing on the wall of the well, Ryan watched this scene quietly. Come into this world and demand reward from him. Now that a love has collapsed, use something else as proof of your birth. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 251, Arrows and Gifts. The vial shattered, and the foam of the former Heavenly Father's blood fell into the well water, immediately stirring up 1,000 waves. Under the deep well of reincarnation, the fate grafted together, and the gradually gathering consciousness seemed to have found something to attach to. They immediately rushed in the direction of the divine blood, merged with it, and transformed. So, under the 2-color water surface, a huge cocoon of light slowly took shape. It greedily absorbs the surrounding energy and turns it into nutrients for growth, and the life breath inside becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, during the formation of the light cocoon, 2 streams of light came from nowhere, hovering around it. Their auras are connected with each other, transforming into each other, and have a tendency to blend into one. Those are none other than the 2 barrels of the divine spear, Gangnir. Once, Ryan split the barrel of this gun that absorbed the vitality of the roots of the world tree into 3 parts. The middle section inherits the oath part, while the 2 sides carry the power of sure success. He threw them into the well of reincarnation, in the hope that they would be put to good use and become an artifact with extraordinary effects. But now they are obviously affected by the birth of the new god, attracted by it, and become its companions. As time passed by, the light cocoon expanded more, and faintly, the sound of a heartbeat began to come from inside. At the same time, feeling the increasingly strong suction, Ryan poured all kinds of power into it without hesitation. Not just pure energy, but various memories and beliefs associated with specific emotions. With their injection, the breath of the light cocoon became more and more unique, and even the memory in the distance had been washed away, and the souls waiting for reincarnation were affected by it, causing a little commotion. But soon those souls were easily suppressed by the guards guarding the surrounding area. Although these spiritual beings who were inspired by the 3 goddesses of reincarnation were slightly affected, they still maintained themselves under the protection of divine power and persisted in their due responsibilities. Let them retreat. This effect will become more and more severe. After a while, your divine power will not be able to protect them. Seeing this situation, Ryan warned Ernie, and the latter immediately followed the order and left. Regarding this special influence, Ryan is not unable to forcefully prevent it, but when it comes to the birth of a new god, it is better to let everything take its course. Soon, the surrounding area of Well of Reincarnation became empty. Standing on the wall of the well, Ryan continued to wait for the birth of the god. The 2-color well water rotated faster and faster in the core, and even for a while, it formed a vortex, constantly swallowing everything around it. Under the accumulation of energy, the light cocoon at the core not only did not become larger, but became smaller and smaller. At a certain moment, when the swallowing of foreign objects reached its peak, the vortex formed by the well water suddenly stopped for a moment, and then shattered, causing thousands of feet of waves. With a crisp sound, the light cocoon shattered. Endless light poured out from it, illuminating every corner of the 4th spiritual world. The twins of Eros, Volos/Eros. The new god was born and his true name sounded, but as Ryan expected, it did not produce any vision that affected the world. Even the newly born gods are not powerful and appear to be extremely weak. In the concept of the world, the original god is dead, and his natural authority has long been fragmented. Even if she was reborn, she was destined to be unable to take them back. In addition to a few remaining characteristics of the original god, which makes some of her powers almost impossible to be exempted by beings with less than great divine power, the new god is just a true god who does not even have medium divine power. But at this moment, looking at the figure jumping out of the light cocoon, the corners of Ryan's mouth twitched slightly. What is going on? How did the little god of love in myth become 2? Although the words were not spoken, Ryan still didn't understand the logic behind it when he looked at the gods in front of him, a man and a woman, roughly 11 or 12 years old, each carrying a pocket-small bow. Maybe it's because of some problem between his manual grafting destiny and the original myth. Maybe it's the characteristics of reincarnation, or maybe it's because there's something wrong with the blood foam that shaped their bodies, because of the one he took away the identity not only contains the image of Aphrodite, but also the goddess of revenge. After all, they were not born when Ryan went there. It is true that gods can be born from the blood of arenas, but this is not random, but a certain opportunity or concept when the blood is spilled. The 3 goddesses of vengeance fit his hatred of his children and the Earth Mother, and Aphrodite was naturally related to his desires. Even Ryan once doubted whether the blazing desire of the Heavenly Father was affected by the authority of the original God scattered in the heaven and earth. The reason why the little god of love in the original myth was conceived by the god of beauty was another result of this influence.
A manifestation.
It is through the influence of the original gods that the god of beauty can be born from the divine blood of the Father. In turn, the descendants of the god of beauty are also suspected to have become the containers of the original gods. The world rejects greatness, and Eros in the original myth has even shown his existence less often than other primitive gods. If it were not for the arrival of Ryan that caused him to die before he was born, then it is really possible that he would have chosen to descend incarnate in this way to avoid the limits of the world. So in this case, the accident that occurred when the new god was born seems reasonable, but now the problem Ryan needs to face is, since there are two gods, who should get back the concept of winter? Which one is more suitable? Watching the two new gods open their confused eyes, Ryan couldn't help but focus on the small pocket bows behind them. The crossbow itself is very ordinary. Although it is a rare treasure for ordinary people, it does not have much effect on the truly powerful gods. What really attracted him were the arrows that came with each bow. One is a golden arrow, the other is a lead arrow, and each of the two new gods holds one. And from a higher perspective, conceptual power lingers above. This is the final manifestation of the power of the original gods, thus giving them some mysterious power. Ryan could feel that these two arrows could not be used easily. They needed to meet certain conditions before they could be used, but once they were shot, the consequences would be unimaginable. Well, in that case, let the person involved make his own choice. Make a decision silently. Since it's not easy for you to choose, let others choose. Now, Ryan plans to introduce these two new gods to the world. Whether in their past as primitive gods or in their reborn present, they have undoubtedly never known this world. Before seeking your own reward, it is better to understand the current state of the world. And as the Lord of the Spirit world, Ryan had a premonition. These two new gods are probably not peaceful guys. In the human world, the palace of Eleusis. It was dark, and under the brilliant starry night, the palace was dotted with stars and lights. The weather is getting colder and colder, and there is a thin layer of frost on the roads, making the whole city particularly deserted. In the residence of the previous king, the old woman transformed by Demeter was sitting at the table, flipping through extremely rare volumes in the kingdom. Nodding, Demeter's mood gradually calmed down as her anger was vented. Looking at the king in front of her, it was not that she couldn't feel his pain and resentment, but the goddess didn't care. Not every mortal is as powerful as the man who wielded his sword against the Son of God on the day of the Great Flood. What's more, even that human being faced only a demigod and a being like Triton even if he didn't. He is good at fighting and can be easily erased by the goddess. So at this moment, Demeter felt a trace of pity in her heart. She had just caused the result herself, and now she couldn't bear it. This seemed contradictory, but in fact it was not contradictory. The human heart is always so complicated, and the gods of chaos are no different from humans in this respect. Standing in the house, Demeter thought of a lot, including the scene when she first came to the city, when she was warmly welcomed by the king's daughters, the first time she saw Demophon, and she recalled that when her daughter was sad, she was the scene of an old servant in the palace, making someone laugh with a joke also reflects the happy life in Eleusis these days. Looking at the queen who fell to the ground and lost her voice in despair, a sense of superior charity arose in Demeter's heart. No matter what, she is just a mortal. The reason she'd bothered her was her ignorance, and now she was paying the price. So looking at the king in front of her, Demeter slowly spoke. Your queen disturbed me, mortal king, but I graciously pardoned her sin. And since the sin is over, your merits should not be erased. Starting from tomorrow, send your other son over. Although your second son has no chance to be with God, but your eldest son, I will still give him the glory that is closest to the gods. The blood seemed to have turned cold, and Khaos opened his mouth, but no words came out for a while. He didn't know that Demeter didn't plan to do anything this time, or even really planned to give some reward. He just thought that he was going to lose another child. But in the end, the king just bowed his head slightly. Your Highness, thank you. Thank you for your gift. Waving her hand, Demeter turned around. Baptizing the prince was already tiring, and everything that followed made the goddess even more tired. So she walked towards the house and lightly ordered the two people behind her. That's it for today. I'm tired. You can leave. Yes, Your Highness. In response in a low voice, The king pulled up his absent-minded wife and silently exited the room. He wants to bury his child, even if he comes to this world for only one spring and autumn. Hades, the pastoral of truth. Compared with the difference on the ground, the core of this underworld has become a little more lively. Over the years, the cold winter in the world has become more and more severe, and a large number of mortals have died as a result. And because human beings have reproduced so fast and violently in recent years, the vast majority of human beings actually have little faith in God. Therefore, in accordance with the agreement between Zung and the gods on Earth, a large number of human bones came to the underworld. The original damage caused by Gaia was quickly made up for, and even more so. At this moment, Hades was sitting quietly on his throne in the palace of Hades, enjoying rare delicacies in the desolate Hades, and beside him, Persephone was also sitting there. Demeter's worries were justified. Her daughter inherited her beauty and was even better than her predecessor. But at this moment, contrary to the expectations of many gods, this goddess who had been in the underworld for more than 100 years had no intention of being forced, or to be more precise, she was in a good mood. And the reason why she was in a good mood was naturally the cold winter on the earth that was affecting the world. Suddenly, Pluto on the throne let out a cry. He put down the cup in his hand and looked up. However, he could not see through the ground. He only vaguely sensed something. It was a newly deceased person who had no faith. However, what surprised Hades was that the breath was definitely not a god, but it probably didn't look like a mortal either. Beside him, Persephone was not surprised by this. She just tasted a piece of fruit casually, and then asked, "Why has another powerful mortal died?" "Then go ahead. I have no interest in holding a corpse." All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 253, The Awakening Mother of Demons. In the palace of Hades, Persephone and Hades sat opposite each other. She knew the reason why Pluto raised his head, and she was indeed not very interested in it. Because just like other gods on Earth, this seed goddess doesn't like the undead that exude the aura of death. As for why Hades is so concerned about this, it is actually easy to understand. The more powerful a life is in life, the stronger it will be after death, and the beliefs generated by such a life are often particularly amazing. What determines the purity of faith is piety, but what determines the degree of purity is the strength of life itself. For the innate gods with immortal essence, whether the faith is pure or not actually does not have much impact, so what the gods really pay attention to is actually only the quantity. Perhaps the other gods in Olympus would not care too much about those few powerful individuals. After all, human beings today are still in a state of barbaric growth. Without the cold winter brought by Demeter, I am afraid that the number of mortals would still be growing. Therefore, instead of focusing on the strong ones, it is better to focus more on quantity. Belief is difficult to force, and the lifespan of mortals is very limited. It is the last word to cast a wide net, but Pluto is different. The lifespan of the undead depends on the soul. The more powerful, the longer it is. Perhaps without the blood of gods, a handful of legends in the fourth generation of human history could only live 2 or 3 times the life of ordinary people, but existences of the same level among the undead can easily survive for more than thousands of years. This makes individual strength very cost-effective. Moreover, Hades has long been fed up with the undead who like to worship the dark moon. These skeletons and undead souls seem to be naturally fond of the existence that gives them new life. Therefore, whenever possible, Hades prefers to cultivate those special and powerful beings individually, and uses his divine power to create similar environments and give them new life. This is indeed very effective in avoiding a lot of trouble. The only bad thing is that the matter itself is not easy. In the absence of corresponding authority, even if the goddess of the dark moon did not prevent the birth of ownerless magic from the source, Hades still needed to use tens of millions of times more power to do the same thing. But if there are only a few, then Pluto feels that it is acceptable. After all, he only needs to pay attention to those subordinates who deserve his attention. As for the others, the undead are different from the living after all. Not only do these beings who have died once not have so many desires, Hades does not gain faith through worship. Over the years, he has confirmed his suspicions. As Pluto, the reverence of these beings born in the underworld for his rights and the rules established under his rights are a form of belief in him. So, whenever there is a chance, Hades will walk to the ground himself. But this time, faced with Persephone's question, Hades just shook his head. It is indeed a powerful aura, but I am not immortal, so I have to see it myself. And it seems to have something to do with you. Recalling the fleeting breath just now, Hades was a little unsure. It was a feeling of being tainted with the aura of the gods, and even that aura was very familiar. That was Demeter. Thinking of this, as if he had finally made a decision, he looked at the goddess beside him. After so many years, he has been able to determine that the other party may not be the perfect choice, but it must be what he needs. In this case, there is no need to hesitate anymore. Pearl, although the arrival of the cold season is indeed a good thing, the gods will not tolerate it forever. One day, they will not be able to bear the reduction of human beings, and then, at your mother's request, they will unite to pressure me to let you return to the human world. But I don't want to go back. Said calmly, Persephone looked around on the table and ate another piece of fruit. I can explain it to my mother, and she will understand me. Maybe, but whether she understands you or not, Zeus will definitely not understand me. Shaking his head, Hades had no hope for this. Hades saw what the god king did to Demeter. Obviously, even if he didn't jump up and down like Poseidon, and even came to the desolate underground, Zeus still couldn't say how at ease he was. Maybe it was just a subconscious check and balance from the god king. Maybe he really saw something. In short, Zeus's behavior had vaguely expressed his attitude, so this time Hades simply killed first and then played, and snatched the people to the underworld first. Then asked the god king to fulfill his promise. Otherwise, he can guarantee that something weird will definitely happen in the middle, and it seems to have nothing to do with the owner of Mount Olympus. Thinking of this, Hades also wanted to laugh a little. Zeus was indeed the keeper of oaths, as many words as the oath contained. He did as many as he could. And in addition to the oath, he will do more in reverse. But maybe it is this kind of person who can sit in the position of king for a longer time, if he is not a god king but a human being. God King Zeus is so disgusting. Picking up the handkerchief and wiping her wet fingers, Persephone raised her head. Her eyes passed through the walls of the palace, looking down at the vast underworld from a higher angle. As a god on Earth, she actually doesn't like the dark underworld very much. But the difference from then is that now there is no mother who forces her to stay in the small valley. She can stay in this vast world freely, even if it is a bit monotonous now. Although reason tells Persephone that this is Demeter's decision to protect her, she can also understand her mother's behavior, but letting a girl who is full of curiosity about all things live in isolation and stay in a secluded valley for hundreds of years is a kind of torture. Besides, in her opinion, maybe her mother had a better way to protect her instead of hiding in a corner and deceiving herself. Therefore, Persephone hated Zeus who caused all this, but she was not particularly close to her mother whom she had only seen a few times. She felt like her own priesthood was just a seed, still buried among the cracks in the rocks and rubble. Therefore, she did not tell Demeter her whereabouts before, and she sat back and watched him cause disaster to the world, because she not only wanted to discuss Zeus, but also hoped to force this goddess who clearly held extraordinary power. She is also the daughter of Cronus. The 6 brothers and sisters are obviously powerful gods, but Demeter behaves so timidly. Doesn't she know that the weaker a person is, the more they need to expose their thorns so that others will at least be afraid of them when picking fruits? But fortunately, as she disappeared, her mother finally remembered her authority and knew how to protect her with threats instead of evasion. At this moment, Persephone felt that what she did was still right. Some people's personalities are like this. Only when you push her into a corner will she know how to let others see her threatening nature. There is no doubt that his mother is such a person. If she had done this immediately after being forcibly possessed by Zeus, then the gods would have known to give her more even superficial respect. But thinking of this, the goddess looked at Hades again. Demeter actually made the gods recognize her again. After all, she already had that kind of authority, but she had never mustered up the courage before, but Persephone did not. She is really weak in power. No matter how much she shows her teeth, the result will not be any different. So all she could count on was the guy who captured her. So think of a way, Hades, aren't you Hades? Zeus is just your younger brother. As an older brother, you can only grovel in front of him and beg for mercy. Looking at her future husband, Persephone said sarcastically. In front of her, listening to the goddess's words, Hades was not angry at all. In other words, he never gets angry about these unimportant things. If it was just for a short time, Pearl, then I would not have given up competing with Zeus for the position of God King. What's more, now, the power he has shown has made it difficult for me to see clearly. Shaking his head, looking a little confused, Hades drank the wine in the glass again. The resurrected undead will more or less remember some things that happened during their lives, so the craftsmanship of the human world is also spread in the underworld. Even with the arrival of Persephone, even the problem of raw materials was solved. The goddess opened a garden in the fields of truth and used her own power to grow various earthly crops there. Whether it is the fruits or drinks they are eating now, the materials are all grown by her herself. But Pearl, I don't envy him, because I know that there is no power that comes out of thin air in this world. The position of the God King seems very tempting. My grandfather, my father, and even Zeus now, they all gained supreme power because of this, but who knows what the price will be?
Ah.
With a sneer, Persephone turned a deaf ear to Hades' words. By the time he pays the price, you may have been trained into obedience. Everyone can tell you the truth, Hades, but the result is that Uranus has done whatever he wants for Nera, and in front of Cronus, you don't even dare to speak loudly. Tell me your plan? Or do you want to tell me that you took all the trouble to bring me to the underworld just to let me play here for 100 years, and then send me back to Olympus obediently? Without being fooled, Persephone did inherit her father's qualities, perhaps in some areas of acuity. As she said, since Hades dared to take her down, there should be a way for her to stay. You are right, Pearl. I can indeed let you stay here, but not forever. After a moment of silence, now that I have made up my mind, there is no need to hesitate anymore. These years of getting along have allowed Pluto to get to know his future queen more clearly. Although she never knows how to be polite when talking to him, she actually does things very appropriately. Perhaps, as she said herself, the rude words were just to cover up her inner uneasiness. So, facing Persephone's gaze, Pluto's expression finally became serious. Silently, half of the authority in the underworld that belonged to him was mobilized by him and gathered towards his palm. The gray and black energy is mixed together. As the interface where the power of the four primitive gods collide, the power of the underworld will inevitably contaminate each of their characteristics. Thick, mysterious, and with some twisted order, or in other words, rules in the shadows. 12 crystal-clear fruits gradually appeared in the palm of Hades, and because of their appearance, Pluto's face even turned pale. As you can see, Pearl, I've been getting to know you over the past 100 years. But now I think you might really be my queen of the underworld. So just like Zeus and Hera, I am willing to share my authority with you, but only if you are willing to bear the price. Cost. Staring at the fruit in Hades' palm, Persephone raised her eyebrows. She just asked casually, not even paying much attention. After all, in her opinion, there was no price that would be more annoying to her than returning to Olympus without any strength. In comparison, even the unknown fruit in front of her was more attractive to her. She has never seen such a plant before. It seems that it is not naturally occurring, but a manifestation of some kind of authority. But it doesn't matter. As the seed goddess, as long as she eats one, from today on, the underworld will be full of this new plant. Of plants. Yes, the price. The God King is the gathering of the laws of this world, so Hera can share the authority of Zeus, because including me, We are all part of this world, but the underworld is different. Nodding slightly, Pluto continued to explain. Your origin is not naturally one with the underworld, which makes it impossible for me to directly make you the queen of the underworld. So, Pearl, if you want to share my authority, you must first actively become a part of the underworld. At that time, your power will be, like mine, closely related to the strength of the underworld. Of course, you are not like me. The symbol of my priesthood is inherently part of the underworld, just like I am staying here. Therefore, you can freely travel to every corner of the world, but if you make such a choice, you will have to be pulled by the laws of the interface from now on. At that time, no matter who tries to stop you, they can't stop you from returning to the embrace of Hades at the corresponding time, not even you. I see. Thoughtful, Persephone understood what Hades meant after just a moment's thought. Then your goal is achieved. When my authority becomes part of the underworld, no matter where I am, the interface itself will change, right? Hades didn't say anything about this, but his attitude said it all. Okay, how many can I eat? Looking at the fruit in Hades' palm again, Persephone asked again. At most half, this is the limit you can bear, but I hope you understand that before eating it, you can still freely decide whether you are on the ground or underground. After all, I will not restrict your behavior. But, no buts. Interrupting Hades' words, Persephone took 6 fruits from his hand and swallowed them in one gulp. Seeds also need a place to germinate. I think this place is pretty good. After the fruit entered her stomach, she didn't feel anything at first. However, soon, the goddess felt that she had come into contact with something majestic. She was being wrapped, swallowed, and fused by the other person, and in the process, she also felt a powerful force flowing into her body, gradually being held in her hands. This influence is mutual. Just because of the difference in size, Hades has less changes and Persephone has more changes. However, this is just right. After all, Hades is not the earth. A small amount of changes is a good thing, but too much can be harmful. Not necessarily. Change continues, and the interaction of laws never ends. As time passed, until a certain moment, the entire underworld suddenly trembled slightly. Something has been completely changed, but nothing seems to have happened. Only Hades, as the king of Hades, could clearly feel that a weak life force was born underground in the Garden of Truth. Just like an ungerminated seed, although it is very small, it is tenacious and pure. And the moment it appeared, the entire cycle of the underworld instantly increased by more than one step, and even after the surge, it was still slowly increasing. At the same time, the laws of the world seemed to be happy with this, and his power also tilted down. Gaia noticed this change, but now she had no time to pay attention to it. Other primitive gods also noticed the scene, but after feeling the familiar aura of the present world, they all withdrew their gaze. Such direct feedback from the law has basically proven that this is a part of destiny. Perhaps its process can be changed, but the result has never been changed. Just like the birth of the sun and the moon and the replacement of the gods and kings, this is a node of self-improvement in the world, and it is also something that is destined to happen. At the same time, on Mount Olympus, the god-king seemed to have noticed something. However, he could not find the source of the problem, as he was only incarnate. After searching for a while to no avail, he had to put down the inexplicable feeling for the time being and summon the wind god. Demeter's matter has been going on for a long time. As the god-king, it's difficult for him to come forward, so he can only let his loyal ministers contact him on his behalf. Believing in this kind of thing, he doesn't need to say it directly. As long as he adopts an indifferent attitude, he will understand what he means. This is the power of the underworld. In the palace of Hades, Persephone opened her eyes after eating 6 fruits. At some point, her blonde hair turned gray and her eyes turned pure black. A faint gray mist surged around her, congratulating the goddess on her new life. Now, am I the queen of Hades? Stretching and feeling her new state, Persephone felt more relaxed than ever. The cold feeling that came from the depths of her soul was not only not uncomfortable, but made her feel warm. So she turned around and the goddess stared at Hades for a long time. After a while, she suddenly asked, "So, Hades, since I am your queen of the underworld, do you need me to give you a prince?" God needs no heirs. Silently refusing, Hades took his hand, and the remaining 6 fruits returned to his body. The thing he had been worrying about for a long time was finally completed, and Pluto did not forget the other thing he had just planned to do. "I'm going to see the dead person who makes me feel a strange aura. Do you want to go with me?" "You're so boring." A little disappointed, but over the past 100 years, Persephone has realized that there may be many reasons why the monarch of the underworld wants to find the queen of the underworld, but they definitely do not include the same reasons as Zeus. So, regarding Pluto's reaction, the goddess just waved her hands indifferently, then she turned around and looked at the back of the temple with some fun. There was a familiar atmosphere. It was the valley where she found her hiding place that brought Pluto driving a bronze chariot. At first, Persephone was actually a little grateful to her, but that gradually faded away. Because whenever she and Hades were alone, the nymph always seemed to have a sense of presence. Even when she was alone, she often came out and said things that annoyed the goddess. For example, she is the best candidate for Hades' wife. She has done so many things for Hades. Persephone had better not have delusions, or they might laugh at her life experience, past, and other things, as if that nymph had forgotten that no matter how bad she was still an immortal god, and she was just dust that was never looked down upon by the gods. Before, Persephone had not been easy to deal with her. After all, although the goddess's words were never polite, she still knew her identity very well. However, the situation was different now. So the goddess stretched out her hand and gently grabbed it, and the water fairy named Mincta fell into her hands. "Wait, Persephone, what are you doing?" As if he didn't expect that he would be caught, Mincta's voice was a little flustered, but he soon became confident again. She didn't believe that the other party dared to do anything to her. No matter what, she had worked for Hades for so many years, so she immediately explained aloud, "Your Majesty Pluto, I don't want to eavesdrop on your conversation. I'm just here to give you." The sound stopped suddenly. The power in her hand was just a hesitation, and the nymph's annoying voice disappeared. Persephone immediately clasped her fingers, intending to completely erase this guy who had no self-awareness at all. However, at this time, a pale hand grabbed her wrist. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to let go? If so, why didn't you stop me from killing her just now?" Without turning around, the Queen of Hades was sure that Hades had just enough time to stop his movements. However, the next moment, Pluto's response made her laugh. "You have to learn to be careful with your calculations, Pearl. From now on, the underworld will also have a part of you." Letting go of his hand, Pluto just pointed a finger, and Mincta's body gradually blurred. Soon, all that was left was a mint grass. Of course, there was no such plant as mint in this world before. It was only created by Hades. I believe that the special aroma of this plant will somewhat alert those who use it in the future. Besides, Pearl, since you killed her, from today on, the things she was originally responsible for will be handed over to you. If there wasn't really no one available, how could Hades tolerate this maid who often made her own decisions? Fortunately, it now seems that his queen should be a very capable guy. As soon as the words fell, Pluto's body turned into light and flew to the ground. He had been delayed for a long time. Behind Hades, Persephone looked at his back for a while, then turned around, picked up the mint with a smile, and waved it gently. The next moment, thousands of grass seeds fell in all directions. Looking at this scene, as if she remembered something, the goddess used her authority to manifest the nameless fruit she had eaten before. "If you want, just call it pomegranate." He spoke softly, and on this day, there were 2 more plants in the world, and the underworld also had an additional queen of the underworld who was in charge of authority. The king of Hades finally reached the limit of the true god. The next step was the chasm that was almost impossible to cross by normal means. As for the dead water fairy, except for the 2 gods present, just like the mint grass that will spread all over the world in the future, no one remembers her name. Out of this world. Tartarus. Unlike the turmoil outside, it seems a little quiet here. After all, even the demon god who passed through here did not stay long, but followed the mysterious induction to the depths of the world. So now, there is only one guy left here who wanted to squat but unexpectedly got a bomb. Hiss, it's really hard for me to understand. His body shook slightly, and the gray wings on his back hung down. Hypnos' figure hidden at the entrance of the interface seemed to have received a strong impact, and he was unable to react for a while. Therefore, he almost sat back and watched as the 4 demon gods first conceived by the demon mother entered the noisy, empty tunnel one after another in front of him, without having time to make any response. It's really bad luck. The corner of his mouth trembled, and Sleep God didn't know how he should evaluate it. In fact, even if he ran into an opponent he couldn't beat head-on, it would still be somewhat understandable, but what he just encountered really made it a bit difficult to evaluate him. After all, strictly speaking, he actually did nothing just now. He just took a curious look at the huge life that broke into the 9 hells. And now he regretted it terribly. A giant thing flashing past, a strong mental impact. This is not just an indescribable appearance, but a conceptual definition. In the dreams of the gods, Hypnos had seen the figure of the goddess of beauty on Mount Olympus more than once, and Aphrodite did indeed live up to her priesthood. No matter who you are, whether you are male or female, whether you hate her or not, you will all be attracted by her beauty under the influence of her innate authority. You can hate her character and question her ability, but you will definitely admit that she is a being that makes you feel happy when you see her, just like the opposite of Moya. At this moment, Hypnos was very sure that the Mother of Demons was most likely given some kind of opposite power by the Abyss, and it was probably even strengthened. Because in her body, there is also the natural aversion of order to chaos. In short, under various influences, the opponent's figure seems to have some mysterious effect. Although it does not cause direct harm, it is far more terrifying than the direct one. Just looking at her for a moment, the god of sleep felt that he would never forget her for the next 10,000 years. He now has no doubt that if this disgusting thing doesn't think of some way to cover herself up in the future, I'm afraid no one will be willing to communicate with her. Well, Hypnos didn't know yet that he was not the first victim. The demon god with all his eyes and thoughts saw the other person the first moment he was born, and then directly destroyed his own eyes. But until it grows a new batch, it still means nothing. The impact on the mind is of course not affected by the physical body, so its instinctive reaction is in vain. Here it comes. After a while, the god of sleep finally returned his attention to serious matters. We have already let go of 4 of them. If there's a problem with the last 2, it would be a bit unreasonable. In any case, he was now a worker living under someone else's roof, so Hypnos cheered up. Under his gaze, after a while, the void shook slightly again, and dark blue mist seeped out of it. Just like when it was born, the mist obscured the figure of the visitor, hiding the true form of the devil and making it difficult for others to see its specific location. And that seemingly beautiful mist actually contains extremely terrifying toxicity, enough to turn anyone who comes close to it into withered bones. This is a power that the world of Khaos does not have. It comes from the source of the power of frost, the original spring in a certain country. The original spring water, which is as famous as the Fountain of Ord and the Fountain of Mimir, does not have much effect. Its terrible toxicity is its most distinctive feature. But now this characteristic has obviously been partially inherited by the demon god who carries its power, and it has become the best barrier surrounding him. But there's no point. I didn't intend to get close to you in the first place. There's nothing too smart to deal with. He stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the deep purple flute fell into his hands. This accompanying artifact did not leave him because he fell into hell. Hypnos put it to his mouth, and a melodious music immediately sounded in the world where the hurricane was roaring. The violent sound of the wind did not affect its effect, because the music of the god of sleep was not meant for ears to be listened to. His power flowed into the fog along the tune without any hindrance, and at the same time, gray feathers also hung down from his wings and floated across the void to the opposite side. Visible to the naked eye, the originally moving blue mist slowly stopped, but the mist around it became increasingly dense. It seemed to have some kind of instinct to protect itself in this way during sleep, but Hypnos had no intention of doing anything to it. His strength is not superior in frontal combat. Although he can knock down the opponent with one move now if he really wants to fight, even if the first mover can severely damage the opponent, the result is uncertain. Compared to the native life forms transformed by Hell, Hypnos is not enthusiastic about the power of the Abyss demon god. Instead of thinking about whether it can be solved once and for all, it would be more meaningful to control one more.
Khaos, right?
You're immortal anyway, so if you hit two more, just hit two more. Isn't it like this when you are on the ground? Even in the starry sky, it seems that you have always been responsible for the role of a sandbag. After looking at the void that surged again, a shadow emerged from it. Hypnos thought silently. He had seen that scene in the dreams of many star gods, the weather titan being violently beaten by the ancient sun god. That was the nightmare of many star gods. After all, they still remember how many of their kind were destroyed during that period, and it is purely luck that they can survive to this day. So it can be imagined that Khaos is very experienced in this area. Shadow makes no difference. Playing the flute again and holding the last demon in place with ease, Hypnos relaxed and even had time to observe this unique guy. Not only is it different in appearance, the god of sleep even felt just now that it is more rational than the previous ones. Of course, this doesn't make much sense. Being smarter or stupider doesn't affect being influenced by his power. And once you fall into a deep sleep, it's not that easy to wake up again. Good luck, guy. After observing for a while, Hypnos stopped thinking about it. Even after falling into hell, the god of sleep still looks like a young man. Appearing with this appearance in such an environment, it is inevitable that he will feel a bit like a dark fairy tale. Turning around, he looked deeper into the interface. Inside the noisy, empty tunnel, a battle was about to begin. After all, the demon gods who entered were unceremoniously destroying the world, and the owner here obviously could not tolerate this behavior. Although their power is not enough to destroy the space and time itself that holds the world, they are not here for this. When they eliminate the life on this level, occupy the center of this level, and then use their own power to infect the sky and the earth, this place will gradually be marked with a mark of an abyss. When this mark is completed, Tartarus can use it as an anchor to accurately project more power, instead of always playing a hide-and-seek game with the 9 hells on the level of time and space. Eat away bit by bit and finally decide the outcome when the overall situation is decided. This is the process of the battle between hell and abyss. Just like Khaos spent a long time killing the resistance of the Hermenu world, the collision between worlds cannot be resolved overnight. Eating each other. It's really original and beautiful. Sitting in the void, with the feathers on his back still falling and reborn, Hypnos commented lightly. Although others are here, the innate evil god has no empathy. So now, he just completed his most basic task, and then waited here, watching this windy world burn bit by bit. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 257 Curse. Saying that Hypnos watched the world burn is not a freehand description. In fact, it is a realistic description of the first level of hell. Although there is nothing that can be used as fuel in the noisy, empty tunnel filled with wind and rocks, the extraordinary world does not obey the laws of physics. At this moment, as the devil entered the country, the whole world rioted. This is the attraction and opposition between the origins, and the resonance that also originates from the power of Muspelheim, the land of fire. Therefore, the relevant laws in the interface were triggered, making the endless hurricane dyed with a layer of red. Stab dash. The heavy sword scratched through the phosphorus armor, causing a harsh friction sound, but it was very obvious that the attack failed to break this natural defense. The attack was fruitless, and before he could take any further action, Khaos couldn't help but change his expression, and then turned into invisible water vapor, spreading in the surrounding void. The next moment, a dark red light and shadow penetrated through, turning the water vapor along the way into nothingness. It continued unabated, and then fell to the ground behind. It is almost visible to the naked eye that the earth and rocks centered on the landing point continue to disintegrate into the finest dust and then disappear without a trace in the wind. The water vapor gathered, feeling the slightly weakened divine body. Khaos had no time to sigh at the power of the demon and immediately retreated again. The next moment, a bloated, multi-jointed insect jumped up from the ground. The human face on top of it grinned greedily and lunged towards the existence in the sky. But maybe it's because his body is too big, maybe his combat wisdom is not profound, or maybe it's because of the gap in authority. With Khaos avoiding him, the two sides should have passed each other if he didn't have more enemies. However, there is no if in reality. In the distance, although there was an obvious crack on the translucent wings, the huge moth still opened its wings, and its millions of eyes also opened wide. In an instant, regardless of the barriers of time and space, all kinds of chaotic emotions surged into Khaos's heart. Fear, panic, anger, jealousy, deception. They are combined in different proportions and contained in every eye of the demon god with all his eyes and thoughts. When they opened together, they mixed into billions of new emotions and then shined into Khaos's heart together, causing the former titan to tremble and his will fell into some kind of chaos. So, in an instant, the worm's leaping figure was close to the target, and its human-like expression became more and more ferocious. The moment the two sides touched, the man's face seemed to take a deep breath, and then you could see that Khaos' divine body shriveled up suddenly. Hiss, get away! A feeling of emptiness rose from the bottom of his heart, awakening Khaos, who was being hit by emotions. He instinctively swung his sword and easily tore open a huge wound in the worm's body. But this doesn't make much sense. The other party's body is clearly recovering. At the same time, not only did a second ray of light containing different powers burst through the air, but even the demon covered in flames held a chain sword and rushed towards him at high speed. Damn dash. He cursed angrily, but Khaos could only step forward with his sword. Although he is no match at all, he will not be completely defeated for a moment. After all, for immortal innate gods, unless they burn themselves out like the ancient sun god, or are infected by a higher level of power, ordinary damage is not fatal to the gods, and it does not take too long to slow down. Slow recovery. As long as his strength is not exhausted, even if he is attacked thousands of times, he can still recover as before. Brush. After dodging the sharp sword edge, avoiding the incoming light again, and barely lifting his spirits through self-harm, Khaos raised the giant sword and aimed it at the head of the demon. The phosphorus armor here is not so thick, and it may really be able to cause some damage to the opponent. The best defense is offense. This is the experience he has summarized after participating in several divine battles. With one strike of the sword, Khaos felt somewhat happy in his suffering. At least he could finally hurt the demon surrounded by the flames of destruction. However, as soon as the idea was born, the scene that followed made his eyes widen and he retreated violently. Perhaps realizing that he was about to be hit, the demon god not only showed no fear, but instead flashed a stronger sense of violence and murder in his eyes. In the middle of a battle, its body had long been dominated by instinct, so it pushed forward fiercely against the edge of the sword. The body began to disintegrate, and the flesh and blood burned. The demon did not avoid the enemy's attack at all, but balled up into a ball, fit forward, and then exploded at the opponent's side under Khaos' horrified gaze. Boom. The self-destruction of a demon god directly raised a sun in the dark and noisy tunnel. Endless light and heat illuminated the vast land, and huge roars and tremors shook the entire world. With this explosion, all the tunnels and cavities dug underground for thousands of years were reduced to nothing. Beneath the explosion, hundreds of millions of tons of earth and rock turned into magma lakes, and then were evaporated and vaporized in the next moment, even if they were far away. At the edge of the interface, Hypnos couldn't help but feel frightened by this power, and then increased the output of power, barely letting the two demon gods wake up from their sleep. In the center of the explosion, even if Khaos tried his best to avoid it, there were still only fragments of bones and a few internal organs left in his divine body. They are still growing, and then ignited by the flames overflowing in the space, which makes the former Titan god seem to be undergoing the torture of 1,000 cuts. He wanted to use his voice to vent his pain, but now Khaos couldn't even make a sound. Facing the 4 demon gods alone, Khaos had long known that he was no match, so he just wanted to delay them for enough time. So he chose to experience their power one by one from the beginning. His first chosen opponent was the demon god, who symbolized the life and change of the abyss. However, just like its power, although the owner of the noisy hollow tunnel easily tore the worm's flesh and blood, his damage was meaningless. This is normal. Except for a few authorities, any existence will be a little confused when faced with something that is linked to life. Therefore, after just one meeting and several traumas, Khaos decisively changed his goal. Since the first one was not suitable as an attack target, the second target he chose was the 10,000-eyed demon god. The opponent's aura is obviously weaker than the others, and the effect of this attack is indeed barely adequate. The opponent's body is very fragile and does not have such a fast recovery speed. With just one sword, Khaos will give it there were scratches on the wings. However, soon Khaos changed the target again, because he suddenly discovered that when the eyes on the body were destroyed, the demon would erupt into emotional disturbances that were several times more powerful, causing him to become unable to resist and freeze in place. This was also thanks to a certain flaw in its power. Otherwise, it would be more than just being stiff for a while. The gods of Khaos have always lacked resistance to this kind of power. If the 10,000-eyed demon god had not only had enough emotions but lacked spirit, then Khaos' fate would have been even worse. In this battle, he relied on authority and reason to preserve his strength as much as possible. This kind of almost hard control attack was undoubtedly the last thing he wanted to encounter. So, after some consideration, Khaos decisively set his sights on the third demon god, the giant with 3 heads and 8 arms. He had been observing the surroundings during the previous confrontation, and he once thought that he had finally found a soft persimmon, because Khaos discovered that the 3 demons seemed to have different thoughts and were equally confused. They often interfere with each other and make contradictory actions. At most, they only shoot out a light with different powers from the pupils of the 3 eyebrows to attack the enemy, but until the moment it is really about to be hurt, however, the 3 consciousnesses quickly and uniformly followed their own instincts and began to fight the enemy regardless of the consequences. So after suffering a few more losses, Khaos changed his target again and looked at the demon with flames all over his body. As for the 3 giants, leaving them alone may be less of a threat. The last one was also the one that Khaos didn't want to face before. Because this demon god, whose appearance is closest to the demons of later generations, not only has thick phosphorus armor, but also a huge chain sword. That was a real artifact, far beyond the inferior goods in Khaos' hands. And the facts also proved that his fear was true, because he did not dare to face the opponent's sword edge at all, but the devil's phosphorus armor could not be broken by him at all. However, compared to the other 3, Khaos still felt that the one in front of him was more suitable for the main attack. At least he could fight the opponent for 2 moves, and the demon obviously had no experience in using weapons until the explosion that shook the world blasted him into what he is now. Looking at the demon god in the distance, whose aura had obviously dropped sharply but was still fierce and crazy, Khaos had no doubt that if he dared to get close, the other party might reward him with another self-destruction at any time. If this was a one-on-one duel, he would never refuse to face this group attack method that obviously killed 800 enemies and damaged 3,000 himself. But now he had 4 enemies. Damn Mephistopheles, where have you been? He roared angrily and then flew back. Although one of the enemies entered the period of weakness after the ultimate move, it did not mean that the others were affected. It seems that frontal combat is meaningless. So in the first level of hell, even worse than when he faced Hyperion, Khaos could only dodge around and leave scars one after another on his body. He didn't know what the turning point was, but obviously, if he didn't want the demon to infect his interface at will, leaving behind the abyss power that would be difficult to remove even after the war, then he would have to hold on for a while longer. For a god-level being, this a while is not a short period of time. In the human world, the palace of Eleusis, the sky is full of snow. At this moment, no one in the world knows what demons and devils are, and even the existence of Tartarus only exists in some kind of legend. People are immersed in the joy of harvest and enjoying the snow scenery they have never seen before. This has just appeared this year, and it also means that the concept of winter has been further condensed. Perhaps it was because of Demeter's previous anger, or perhaps because the time had indeed arrived. In short, the weather would change again. During this time, Demophon had been buried by the king and his wife on a hill far away from the city. The king did not dare to bury him near the goddess, so he had no choice but to do so. After that, Demophon's eldest brother, Triptolemus, was also sent to the place where the goddess was again by Khaos. But this time when they went there, no one dared to look up at Demeter. They all stared at the ground, expressing their humility to the gods walking in the world. On that day, the king thought that he was going to receive news of his eldest son's death again, and Triptolemus thought the same, but when faced with a choice given by his father, he still chose the one who came. But surprisingly, Demeter did not break her promise. She kept her promise and gave this child the latest glory of God. In this place where the late king once lived, the goddess taught Triptolemus the secrets of farming, which were both inherited and summarized by previous generations of humans, and also the process summarized by Demeter from the results. This knowledge is not only the growth of grains and farming methods, but also involves the changes in astrology and geology, the cultivation and selection of grain seeds, the laws of climate, and other crystallizations of wisdom. This knowledge is complex and profound, and many people even know it but don't know why. However, the vagueness of the goddess's words is naturally misinterpreted by mortals. They thought they just couldn't understand God's wisdom, and after gradually studying the mystery behind it, they praised God's greatness even more devoutly. In addition, Demeter even gave Triptolemus the qualification to use holy power, and after the other party learned all the knowledge, Demeter canonized him as his patriarch in the world. Humans herd cattle and sheep to obtain meat and milk, and gods herded humans to obtain faith and pleasure. Therefore, the most recent god among humans is naturally the chief shepherd who herds the cattle and sheep for God. So from this day on, Eleusis, a place on the edge of mankind, became the first country in the world to believe in Demeter, and it was also the country that only believed in her. People built temples dedicated to the goddess everywhere and regarded her as the main god of harvest and agriculture, because it was also from that day on that, with the help of the divine magic of the priests headed by Triptolemus, Ephesus Lucius regained its harvest, and the country was reborn. As a result, the goddess gained a very high reputation among mortals, and because of Triptolemus' special status, there were no internal conflicts in the country. He is both the future king and the representative of the goddess in the world, so the politics and religion here are integrated into one just like Silvermoon City. Without conflicts of rights, and with the gods nearby, it will naturally start to move forward again. The fast lane of development. Everyone was immersed in joy, and even the king put down his hatred while remembering his youngest son. In any case, it is always good now. Rather than remembering an invincible enemy for the rest of his life, it is better to put him down for the time being. This was a helpless move, and it was also the wisdom of the weak to survive. In short, the events of that night seemed to have passed like this. No one in the palace mentioned him, and the people outside were even less likely to know what happened. No one talked about the prince who died young anymore, as if he had never existed. People just praised the greatness of the goddess and enjoy the harvest that has finally arrived. Only Myrtanella is not like this. That night, Demeter's superior verdict is still remembered in the queen's dreams, and the death of her youngest son is also vivid in her mind. In Myrtanera's heart, there is naturally no letting go, but only the curse of mortals on gods. Unfortunately, in this world, a curse without power is nothing. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Chapter 258. Poseidon lying down, ecstatic. In the palace of Eleusis, the palace where the queen lived. In the cold winter, snowflakes fall down and fall on the roof and ground. The cold wind outside formed convection with a fire burning inside the house, causing gusts of breeze. Through the window, Myrdanella could see the guards guarding the outside. They are all the elites of the kingdom, warriors who have reached the second level. Not only do they have extraordinary physiques that are not afraid of cold and heat, they can also use the energy in their bodies to temporarily increase themselves. They can also wear heavy armor and travel hundreds of miles, or even use bare hands, fight, and win against ordinary beasts. In this era, they can almost be regarded as reserves for the top leaders of Eleusis, and after hundreds of years of development, this top class may even be replaced by nobles. Therefore, allowing them to act as guards was originally a status symbol, but the queen knew that they were not actually here to protect her. On the contrary, they are here to protect this thriving country from being destroyed by themselves. And all of this is because of Myrdanella's complaints against the goddess of agriculture. Everyone has forgot the existence of the little prince, or in other words, more civilians don't know the whole story, but the queen is unwilling to forget. Everyone is grateful for the existence of the goddess, because she has prevented natural disasters. Horrible, but the queen was equally unwilling to be grateful. Even when she saw the citizens of Eleusis being grateful to Demeter, Myrdanella tried to tell them the truth behind it. She didn't expect people to understand her, but at least they should remember that Demophon died because of it. His name should not be unknown. And from that day the queen was brought back to the palace. Obviously, although Demeter herself had left the dead child behind, and she did not want to recall the failed work, others did not dare to let the goddess's stain spread. Even King Khaos gradually had some guesses about the whole story of that incident. Although the goddess acted moody and regarded mortals as ants, if the ants in her eyes did not hinder her, then Demeter would not actually do anything. This is God's contempt for man as man's contempt for livestock. After figuring this out, although the suppressed pain in the king's heart was not erased, it inevitably made him let go of his worries a little. At least he understood that as long as he obeyed the goddess's will in everything, the same disaster would not befall his eldest son again. Under such circumstances, he would naturally not allow any unexpected things to happen, nor would he allow Myrdanella's remarks to affect the image of God in the eyes of the people, thereby shaking the faith of the goddess. So even though he understood the grief in the queen's heart, he still locked her in his palace indifferently. He thought that time would smooth everything out, and the emphasis on his eldest son and family would gradually make Myrdanella let go of his unrealistic thoughts. After all, the dead can no longer be restored, and the living must continue to live. But obviously, Khaos didn't know that for some people, the status of the living can never defeat the dead. So on this day, when night fell, the queen dismissed all the maids who came to take care of her, or simply to prevent her from doing blasphemous acts. She covered the window with a curtain and took out a box of incense that she had tanned by her own hands. It was the result of 2 months of hard work by Myrdanella. It was a spice made from a special formula. Take 4 parts and 2 parts of frankincense, benzoin, and incense respectively. 1 part cedar and ginger, with half vetiver, cardamom, cinnamon, juniper berries, iris, and cypress, plus 7 dried raisins, a few drops of wine, honey, and lotus fragrance. With these materials alone, if she were not the queen, there would be no way she could put them together. After having the raw materials, she processes them separately according to different timings and rituals. She crushes the hay and lets it sit in an airtight container for 2 weeks, then mixes it with essential oils, wine, grapes, etc., and lets it rest again. After a month of waiting, she finally made the finished product into incense sticks and stored them in a small box. It is said that such incense can communicate with the gods. At least that is what the gods say. So now, Myrdanella took it out and carefully lit it. The firelight flickered for a moment, and then a faint mist spread around the room, but disappeared without a trace after extending to a certain distance. It seemed to be transmitted to some unknown place along with the queen's thoughts, carrying some of her will with it. As time passed by, the night became darker and darker. Until midnight, when the incense was about to burn out, in Myrdanella's expectant eyes, the void in front of him finally trembled slightly. After a while, under the flickering candlelight, two existences that could be called dwarf slowly emerged and solidified. They were two children who looked to be only 10 years old, but looking at them, the queen only had scruples and desires in her eyes. "It seems you are ready." The boy spoke first, followed closely by the girl. "Choose one of us." Looking at the mortals in front of them, Volos and Eros said plainly, "Then now make your choice. This is your only chance in this life to take revenge on God." In the queen's chamber, the conversation was still going on. This was not the first time that the two parties had met. In fact, she had already met these two childlike gods shortly after Myrdanella was imprisoned in the palace. In a simple demonstration, these two children, who were no more than 10 years old, just shot a golden arrow, causing a determined guard to fall passionately in love with a stone and regard it as his only one. This horrifying scene not only chilled the queen's heart, but also convinced her of the other party's identity. In the simple concept of human beings in chaos, affecting people's thinking is a far more terrifying thing than killing a person's body. So, without much doubt, Myrdanella concluded that the person coming was a god far more powerful than Demeter. After a brief conversation with the other party, the queen also understood what the other party meant. They are willing to help her complete her revenge and take revenge on the goddess of agriculture, or, in other words, helping her complete her revenge can achieve their goals, so they come here for this reason. A golden arrow can bring irresistible love. A lead arrow can create intolerable disgust. They placed two arrows in front of the queen and asked her to choose one, and then give it a target. Of course, this target must be related to the object of her revenge. "I want to know, can you bring Demophon back to life?" In the smoke rising from the burning incense, the queen spoke with hope. Although she had thought long and hard about revenge against Demeter, she still preferred to bring her child back to life if possible. This is something far more meaningful than revenge. However, in front of her, the two gods who looked like boys and girls just shook their heads together and then said in turn, "As much as I want to say it, we wouldn't agree to it even if it were possible. Because we are not here to help you realize your wishes. But actually, we really can't do that. It's like being connected with each other. Although each person speaks a word, there is no sense of separation in the sound." Watching the queen's eyes change from expectation to despair, Volos and Eros continued, "Because his soul is dead too. At least he didn't return to the spirit world. Divine power can do this. And no one will hold her accountable on a case-by-case basis. Now make your choice. This is your only chance. X2. The last sentence, overlapping voices sounded in the room, bringing with it some echoes. And when the hope in the queen's heart was extinguished, the flames of hatred became even more intense. In these days of being imprisoned in disguise, Myrdanella is also recalling the events of that night. Her child was killed. Perhaps there was a reason for her interruption, but the essence of the matter was God's superior attitude. Demeter had never really been emotionally devoted to Demophon, and if she had, it was definitely not much. She only regarded Demophon as her perfect work, and then it was natural for her to destroy this flawed creation. So the biggest punishment for such a being is naturally to let her have a descendant that truly belongs to her and will bring her eternal shame. "I choose the golden arrow, Your Highness Volos." Clenching her fists, the queen said word by word, "I want you to shoot it into the ugliest of the gods and give him the feeling of possessing Demeter. I want them to give birth to an equally ugly child together. There is no such thing as an ugly true god, Mortanera. Even the most ordinary-looking true god would have a hard time describing his appearance as ugly." Volos, who did not understand the existence of Hephaestus and carried a golden arrow, denied the queen's statement. "Then I will like the most bizarre god with a cruel personality," said through gritted teeth. Mortanera even looked at Eros aside. Or, to be more precise, the lead arrows she carried on her back. If I could shoot her another arrow, she would hate that god from the bottom of her heart. "This is impossible. You don't have the ability." He casually denied it. Eros looked a little careless. Our arrows are powerful because of revenge, and are not shot out of thin air. If you are also a god, the hatred of killing your son is indeed enough to use 2 arrows, and their effect will even be extraordinary. But unfortunately, you are just a mortal. So no matter how much hatred you have, you can only make one effective, and the effect it brings will not be permanent. Silent, after being rejected repeatedly, the queen finally calmed down a little. She looked at the twins in front of her, and an inexplicable sadness and anger arose in her heart. It's like this again, just like Demeter once treated her as if she was nothing. Now, the 2 gods who came to help her actually do the same. They just use themselves as a tool, but maybe they no longer care about their own lives, so looking at them, Myrtanella couldn't help but mocked. In that case, why do you want to appear in front of me? Do gods also need the help of mortals? Ah. With a disdainful laugh, Eros paid no attention to the queen's intention. Their captain rushed towards Ryan first, with determination and murderous intent in his eyes, while the rest of them surrounded him from both sides. At least as a soldier, their actions were quite qualified. But obviously, this is just a way to deal with the same mortals. Even those beings whose divine blood has gradually become thinner can rely on absolute power to defeat this small team of dozens of people. Of course, these soldiers actually want to delay time because this is their city after all. However, as their target, Ryan has no intention of continuing to play with them, so... Stop it. As soon as the words fell, invisible fluctuations spread, and the next moment, the surrounding soldiers stood frozen on the spot. It was as if the world had stopped and they couldn't move their bodies. Among them, there is only one exception, and that is the captain at the head. But it wasn't that he had the power to resist Ryan, it was just that he was let go. Tell me, soldier, where this is. Ryan asked calmly, with a calm voice. Show irresistible strength and ask what you want to know, and you should be able to get the answer easily. But in front of Ryan, the soldier was not afraid. Evil outsider. Do you think you can make me surrender? No matter which god you are, you should not interfere in this war. There is no point even pretending not to know. Everything you do is seen by the gods. You will definitely be punished for this. This is an unavoidable result, because the great Zeus wishes this. Yeah? After a moment of silence, Ryan nodded to express his recognition of the other party's belief, then stretched out his right hand and tapped his forehead. The next moment, the soul of the leader of this group of soldiers was extracted. Mortals are not gods. They cannot really protect their secrets in front of Ryan. The reason why he chose to ask before was just out of habit. So when he gave up this habit, a memory that he couldn't tell whether it was real or false soon appeared in his mind. I see. After learning the results and observing this unfamiliar environment again, Ryan finally understood where his previous sense of familiarity came from. The city wall beneath your feet contains divine power, capable of resisting and weakening the damage done to it by demigods and gods, a creation that no mortal can ever forge. In the endless camps outside the city, countless troops gathered among them. One after another, containing divine power, manifested its presence in the camp, and the same aura rose in the city. The power of these breath masters is extraordinary, and they can even defeat the gods who come to the world to a certain extent. And this city will become famous in later generations, because it is the end of the myth of Khaos, a symbol of the end of the age of gods and demigods, one party in the 10 Years' War, and the legendary city of Troy. But now, this war may have just begun. Because just like what the soldier just said, Zeus just made a decision on Mount Olympus to prohibit the gods from intervening in human disputes. Judging from this, the real climax of this war should not have come yet. Too bad, that's not true. With a sigh, Ryan felt a little regretful. If this was the real world, he really wanted to stay here for a while and personally witness this epic event that should have happened in the future. Even Hercules, who passed the 12 trials, already existed at this time. But there are no ifs in reality. What is false and cannot be true no matter what. Ryan has not forgotten that he just entered a memory. Even if it is affected by the power of creation, a memory or a destiny is not enough to evolve a real world. Everything that happens here probably has no reference value in this world. What's more, the false world in which this memory evolved seems to be the original destiny. To be more precise, it is a world without Ryan. In that case, go tell your gods and pray to great Zeus. Go and tell him that someone has disobeyed his orders and will soon witness his divine power on Mount Olympus. With a gentle wave of his hand, the soldiers who had been imprisoned around him collapsed to the ground. Without looking at them again, Ryan turned around and said in a calm voice, "I will, and the King of Gods will also see what you have done, and then punish you, as he promised." He raised his head high, and someone shouted back, "Just like many people in this era, not everyone knows how to fear an unknown god, from kings to commoners." And Ryan has no intention of arguing with him. After all, when this illusory world disappears, everything will be shattered. Now, before starting to destroy this world, there are two other questions that really make him curious. One is whether there is a replica of the original god in this false world. Although there is a high probability that there is not, he still wants to go and take a look. As for another question, how is Athena, who came in with him now? Unlike him, this false world seemed to be a replica of the destiny without Ryan, so he appeared directly at the most critical place of this fate, on the wall of Troy, but Athena was different. On Mount Olympus in this world, there is an Athena. No rush. Go to the underworld first to see if the eternal night and the lightless realm exist. No matter what the result is, then take action to destroy it. Then hit Olympus and see what kind of tricks Zeus is up to, if it really has anything to do with him. After making his decision, Ryan took one last look at this mortal city. At this moment, the previous regrets have gradually faded away. With his existence, everything would not be destined to happen like this. In the real world, this period of history will only be more magnificent. It won't be long. In the distance, someone seemed to be approaching quickly, but Ryan had no intention of waiting for him. What's the point of witnessing in a false world? Let's wait until reality to see the true performance of the protagonists in these eras. Early morning, Mount Olympus. The transformation of time and space, the alternation of reality and reality, seems to have gone through a long time. Like Ryan, but she didn't notice the cold feeling brought by the power of the world. At a certain moment, when everything was over, Athena finally regained her consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. Then the next moment, she suddenly found that she was in the palace of Shinting, surrounded by some gods that she was familiar with or unfamiliar with. They have changed somewhat from the image in Athena's impression, but they are still generally recognizable. At this moment, they were separated on the left and right, surrounding Zeus. For the first time, Athena even thought that she had been caught spying on her memory, but then she felt something was wrong. Because no one around her was looking at her. They were all looking at Zeus, who was standing at the top, even the original self. This king of gods is also a little different from what Athena remembered. He is more powerful, more casual and unquestionable. At this moment, Zeus was unabashedly releasing his aura. He seemed to be lecturing the gods, and every god present had to listen attentively. "Listen, all gods and goddesses, I hereby declare my command. From today on, if I find any god who dares to disobey my orders and go to the battlefield on earth to help the armies of those city-states, then when he returns to Olympus, my thunder will make him lose face. Or I will pick him up and throw him into the bottom of Tartarus, and the distance between him and Hades will be as high as the sky and the earth. In this way, maybe you will understand that no one dares to disobey my orders." Looking around at the gods, the god king said loudly, "Come, gods of Olympus, I know you are not happy with this. Among the warring humans, you have your favorites, but this is my will. If you want to go against mine authority, you might as well give it a try. Let me lower a golden rope from the sky, and you stand on the other side of the rope. Even if you exhaust all your strength, you cannot shake the Supreme King. And with just a little force, I can lift you all together, including the earth and the endless ocean. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 261 All. On Mount Olympus, standing among the gods, Athena quietly listened to Zeus' instructions. The sudden changes in the environment and the gods with different auras were all somewhat beyond the expectations of the goddess of wisdom. She was just searching for her memory, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen. Especially as Zeus ended his words, Athena clearly noticed that the eyes of the gods seemed to faintly sweep over her body. Or it's not just her, but also Hera and Aphrodite, just pointing to more of her. After noticing this change, Athena seemed to understand something. Everything is obviously related to what Zeus said before. The battlefield on Earth and the army of the city-state he mentioned is probably deeply connected with her and the other two gods, so much so that the gods are waiting for their reaction. As for looking more at herself, the goddess of wisdom had a vague feeling. Perhaps it was because at this moment she was already the second most powerful person on Mount Olympus, second only to the god king. It's not that the gods have become weaker, but that I seem to be stronger now. At least compared to before, this familiar yet unfamiliar body contains more powerful power, almost reaching the pinnacle of the gods. Thinking quickly in her heart, Athena suppressed her inexplicable thoughts and retracted her divergent thoughts. In any case, no matter whether she is powerful now, the god king in front of her will only be stronger. In the face of Zeus's instructions, passive response is not advisable and direct confrontation is not suitable either. So, based on the information she could learn in front of her, the goddess made a simple judgment on the situation. She decided to leave herself more time and deal with the matters at hand for the time being. There was a moment of silence, and the goddess raised her head slightly. Under the attention of the gods, Athena broke the silence on the mountain. Son of Cronus, Lord of the gods, Master of the sky and the earth, your power is unquestionable. How could the gods think of competing with you? But despite this, I still feel sad for the deaths and injuries of those intelligent beings. They will have to accept a tragic fate, flowing into rivers of blood under high walls and in the wilderness, and all this could have been avoided. The tone was somewhat sad, and as Athena's compassionate words came out, the atmosphere in the room seemed to relax a little. At the intersection of the gods' gazes, Zeus also smiled. Above the holy mountain, the dark clouds that originally gathered due to the will of the Lord of Thunder slowly dispersed, which symbolized the change in the mood of its owner. Looking at the most dazzling one among the gods, the god king smiled and said, "Do not lose heart, Tritogenes, my dearest daughter. Things in this world will have the consequences they deserve. My words do not mean a harsh reprimand. I always have good intentions towards you." It was a matter of course that no one dared to oppose him. After all, everyone knew the power of the god king, so Zeus put away his serious expression. Ever since Poseidon started a ridiculous rebellion, the god kings have often struck these immortal gods in a similar way. Now that his will has been executed once again, this temporary meeting can end here. Now he wants to go to the human world and let this mortal war progress according to the outcome he hopes. Yes, Zeus banned the gods, but he did not ban himself. He would naturally have selfish motives for announcing such an order. However, just when the god king was about to summon his own carriage, a stream of light across the distant sky suddenly caught his attention. "Well, Hermes, what are you doing here?" Somewhat surprised, the god king couldn't help but stop. He looked outside the sacred mountain, and soon, the figure quickly appeared in the perception of the gods. Athena stood aside and watched this scene silently. Another god she had never seen before. Hermes, the goddess, silently memorized this name. After a while, when the light fell to the ground, a young god with the appearance of a young man appeared in front of the gods. There was a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth, and he looked like a cunning and clever guy. His gaze passed over the gods, stopping on the god king, and then touched his chest slightly. "Dear king of the gods, my mighty father, just as you requested, I honor your instructions to convey to the world the oracles of the gods that cannot be interfered with." After a slight pause in his tone, he secretly observed the expressions of the gods and then continued. "But when I was about to return, Your Majesty, something unexpected happened in the city of Troy on Earth. A strange god attacked the city guards and turned a blind eye to your orders. Even at the end, according to the words of the humans who were present, he declared that he would come to Olympus and come to live among the gods, a place where you can experience your unparalleled power." In the original myth, the god of wind was not a close associate of Zeus. On the contrary, as the son of the god king, Hermes, who was responsible for traveling, stealing, and eloquence, was the messenger of the gods. Before that, it was he who conveyed the oracle of Zeus to mortals. Now, he also brought back this unexpected news. And there was no personal little opinion like before. This time, Hermes explained the situation truthfully, without any other thoughts. It's not like no one has done this kind of thing to openly challenge the god king in the past, but they are either special gods like the Queen of Heaven or the King of the Sea, or they have already received terrible punishments. Hermes did not intend to get involved in this, and when his voice fell, the mountain fell silent again. Silently, dark clouds gathered again. The god king was still smiling, but his smile was a little colder. "A strange god. Hermes, that's rare. Your Majesty, maybe he was just born and doesn't know your power yet, just like the god of beauty once did. This is completely understandable." He responded respectfully and winked in Aphrodite's direction. This personification of love and beauty has a close relationship with many gods of Olympus, and Hermes is no exception. "You are right, my son, that I should always be extra tolerant of the offenses of the ignorant." With a slight nod, Zeus acknowledged this statement. But in order to confirm this, the god king looked at his messenger again. In front of Hermes, Ryan's virtual image has been reflected by him. A being that has never been seen before may indeed be a newly born god. "Does anyone recognize him?" the god king asked, and the gods shook their heads. Seeing this, Zeus narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Since no one recognizes it, it may be what Hermes said. In that case, I will wait here. If he wants to see my power, I will give him this opportunity. As the king of the gods, this is the magnanimity I should have. As long as he lives for a long time, there will always be some strange beings that challenge him, whether they are mortals or gods." So after the brief anger, Zeus calmed down and regarded this more as a fun and an opportunity to show his power again. Therefore, Zeus, who was immersed in his thoughts, did not notice the shock flashing in Athena's eyes after seeing the image of the strange god. The goddess recognized his existence. He was the person who had given her the artifact, but that was not what really surprised her. Because just now, the image embodied by Hermes seemed to nod to her. Underworld, Narcissus Plain. Walking on the gray land, Ryan casually observed the surrounding environment. Before, he had already taken a look at his surroundings. Unlike the underworld in reality, there are no undead souls coming and going in this underworld, and there are no traces of the original gods. Places like the Abyss and the Land of Eternal Night do exist, but they only exist. They were like empty shells, but Ryan didn't feel the slightest consciousness inside. Just as he thought before, there is no trace of the second great power in this world. I don't know whether the meager creation power is not enough to do this, or whether it is simply not done. But this made Ryan even more certain. What is fake is fake. Even for Zeus in this fake world, his power probably lies more in his settings. After all, although all things are equal to the power of creation, just carrying information in a memory is not enough to convert such a huge amount of energy. And these souls are just replicas. Gazing across the surroundings, the underworld in the original version of Destiny is much more lively than in reality. Perhaps because of the war in the human world, the souls of the dead came to the underworld one after another. The densely packed figures were ferried to the other side after paying silver coins, obelisks, and then walked forward for a certain distance to be judged by 3 underworld judges in a tall palace. Unlike the spiritual world in reality, which uses the soul's ability and achievements during life as the criterion for judging. These three were once famous human beings during their lifetime. After their death, the judges who were promoted used good and evil to decide the fate of mortal souls. Those good and evil beings will be left here, in a place called Narcissus Plains, covered with golden spikes. They feed on it, and then as they wander, their memories of their lives are gradually erased, and traces of their own existence are erased. Those souls whose evil is far greater than good will be sent to a place close to Tartarus to endure punishment. The gods built a huge prison there specifically to hold these guilty people. As for those whose good is far greater than evil, they can continue to move forward and enjoy an eternal and happy life in the Elysee paradise built by the gods, until their souls exhaust their last energy and dissipate into the world. As for how to judge the good and evil of human beings during their lifetime, that is obvious. Those who worship God and are devout are undoubtedly the most good people, and conversely, they are the most evil people. All other evaluation criteria are highly subjective. But this is normal. The judges and paradise established by God are naturally prepared for the devout. It doesn't seem so strange to decide good and evil based on faith. So, for the people who originally existed in this world, will she become one with her original self after entering? With a look on his face, Ryan bypassed the judges. Ryan had already arrived in the Garden of Truth, but at this moment it was the scene where Hermes evolved his image on Mount Olympus. Following this invisible connection, he directly saw everything that happened there. It is undoubtedly very obvious that there is a truth suddenly appearing among the falseness. But what really makes Ryan find it interesting is that in this way, can Athena also see the future? Although it was only the original future, he watched the goddess cleverly find a reason to leave the gods for the time being and go straight to her palace. And it is almost conceivable that the first thing Athena will watch is the history of this side's fate. What happened in the past, what role she played in it, why this world is so similar to the original, but yet so different. As long as she looks at it, this kind of doubt will almost certainly appear in Athena's mind. Then try to explore why. It's the third era now. Just take a look at the original trajectory. Withdrawing his attention, Ryan returned his mind to the underworld. In front of him, there was an additional figure at some point. The master of the underworld has discovered him. Or, in other words, he discovered it as soon as he set foot here without concealment. But it wasn't until Ryan got here that Hades had to come to him. Because although he did not notice the aura of this unknown god, Pluto had already felt warning signs. So, if possible, he actually didn't want to come face to face with Ryan. Strange god, why are you here? He spoke cautiously, no matter what, since the other party was at the door. Hades couldn't turn a blind eye. I come for destruction. With a sincere tone, Ryan responded.
Destruction?
If any mortal offends you, do you want to inflict eternal punishment on him? Pluto couldn't help but ask as his brows spread. If that's the case, it's not really a big deal. He was just wondering why this god would come directly to the Garden of Truth. In the past, the gods of Olympus had similar needs, but they never met him. They always took him away directly, or did something else, without taking him seriously at all. If that's the case, then I agree. No, you misunderstood. Shaking his head slightly, Ryan looked at Hades. I mean everything. All souls? I'm afraid that's not good. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, and this time, Hades couldn't help but refuse. It's not that there are gods who occasionally come here to ask for some mortal souls, but for everything, that's too much. Certainly not all souls. With a smile on his face, Ryan slowly corrected. When I say everything, I mean the whole world. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 262, The Way to Dismember the Root. Under the dim sky, the river of fire and lava emitted light that illuminated half of the sky. On the vast land, the souls of mortals are shadowy. This is a scene that is difficult to see in the real underworld. As the Lord of the Underworld, Hades has been particularly busy recently because the war on Earth has brought to light the hidden conflicts among the Olympus gods. Human casualties have also increased, and a large number of people have been killed in a short period of time. Soul flows into the underworld. However, watching the gods on the ground fighting each other while he watched from the sidelines, Pluto was somewhat happy in his busy life. But now, Hades's good mood ended here. Looking at the strange visitor in front of him, Pluto's expression slowly darkened. In many cases, Hades didn't care what outsiders thought of him, so even though he couldn't see a temple of his on the ground, it was widely rumored in the mortal world that he shivered more than once because of the power of other gods, but he didn't care about it. Have you ever made a big reaction? Regardless of whether those prejudices are formal or not, if they don't bring him any practical benefits, then Pluto doesn't really care. It can be said that at this point, he is more pragmatic than his father. Cronus would at least care about some cosmetic things, but they were worthless in the eyes of Hades. So Hades had no intention of provoking this strange god if he had not declared that he wanted to destroy the underworld. After all, as the god of the underworld, he is part of the underworld, and destroying the underworld is equivalent to destroying himself. Yes, Hades did not think that Ryan was referring to the entire world. He only thought that the other party was talking about the underworld. Although God cannot commit suicide, even Hades himself does not know how to destroy Hades. Strange God, I think it's better for you to take back what you said. The voice became cold, as if he realized that the person who came was not good. Without a sound, half of the authority of the underworld began to converge on Hades' body. The power of the interface plus an invisible pressure enveloped the entire Garden of Truth. However, even so, the power shown by Pluto at this moment is actually not comparable to that of himself in reality, because of the influence of Ryan, although he was deprived of it. Although he has no authority to manage souls, in reality the power of Hades has not decreased, but increased compared to its original trajectory. After all, although the souls of mortals exist in the underworld and mythology, they will not really bring benefits here. The Titan god Iapetus was the original god of souls, and even the name, Lord of Dead Souls, was more often given to Hecate. I don't know what you want to do, sir, but destroying the underworld, with all due respect, I'm afraid no one can do this yet. I don't know when. Several more streams of light rose from the palace of Hades. The god of destruction, the god of misfortune, and several other gods stood behind Hades and looked at Ryan warily. The underworld is a part of the world. Even the king of gods cannot destroy it. Tell me why you came, or stay here permanently. Although the Garden of Truth is not Olympus, it will not allow you to be so arrogant. The power was not revealed. Only the overwhelming feeling of oppression swept over him. But when it fell on the god in front of him, it seemed to be pressed into the void, which made Pluto even more vigilant. Hades couldn't help but start to recall what grudges he had with this strange god. Even now, he didn't take action directly, because he didn't actually believe what Ryan said before. Destroying the underworld is simply a fantasy. Standing opposite him, Ryan had to admit that if you didn't consider that this was an illusory world, then what the other party said was indeed correct. The underworld can be weakened and damaged, but it can never be destroyed. Unless the person who does it already has the power to fight against the entire world, or the world itself has no time to care about anything else, the world itself cannot allow this to happen. Just like no matter who wants to destroy one of the 7 spiritual worlds, he must actually have power that surpasses the entire spiritual world. But the current situation is undoubtedly the latter one. The meager power of creation lingering in the memory is not much. Its ability to maintain the existence of this world is already the limit, and it is impossible to have more impact. So in this case, all Ryan needs to consider is how to truly destroy the underworld from the source. Just like I have been thinking, one day in the future, when the collision of the worlds of Khaos and Hermenu reaches its peak, what should I do to truly destroy the root of that world? Looking at the illusory underworld as if no one else was watching, the reason why Ryan did not go directly to Olympus before was naturally not just to see if the original god existed. After all, it was only a matter of a few steps for him. In fact, the real reason is that he doesn't know how to destroy a world. Just destroying it is enough. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case, and annexing the world from a macro perspective like a complete world is something he can't do yet. In this case, the underworld, which is its own world, naturally becomes the most suitable target. Let's do the first experiment here, and then use the entire illusory world to verify it, and the world of Hermione is the final time to apply the experimental results. Stab. There was a soft sound, and from the void, the black sword condensed by death was drawn out inch by inch. Since there is no artifact that specializes in combat, this is Ryan's favorite method. You are right. No one has been able to destroy the underworld before. In the real world, I have not been able to do it, let alone have any experience. The voice was calm. Instead of talking to these false gods, it was better to say that Ryan was talking to himself. Holding the hilt of the sword, he stood in the void with the sword in his hand. He looked beyond Hades, across the entire field of truth, and looked at the source of this illusory underworld. So, even though I know it probably won't be useful, I still have to give it a try. How much impact can disintegrating the underworld have on this world? The next moment, the tip of the sword pressed down, and the final edge of the sword touched the underworld. In front of Ryan, when he pulled out the black sword, Hades had already taken action. Although the power was mixed into one and was not leaked, as the god of the underworld, Hades still felt an extremely terrifying threat from that sword. Even though he still didn't believe that Ryan could destroy Hades, he couldn't tolerate the other party destroying the symbol of his priesthood like this. But it's meaningless. It's clearly right in front of you, but it seems like the world is so far away. Until Ryan suppressed the black sword as if no one was watching, Hades was unable to make any meaningful resistance. So, under the shocked and angry gaze of the gods of the underworld, the seemingly ordinary black sword came into contact with the underworld. Crash. At the entrance to the underworld, on the River of Pain, Sharon sat in his wooden boat and sailed towards the shore again. Recently, due to the war in the world, his work has become very busy. After all, as the ferryman of the river Styx, only Sharon can carry mortal souls across this endlessly rolling river. Of course, corresponding to his busyness, his income has also increased a lot. After all, according to regulations, everyone crossing the river must hand over a silver coin to Sharon as a means of crossing the river. This is also the origin of a custom in the world. Even if they are afraid of death and do not want to mention the names of the gods of the underworld, mortals will still put a silver coin in the mouth of the deceased when he is buried. Otherwise, the souls of loved ones after death can only linger at the entrance to the underworld, or sink to the bottom of the river Styx, unable to rest in peace forever. Of course, Sharon is a god anyway, and what he needs is not the silver coins themselves. What he can really get is the thoughts of the deceased's family members on the silver coins, and the awe of him as the ferryman. Hey, I really hope the war in the world can last a little longer. Good times like this don't come too often. A smile appeared on the old face, and Sharon picked up the wineglass from the boat and took a sip. He looked towards the shore, where there were densely packed souls crowded there. There's just one bad thing. In the war-torn times, it seems like there are a lot more mortals with no one to collect their bodies after death. He complained casually, but after all, it was a happy trouble, so Sharon quickly put it behind him. He mobilized his strength and made his wooden boat go much faster, speeding towards the shore. As the distance got closer, the longing and awed eyes of the souls became clearer, which made Sharon feel even better. He knew what these souls were thinking. If they stayed here, they could only endure the cold wind and hunger and thirst. If they crossed the Styx, even if their actions during their lifetime were not enough to allow them to enter the Élysée paradise, they could at least stay on the Narcissus plane. Under such circumstances, they naturally couldn't wait to leave here first. But the right to choose who gets on the boat first is in my hands. With a smile, Sharon stood up from the boat, preparing to find a few people who liked him. Huh? What are they looking at? Suddenly, Sharon seemed to find something different from the past. The souls on the shore were indeed looking in his direction, and they were indeed looking in awe, but also mixed with fear. There were even people shouting something loudly, or kneeling on the ground shivering. Is this some new trick? Sharon didn't notice anything unusual, and Sharon was a little confused. But this is Hades, and there may be things here that frighten mortals, but they definitely don't include the incarnation of Styx. So he shook his clothes slowly, then turned around to check. Do not know either.
Shoot.
His eyes went dark, and he didn't have time to see anything, and he didn't have time to react. In an instant, as a black light swept across, Charon's divine body was instantly wiped from the world. Behind him, the black light was still crossing the river Styx at an incredible speed, spreading farther away. The souls of mortals disappeared in an instant, and the few plants and trees turned into dust. There was no sound, only disappearance, and there was no more sound on the banks of the Archron River. Everything became quiet, except for the river Styx still flowing. After a while, the river rolled slightly. Through the river, an illusory shadow can be seen condensed under the water. As the ferryman of the river Styx, Sharon obviously did not die just now. But when he recovered from the shock just now, he was still a little at a loss. What just happened? Sharon was a little confused and didn't know what happened, but the inexplicable power just now seemed to come from the direction of the Garden of Truth. So he looked through the river at the center of the underworld. Everything is the same as before, and the incident just now is like a dream. Except that the underworld is even more empty. There are only black spots in the distant sky. As if he had discovered something, Sharon looked fiercely into the distance. It wasn't a black spot, but a figure at the top. Faintly, the figure shook his head in disappointment, then held the long sword in his hand and slashed downwards.
Boom.
An inexplicable warning sign came to mind. It was the fear conveyed to Sharon by the river Styx itself. He instinctively wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to escape. The next moment seemed to be a continuation of the previous changes. When the black sword pressed down, the entire interface was shaking. The water of the Styx River rolled out of the river bank, and the lava of the river of fire flowed in the cracks in the ground. Then everything ended with a sword mark that separated the entire Hades land from east to west, as if he had died completely. The River of Pain is no exception. This river of Styx, which makes all those who approach it sink to the bottom of the river, howling in despair, seems to have lost its life. Even if the river bank cracks, its water remains still there. Charon's consciousness was dancing in the river, and he could not feel the pain, because he knew that he was about to become another sleeping god. No, at this moment, the Styx crosser who was wandering between life and death seemed to have noticed something. He would not sleep forever, because of the falseness and emptiness that overflows in all things. The next moment, Charon's consciousness completely disappeared. In this false world, he was the first god of Khaos to die, but he would never be the last, because high in the sky, Ryan raised his sword again. Zheng. Flicking the edge of the sword, although it was a black sword with temporarily condensed authority, it seemed to have an entity at this moment. Listening to the clear and sweet metallic sound, Ryan looked at the underworld beneath his feet. This is already the seventh sword. After killing the creatures in the underworld, cutting the central axis of the underworld, and suppressing the three Styx rivers, looking at it now, the entire underworld is like a doomsday natural disaster. But this is only the perspective of ordinary things. If you look past the appearance and look directly at the roots of all things, Ryan will suddenly find that everything he has done is actually of extremely limited use. The world is both material and spiritual, and more importantly, in a conceptual sense. What he just did destroyed its material structure at best, and even reflected on its roots. The impact on Hades was not as severe as imagined. It will be traumatizing, but only traumatizing. Stop. What on earth are you going to do? An angry shout interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Not far away, the broken-armed Pluto looked at this strange god incomprehensibly. The strength of the opponent was simply unimaginable. He had just tried to stop it once, but the sword light almost wiped out his arm without stopping and then continued to tear apart the earth. You can't destroy the underworld just like you can't kill me. Your behavior will make the whole world angry, just like Typhon, the king of demons who also wanted to destroy the world. You dash. No, we're different. Interrupting, Ryan raised his head and looked at Hades in front of him, and his originally clueless thoughts were instantly picked up. He needs a way that can directly harm the roots of the world. This is something that cannot be achieved by simply destroying the material structure. But looking at Pluto with his broken arm at this moment, Ryan suddenly understood. Therefore, from the former point of view, since this mysterious existence dares to call himself such a person, it means that he is really, as he said, self-existing and eternally existing. The world has given the gods authority and strength, but he is born with it. The world can deprive the gods of their divine power, but they remain eternal. Athena didn't know if the original gods were like this, but even if they were, with the example of Gaia in front of them, not everyone would have such abilities. From the latter point of view, such an existence that transcends the gods naturally does not need to use others to prove his dignity, because he himself is the source of everything. "Excuse me, Your Excellency." With a slight smile, Athena bowed calmly. She was a little shocked but more cautious. No one would show kindness to a strange being for no reason. If so, there must be some purpose. "It doesn't matter. Things you are born with cannot prove anything. Let me just talk about you." The ink marks appeared and disappeared much faster than before. Athena's heart moved slightly. Maybe the master behind the writing was not idle either. He was doing something, and now he finally had some free time. This is a false world, but it contains a relatively real destiny. But now, all of this has been swept into the pile of old papers and can no longer be realized. "So, what do you want me to do about getting out of here? What do you want me to do?" Still smiling, the bright-eyed goddess asked easily. "It's not difficult to leave here. What's important is what's here. I was thinking about this problem before, but your actions now reminded me. This world is fake, but its original trajectory is real, which means that its existence is a real history that should have been realized and recognized by Khaos itself, just like its trajectory is still recognized by Khaos as destined." The handwriting paused again, and then appeared one by one. Only this time, the strokes of Mohen seemed to have an inexplicable meaning. "I will destroy this world, Athena, not long after. The sacred mountain will disintegrate, and the world will disappear. And what you need to do is to use this artifact as a medium to use this non-existent history to achieve the birth of the history of time. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 265 Black Rain. Mount Olympus, Athena's circular library. The brief exchange before had come to an end, and the palace fell into silence again, with only the sound of dripping wax oil occasionally being heard. Ancient books are floating in the air, and a halo of light that is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye shrouds the bookshelf. Information is interacting, as if something is being absorbed and spliced. When the will of its true master departed, the artifact fell back into Athena's control. At this moment, under her control, the contents recorded in the library documents were extracted, filtered, and pieced together under the power of authority. No matter what she does next, it will not affect Athena's understanding of the past of this world. What's more, after the previous conversation, the goddess's emphasis on these documents has also increased by more than one level. After understanding what she was going to do, Athena finally understood her current environment. This is a false world, but it carries a complete destiny that is recognized by the world. The reason why it turns fiction into reality is because her memory about the secret of the God King involves some terrible power. Therefore, everything here can be believed, but it cannot be completely believed. Of course, in this matter, Athena believed that she still had the ability to judge, and this was one of the benefits she could gain from this illusory trip. All the information she learns here is a preview of the future, which can allow Athena to make more correct choices in the future, or avoid many avoidable troubles, like Hermes, Hebe, the Golden Apple, and Hephaestus. It's really annoying. After checking bit by bit, as the artifacts were organized, the past of this world gradually appeared in front of Athena. Naturally, her first concern was matters related to the gods. After all, in the Third Age, even if the current world has been suppressed until now, it is the gods who have decided the direction of this world. So Athena will definitely pay more attention to this, especially those gods who have not heard of it in reality. First, there was the young god whom he had met before, then the daughter of Hera who had not yet been born in reality, the goddess of youth Hebe, and the only son of Hera, the god of craftsmen Hephaestus. Athena was in a good mood at first, but what she didn't expect was that as she looked at it, she actually found her own record. Although the literature is unclear, it probably only says, after the god of craftsmen was betrayed by his wife, he failed to woo the goddess of wisdom who came to forge weapons, and the essence fell on the earth, and Erecthonius was born. But just thinking about it, Athens Nadu knew that the process would not be that simple. Sprinkle the essence on the earth in public. Let's think about another record in the literature. The god of craftsmen covered his wife and lover who had an affair with a golden net, and then summoned the gods to watch. In reality, he should have already been born. It's better to stay away from him in the future. Making a decision secretly, Athena thought it would be better to stay away from this god, who had some unique hobbies. If he insists on coming, then his artifact is no joke. However, the value of these historical contents increased again in her heart. Just like what this god of craftsmen did, although it was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting. Athena felt that if such a scene happened in reality, she would be disgusted by it for at least 1,000 years. The golden and red robe shaken out at dawn gradually faded away, and the scorching sun was hanging high in the sky. While Athena was still browsing quietly in her library, on the top of Mount Olympus, the banquet of the gods had just begun. Perhaps because he felt that he had just threatened the gods and would soon show off his force again, the god king seemed to have a much gentler attitude now. Muses who are good at song, dance, and art danced in the hall, and the cupbearers of the gods poured out the fountain of youth from their own golden cups. At the invitation of Hermes, Apollo even took out his lyre and played the accompanying music. For a time, the atmosphere on the sacred mountain was very harmonious. With a smile on his face, Zeus toasted a glass of wine to his goddess, and was naturally rejected. The god king was not surprised by this. After all, his previous order had already annoyed the other party. The cause of today's human war is the continuation of the conflicts between Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, but it has been escalated by the long-standing grievances between the gods. So Zeus just drank the glass of wine by himself, and then quietly looked at the feasting gods. The atmosphere was so harmonious, filled with joy and beauty, that the gods had long forgotten that wars were still breaking out in the world, and mortals were bleeding like rivers for their will. But there is nothing surprising about this. To the eternal gods, victory or defeat in the human world is both important and unimportant. Be it strength or face, to God they're just tools to make his life more comfortable. The god king wouldn't think too much about it, but for some reason, he always felt a vague sense of unreality. There was nothing wrong with everything in my memory, and what I saw in front of me was no different from usual times. But feeling his own power that was enough to pull up the earth and shake the world, a feeling of emptiness lingered in Zeus's heart. When did you get this feeling? It seems that today is the day. What today? Father God, please drink this cup to the full. A voice suddenly sounded from his side, and Zeus turned around. It turned out to be Hermes who had sent the message before. His favorite son never liked to call himself Your Majesty, but the god king felt quite good about it. If Zeus favored Apollo because he was the best among his descendants, then for Hermes, he simply found some happiness in him as a father after a long absence. Although the god king himself knew that as a cunning thief and protector of merchants, no one knew whether any of Hermes' words were sincere, he did not care. Because Zeus himself also knew very well why his other children were unwilling to get close to him. So he raised his glass again, and Zeus drank it down with a smile. It's nothing, my child. I just thought of the news you brought not long ago. Since this era, fewer and fewer true gods have been born in the world, and as a god king, there are always exceptions among my descendants. It is also a very rare thing for a new god to be born. Although it is indeed rare, this is all due to you, Father God. Under your governance, The gods have been restrained. The immortals no longer wreak havoc on the earth like they did in the previous two eras, and the mortal city-states have become more prosperous. Hermes put his right hand on his chest and said with a smile, "Perhaps this is the world's praise of your merits and recognition of your achievements. Ha ha ha, you're always so good at talking." He laughed out loud at his son's compliment, and the previous feeling of unreality was forgotten by the God King. Yes, as Hermes said, today's world is no longer the same as the previous two eras. The gods were in awe before the divine court, and he was the master of the sky and the earth, the king of all mortal kings. "Tell me, why did you come here? You couldn't just come here to compliment me." After a pause and laughter, Zeus asked. He had already made a decision in his heart. As long as it was nothing too extreme, he would agree to Hermes' request. However, unexpectedly, the young god did not ask for any benefits. "Actually, it's all about you, Father God. I was only halfway through conveying my will to the world, and I returned to the holy mountain due to an accident. Now, it's time for me to continue to complete my mission." Humans have a different concept of time than us. Hermes bent down again and said with a smile, "If we delay for a few more days, no one knows if another accident will happen." "Well, you're right." After thinking for a moment, Zeus had to admit that Hermes' words were right. So he waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave on his own. "Then go ahead, it's just a pity. If you take too long, you won't have the chance to witness the new god bowing to me." "No, Father God. Your power is so powerful and your character is as noble. I think I can see your supreme power even from far away in the world. May your reign be everlasting, King of the gods." With the last words left, the small wings of the flying shoes under Hermes' feet flickered slightly, and he immediately turned into a stream of light and moved away from the sacred mountain. The gods just glanced at it and paid no more attention to it. After all, as the messenger of the God King, the other party always came and went in such a hurry. So Hermes walked away like this, but as his back turned farther and farther away from the sacred mountain, a glimmer of joy suddenly flashed in the eyes of the young god. There is some suspicion, but Ryan has no evidence, because judging from the current situation of Zeus, it seems that he has not paid anything extra. So Ryan put this matter aside for the time being and focused on the ceremony. This is a ritual centered on the position of God King, and it is something that he cannot directly copy and use. What's more, as a creation that has been perfected by the world, it actually contains many deep-seated mysteries, and it was difficult for Ryan to see clearly for a while. He also needs some time to analyze the mystery and see what he can get from it, and what is the difference between this changed ritual and the original one. Yes, after devouring the illusory world, the original ritual also came into Ryan's hands. Comparing the two, what is the difference between them is what he is most concerned about. It just so happens that the positive and negative energy interface is still a while away from being stable, so it's time to find something to do for yourself. This journey has come to an end. Everything was dealt with and the matter was barely brought to an end, so as soon as his mind moved, Ryan's figure gradually blurred. He is still in a state of fugue, and his real body is still in the 5th level of the spiritual world, and now he is going back. But before leaving, he took one last look back at the place where the illusory world disappeared. At the end of everything, at the point where the illusory world was contained by the history of time, the God King who realized his own falsehood also understood the irreversibility of everything. But he still persisted until the end, until the moment when the world collapsed because he still had things to do. At that moment, he was infinitely weak because he almost lost all existence, but also infinitely powerful because he almost came into contact with the power of creation itself. Zeus did not have the same essence, so it was impossible for him to use this power. However, with the indirect influence, he still saw Ryan's existence and finally issued a warning. It was passed on to another self, following the connection between the two Zeus in the underworld. Under the final influence of the creation power, his warning was indeed spread, but it was not completely spread because it was only an indirect influence after all, so the content directly pointing to Ryan himself was blocked. The Lord of the Little Soul Realm, Is he an outsider? Well, taken out of context, excerpted from Don't Take Things Out of Context. After smiling, Ryan's figure completely disappeared. As for how Zeus from the outside world would understand this warning, then he didn't know. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 269 Dream.
Night.
The destruction of the illusory world did not affect the real world, and the cold winter that came because of Demeter continued. The cold wind came from the north, and disputes and killings became more numerous. In order to compete for limited food, the conflict between man and beast and between man and man is becoming more and more intense. Only in such deep nights can a little piece of the past be restored. But this is only the human world. Nothing has changed in Olympus. There is no difference between day and night among the gods, and they will not lack food or clothing due to the cold winter. So, at this time, on the sacred mountain, the power of the gods shrouding their respective temples illuminates the night sky, just like the stars on the earth. As in the past, the immortal gods enjoyed everything they had, but this night, the gods were destined to find it difficult to rest at peace. Rumble. Late at night, a thunder suddenly exploded in the originally quiet night sky, alarming all living creatures inside and outside the sacred mountain. Thick clouds gathered, seeming to indicate that a heavy rain was about to fall. However, the climate on Mount Olympus has never been natural. Everything here is a reflection of the will of the gods. So for a while, figures flew out from all over the sacred mountain. Some were still disheveled, some were thinking about some gadgets brought back from the human world, and a few were awakened from their sleep. But those were only a few. Gods can sleep, but that is never a necessity. Only a very small number of gods do so, and tonight on Mount Olympus, none of the powerful gods spent time on this. This made them react very quickly, but they also missed a lot because when the illusory world was shattered, just like Hades' dream, some kind of invisible fluctuation spread. Everything that is illusory naturally needs an illusory carrier to bear it. Sleep is the best carrier, and this obviously has no chance with the gods who are always awake. Of course, this is actually not a big loss. After all, they do not have special identities and powers like Zeus, nor do they have special opportunities like some gods. Even if they can see something in dreams, it is probably only for a short period of time. They may not even know what happened, they only know that everything is destroyed, everything dies, and then nothing else. Swish. What happened, Hera? Were you with Zeus before? A red light flashed across Hestia's figure and then appeared in midair. She looked at the dark clouds in the sky and then at the palace on the top of the mountain. These days, the kitchen goddess has not been in a good mood. Hades snatched away Demeter's daughter, but this was the compensation given by Zeus when the other party gave up the position of god-king under the witness of the goddess. Hestia was happy about this at first, but she only asked for one condition, and the massacre between brothers was avoided. But what she didn't expect was that 1,000 years later, this condition would actually be used here. For a while, the goddess couldn't find a reason to stop the other party. After all, compared with Zeus's behavior, Hades's behavior was nothing at all. In addition, the disaster caused by Demeter's anger left people with no harvest, and she was even more troubled by it while feeling pity. If the problem cannot be solved fundamentally, it will not end. Therefore, Hestia couldn't help but feel a little annoyed under all the contradictions. All of this is inseparable from Zeus, and now the other party not only does not make any efforts for this, but also has time to summon thunder and lightning in the middle of the night. I don't know about that. I haven't been with Zeus very often recently, and he doesn't seem to want me to be around him. Came over in the same hurry. Facing the eldest sister's inquiry, Hera said expressionlessly, "You also know what kind of person he is. Why would he want to keep me, an eyesore, around when he is enjoying life?" Speechless, Hestia now had an even bigger headache. Except for some unknown reason, Zeus seemed to have no interest in the god of beauty, and his pursuit of pleasure never stopped. It's just that those who did not bear him any children are often not known to anyone. The god in charge of marriage has the most failed marriage. Hestia shook her head slightly and gave Hera a comforting look. But opposite her, the queen didn't have much reaction. As time went by, she got used to it. Most of the gods were like this anyway. As long as no more illegitimate children pop up and don't go to the mortal world to mix with mortals, Hera can only let it go. While the two were talking, more gods appeared in midair, and they were all alarmed by the power of Zeus. However, the gods had no clue about the thunder that the god king suddenly summoned. But soon, with the arrival of the west wind god, the gods stopped discussing. "It seems that Zeus asked you to inform us?" Hestia asked first, looking at the visitor. "Yes, your majesty invites you." Bowing slightly, Zephyros said respectfully. Even though things are different now, when facing the kitchen goddess, he still pays homage to her as usual. At the same moment, on the top of the sacred mountain, on the throne in the center of the hall, Zeus frowned. Just after waking up, and after subconsciously releasing his power, he ordered Zephyros to summon the gods and prepare to explain what just happened. But strictly speaking, he himself is not very clear about the whole story. Is it an omen or something else? What are those vague words talking about? Although on the surface, Zeus, like the gods, has always been awake. In fact, it is his true body that is still sleeping in Asgard, and those who have been walking outside recently have been just his incarnations. And the reason why the god king deliberately avoids Hera recently is not for fun. After all, an incarnation does not have this ability. In fact, it was inevitable that someone would discover that the god king's true form was missing, so he deliberately avoided long-term contact with others. In this case, the long-sleeping body suddenly fell into a dream, as if a real scene was playing out in his sleep. The big hand that covered the sky, Athena who fought with him for some reason, and finally everything in the world turned into a book and was held in someone's hand. All of this seemed so real in the dream that Zeus woke up immediately. He didn't even distinguish between reality and fantasy, and subconsciously activated his own power. Mount Olympus is okay, but Asgard is probably in a mess right now. A precognitive dream, or something else? And Athena would do something to me, why? Zeus frowned, a little confused. He asked himself, even if this was a sign of the future as God King, why would Athena be his enemy? If it's because of Métis or something, then it's really unlikely. In any case, the two generations of wisdom goddesses have never even met each other. The only connection between them is blood, but she is also the other half of the blood. With the ties of blood canceling each other out, it seemed like he hadn't done anything worthy of her hatred. So, thinking of this, the God King couldn't help but make a guess. Perhaps Athena in that dream was influenced by outside influences. Because when the dream ended, a memory from the past also surfaced and reflected in Zeus's mind. That was the other self he vaguely saw on the day of the acquisition ceremony. Powerful, invincible, surrounded by gods, the center of the world. That self is Zeus' ideal perfection. He seemed to be saying something, but Zeus couldn't hear it at the time, but hundreds of years later, it became so clear. Be careful of the Lord. He is an outsider. The voice was so urgent, with a hint of fear and despair. For a moment, the emotion in that tone seemed to be transmitted to Zeus's heart. Would you feel scared even if you are so powerful? For a time, the confidence originally brought about by the surge in strength was once again suppressed a little. And the matter with Athena has become acceptable. It is difficult to understand that Athena is his enemy, but it is even harder to understand that the world will be destroyed, so the cause of the former is probably the potential influence of the latter. But what does this Lord of refer to, and what does outsider mean? Lord of darkness? Lord of hell? Lord of the spirit world? It seems that except for hell, the remaining two are ancient gods born at the beginning of the creation of the world, and that hell seems to be related to the abyss. The existence of hell was just fleeting, and Zeus was not really impressed by it. The other party seems to have some need for mortal souls, but it doesn't seem like the kind of existence that aims to destroy the world. My thinking went into a dead end for a while, as if there was no similar existence among the things I knew. As for whether the dream itself is fake, shaking his head slightly. Although it was just a dream, the more Zeus thought about it, the more unusual it became. How could the gods suddenly have such a real and dark dream? This may be a warning given to him by the laws of this world. But thinking of this, Zeus felt relieved a little. Now that the world itself has noticed all this and even given an early warning, it proves that this is not impossible to deal with. Just like when he faced Odin's remnants, fate has always been on his side. So, not long after, when the gods entered the palace, Zeus's expression was as calm as usual. Without waiting for them to ask, the god king sat on the throne and said first, "Everyone, it is indeed an accident to make such a noise in the middle of the night, but it is not without reason. Because just now, I received a prophecy. In the human world, the city of Eleusis. What happened on the sacred mountain did not affect this mortal city, and it was even more prosperous than before. At a time when most people are suffering from hunger and cold, there is such a country that not only has not been harmed, but has repeatedly had good harvests. This is undoubtedly a great attraction to surrounding countries. For a time, the reputation of Eleusis began to spread, and word gradually spread about this country in a remote area of the human world, and with it the existence of the goddess of agriculture. Mortals do not know that their disasters were caused by Demeter. Even if a few people guessed this, they would not dare to openly slander the reputation of the gods. As a result, more and more temples were built to worship the god of agriculture, and a large number of mortals came to pray to the goddess for a good harvest. However, on this day, with a flash of void, two young figures appeared on a hill outside the city. They overlooked this human city and looked at the night market that was still brightly lit even at night. Here, primitive trade has sprouted, and humans from other city-states have come here one after another, exchanging food and hoping to meet the true god who has come to the world. Of course, Demeter had no time to see them. Since she revealed her true form, only Triptolemus could see the goddess' true face. If nothing unexpected happens, this situation will continue until Demeter leaves here. But obviously, in the eyes of the Eros twins, something will happen here soon. Do you think this city will still exist for a while? Sitting on a boulder, Eros swayed her calves and chatted. After confirming that Poseidon was not in the wrong place, they arrived here in advance through the spirit world. While waiting for the Neptune Emperor, I couldn't help but feel a little bored. It should be possible. They might fight, but they probably won't use their divine power. After all, Demeter should know very well that even if she uses divine power, she will not be Poseidon's opponent. In this case, she should not resist needlessly. After all, this is not the first time. He casually guessed that Volos was not just talking casually. Before coming, he had already learned about the past of this agricultural goddess. When Persephone was born to Zeus, she did not resist too fiercely, and there should be no surprises this time. TSK, come to think of it, do we look like evil villains now? Nodding, Eros acknowledged the other party's statement. But recalling what she had done along the way, Eros couldn't help but smile. At most half of him, there's nothing wrong with being a villain. But then again, it's not like we summoned the cold winter, nor are we in a human palace. Well, that's called fishing, right? It's a really strange term. After curling his lips, Volos still remembered this incomprehensible word. But fortunately, the language of the spirit world expresses both sounds and meanings, so even if he doesn't know where the word comes from, he can still understand its meaning. In short, that's it. The human queen is certainly stupid, but this agricultural goddess is not that smart either. After clapping his hands, there was already movement coming from the sky, and the blue light was getting closer and closer. Volos stopped chatting and said calmly, "Okay, let's just let the villain be the villain. This Poseidon flies really slowly. Just wait a little for the mortal arrow. It shouldn't last long." All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 270 Dusk. High in the sky, the divine light flew past, heading straight for Eleusis from a distance. At this moment, Poseidon, who was struck by the golden arrow, had nothing in his heart but his burning love for Demeter. He couldn't stand any waiting, so Poseidon did not conceal his whereabouts at all, but flew openly towards the great temple in the north of the city. It was the first temple built by the people of Eleusis for the goddess of agriculture, and it was also the largest temple to date. In other words, only a small part of its core has been repaired, and other parts are still being expanded. As for why such an important building was built outside the city instead of in the city, it was mainly because the city center was already occupied by the royal palace. Naturally, the abode of gods cannot give way to human beings, but it would take too long to bulldoze the palace. So, in the north of the city, people chose a better location and planned to expand the city of Eleusis around it. In the new royal capital in the future, the original city will be transformed into the Nanchung district, and the temple will be the real center. King Helios had no objection to this, but actually agreed with it. So, unknowingly, a certain unspoken rule passed down from later generations was set at this time. Although few later cities built temples in the center, Nanchung did become a place where the upper class lived. Over time, this has become a customary culture. Of course, future generations are still far away, but at the moment, mortals who are no longer worried about famine are building large-scale construction projects to build a symbol of the goddess of agriculture on Earth. Tens of thousands of people gather here, working day and night on the ground and on the dome of the building, changing this magnificently designed temple every day. Until today, a tall blue-haired god came from the south and crashed through the temple wall directly from the sky. He headed towards the place where Demeter's aura was. For a moment, the auras of the gods collided with each other, and Poseidon's laughter spread in all directions. Even though the two gods had scruples and did not really use the power of the gods, the holy power of the demigod level had already been tilted out. It was almost just a meeting, and there was no direct conflict between the two gods themselves. The invisible pressure had already made the nearby craftsmen almost breathless. Some of those working at high places even fell straight down, splashing with blood after a few muffled sounds. "Haha, my sister, it's been such a long time. You are still so beautiful, or rather, you are getting more and more beautiful." Not paying any attention to the mortals who were in the way, Poseidon strode into the inner hall. Volos's golden arrow did make him feel strong love, but it would not completely change his character. The Poseidon will only express love in his own way, instead of taking the words of the goddess of agriculture as a guideline. And obviously Poseidon's emotional expression couldn't be clearer. "As long as it's what I want, I have to grab it." "Poseidon? What are you doing here?" He was shocked at first, and then calmed down. Demeter, who was resting, couldn't help but frown at her brother's rudeness. She had noticed the movement outside. Because of Poseidon's arrival, the temple she had not built was stained with blood. The goddess didn't care so much about the lives of ordinary craftsmen, but the other party's behavior made her embarrassed. "There's no light on it. Are you here to lobby for Zeus? Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I have only one request from beginning to end, and that is to let Hades return Persephone." The tone was cold and hard. Before, the pleasure in the human world had once relieved the boredom in the goddess of agriculture's heart, but the arrival of Poseidon reminded her of this again. Not only is it a matter of her daughter, but also of herself. She has always been ignored by these brothers who are extremely powerful in combat. Zeus is like this, Hades is like this, Poseidon is like this. Immersed in her own emotions, Demeter waved her hand, indicating that Poseidon could leave. She had been very relaxed recently, so she didn't notice Poseidon's increasingly obsessed eyes. The goddess of agriculture obviously did not expect that someone would dare to do anything to her in this stall where she caused a natural disaster. But soon, the goddess knew that she was wrong, because Poseidon not only did not leave, but even approached her with a smile. "You are overthinking, my sister. Why am I here to persuade you? What does Zeus's matter have to do with me? Humans on the sea only need to catch fish to survive. The one who really made me come here is obviously you." Shocked, Demeter looked up sharply, but what came into her eyes was the face of Poseidon very close at hand. Looking at the other party's fiery eyes, she didn't know what the other party was going to do. In a panic, the goddess of agriculture couldn't help but change her figure and immediately turned into a stream of light and flashed out of the palace. Is this another chase and escape game? But where can you escape? You have to run faster, ha ha ha. Laughing, Poseidon flew away in pursuit. As a result, a large hole was opened in the dome of the main hall again. In the eyes of the people of Eleusis City, they saw only two halos of light, one brown and one blue, piercing the sky. What was left behind was a mess on the ground. When the gods leave, the original pressure also disappears. After a while, two figures quickly ran from the direction of the city. They were King Khaos and his eldest son Triptolemus. They were all alarmed by the aura that erupted here in an instant, but when they came here, they only saw the dead bodies that had fallen from high places, the injured who were not dead yet moaning and groaning, and the craftsmen who survived the disaster. Temple with broken top. What's going on here? Standing on the messy ground, Khaos looked solemn. Upon his inquiry, someone around him quickly stood up and told him what had just happened. Father. After hearing the whole story, Triptolemus turned to look at Khaos. He vaguely noticed that a trace of sadness flashed across the face of the king of Eleusis, but he knew that it was not because of the dead and injured craftsmen. It doesn't matter. You can stay here. No matter what happens, you are the patriarch chosen by the goddess and her spokesperson in the world. You should put the goddess's affairs first, and everything else is just a sideshow. Khaos spoke calmly, knowing what the eldest son meant, but he just signaled the people around him to obey the prince's instructions. And he turned around and walked towards the old city. Don't worry about her affairs. Just let me handle everything. I will arrange everything quickly and quietly, just like Demophon. Silent, looking at his father's retreating back, Triptolemus was speechless for a moment. Ahem. What the hell is this? It's more powerful than Hestia's divine fire. Golden light flashed, and accompanied by a cough, Helios' figure quickly moved away from a dark red interface. In Tartarus, in order to avoid getting lost, those interfaces from shallow to deep are the best guideposts along the way. However, the aura of the sun god was a little uncertain at the moment, as if he had suffered some serious injuries. Some burn marks were revealed on his body, which were obviously injuries caused by some kind of flame. This is not because he encountered any disaster that was not even his opponent with powerful divine power. The main reason was that in this place, Helios instinctively did not want to use too much strength. The former Titan god Khaos was imprisoned here.
Who knows where he is now?
Therefore, without noticing it, he could not help but suffer a slight injury. But even so, this is very scary. In the past, Helios believed that there were only two most powerful flames in the world. One was the spiritual fire that forged the sun chariot, and the other was the protective fire held in the hands of the kitchen goddess. But now, he saw another flame that contained pure destructive power. It exists in the 303rd layer of the Abyss interface that Helios saw. It is also one of the few worlds that already looks relatively complete. It was filled with lava and a special, pungent-smelling mineral that the sun god had never seen before. However, while it is more complete, that level also seems to be more explosive. Helios planned to get closer and take a look, but it directly triggered the instinctive reaction of the interface, so that the dark flame burst out from it, causing him to suffer a loss. Ahem, it's really troublesome. He coughed twice again, his breathing slowly calmed down, and the injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, these were just some flesh wounds, nothing to Helios. Just looking around, the sun god suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little out of position. Before, he kept going down along the arrangement of the abyss level, but now he seemed to be much further away. Shaking his head, Helios was about to return the same way, but the next moment, he suddenly stopped.
Just now, he seemed to hear something.
That sound. Is there life over there? His expression changed somewhat. In Helios' inherent knowledge, the abyss itself was lifeless. So, if there is any strange noise inside, it can only be an outsider. Either it was the Titan god Khaos who was once imprisoned, or it was Gaia who entered this place. One is what he wants to avoid, the other is what he is looking for. Go over and have a look before we talk. After hesitating for a moment, Helios made a decision. He immediately restrained his breath and flew in the direction of the sound. If it's the Earth Mother, that would be perfect. But if it's that former colleague, although I don't know what he thinks of his former half-traitor, the sun god feels that the best way to deal with it is not to meet him at all. Buzz. Deep in the chaotic space and time, the sun god vaguely sensed the place where the sound came from. Unlike the calm outside Tartarus, here the war has been going on for many years. Although the nine hells floated to the surface on the level of time and space, avoiding the ending of being completely enveloped by the abyss, this did not affect the Serpent of the Circle and the Mother of Demons at all. After all, since the beginning, the place where they fought was outside hell, and Moya would not be allowed to enter the noisy tunnel in person. At this moment, these two beings who uphold the power of the world are still confronting each other in the void. The transcendent power collided together, which was a different kind of confrontation between the forces of the two worlds. However, compared to the beginning, the demon mother no longer simply used her body. Just like every innate god, although Moya seemed a little unfamiliar with her own power at the beginning, she soon followed her instincts and gradually mastered the permissions temporarily given to her by the abyss. She has never controlled space, but under the authority of Tartarus, she can shake the time and space of the abyss and perceive many traps created by the opponents in front of her. She did not understand what erosion and assimilation were before, but her transformation from a titan to the mother of demons is a manifestation of this authority. So, at this moment, in the void not far from the nine hells, the figure of the snake in the ring has long disappeared, and there are only layers of time and space bubbles swirling around. But if you look carefully, you can find that in the uncertain space and time of life and death, the dark halo is constantly spreading. Further away, Moya's huge body was standing there, and the power that infected time and space seemed to be emanating from her body. The two forces competed with each other in a place invisible to ordinary people. The aftermath of the attack and defense caused the strings of space to stir, constantly emitting various buzzing sounds. This situation has been going on for a long time. Even if she has the backing of the entire abyss, perhaps because of some inherent laws, Moya is not the king of the abyss, so the power she can mobilize naturally has its limits. There was no progress, let alone defeating the opponent. But looking at this scene, Moya was not anxious at all. She admitted that in terms of a use of power, she was far inferior to this ancient snake of unknown origin, but after the madness, when she had just woken up was vented, the demon mother already understood the current situation. She may not be able to defeat the snake in the ring, and the abyss may not be able to collapse the nine hells with its own oppression, but the lives in purgatory are absolutely unable to resist the 6 abyss demon gods that invaded. This is an absolute gap in the background of the two sides. Approaching the peak of great divine power, even if hell was divided, Muspelheim, the kingdom of fire, made up for his shortcomings. Although Moya could only mobilize a very small part of it, she could still sense the true power of Tartarus. Invincible, all the gods on Earth together were far from his opponent. So time is on her side. As long as she waits quietly, she will eventually get what she wants. Boom. What looked like a tentacle protruded from the layered body and struck an abyss in the distance. The irritability in his heart finally eased slightly, and Moya forced himself to continue calming down. Yes, although she has seen the situation clearly and used her own reason to analyze the most favorable situation, the demon mother still has a desire for destruction in her heart. This is not only due to her dissatisfaction with the status quo after waking up, but also the impact of the chaotic side of the abyss. The reason why Moya was able to resist a little instead of becoming as mindless as those demon gods was thanks to his innate immortal nature. But this is just treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. After all, the current demon mother is the first creature of the abyss, and the power of Khaos is indistinguishable from her. She could suppress her emotions, of course, but that would be like trying to contain a flood with a mound of earth. Although there is no Dayu in the world of Khaos to tell the gods that blocking is worse than spacing, Moya can still feel that he is increasingly unable to contain the violence in his heart. This was especially true after the ring snake no longer collided head-on with her. I really want something to break out of this boring world. Thoughts flashed through my mind, but looking around, there was no other life here. So, like every time before, Moya couldn't help but fall into imagining the past and future. Although she now possesses such powerful power, she now misses the past days more and more. At that time, she still had a clear singing voice, a graceful figure, and a touching beauty. She had also imagined that her partner should be a god as powerful, considerate, and handsome as her heavenly father. They would give birth to wise and talented goddesses instead of monsters more twisted than a 100-armed giant. But now there is nothing. Waking up from the memory of the past, Moya gritted his teeth. The desire to destroy everything rose up in her heart again, so this time, the demon mother simply followed this desire and imagined the future in the near future. When the 6 demon gods break through the resistance of this world, and when the existence in front of her loses the blessing of interface power, she will tear him apart herself and then destroy the world. At that time, Tartarus will no longer stop her from entering the present world, and even as a reward, he will most likely retain the power to bless her. At that time, I can use this supreme divine power to blast open the door to the spiritual world, drag that damn Ryan out of it, and hang him in the middle of the world, so that everyone can witness his miserable state. It's just a matter of defeating a sun god with the help of the power of an artifact. To Moya now, what does Hyperion's former power mean? Well, when that day comes, I'd better find a way to reshape my divine body and return it to its past beauty, and then leave this ugliest body behind for everyone I once hated to enjoy it. One time, Acronis, Oceanus, none of you can escape. Immersed in the beautiful fantasy, Moya felt as if the desire for destruction in her heart had been vented a little. This was not the first time she had done this. Without a way to vent directly, imagining how to cut Ryan into pieces has almost become her daily reservation project, and shaping the perfect image of herself in the future is another. In this chaotic and lightless abyss, this was the only way she could enjoy herself. After all, although victory is destined, it should take a while. In her perception, 4 of the 6 demon gods have penetrated deep into the 2nd level of the 9 hells. This progress is already very fast, but it still seems far away. Not nearly enough. Click. Suddenly awakened and thinking, Moya's 12 eyes hidden under his body suddenly observed the surrounding scene. Just imagine, she can't make any accidents at this most critical moment, especially this ancient snake. The mother of demons knows very well that if she accidentally lets the other party go, it will be very difficult for those who invade hell. For the devil, it is simply a disaster. Just like the other party didn't dare to let her enter the 9 hells in person, Moya could never give the other party a chance to leave. However, after observing carefully for a while, she found nothing wrong. The opponent's power is still strong. With the blessing of the power of the abyss, there is no possibility of escape in person. But in this case, where did the voice just come from? Turning his sight slightly, Moya looked towards the position near the void in front of him. There was still nothing, as if the other party was deliberately using it to disturb her. The 12 eyes suddenly opened wide and stared at the void. Moya seemed to have discovered something. There seemed to be something in the gap between time and space, and with the power given by Tartarus, traces of the shield that she had never been able to see through appeared. Vaguely, she seemed to see 2 figures there. One is female, with a slim and graceful figure and an attractive appearance. If Moya himself is conceptually ugly, then the other person is materially beautiful. With just one glance, a kind of anger and thoughts of destroying the other party spread in the heart of the demon mother. However, the thought only just arose, and then disappeared without a trace. Because the next moment next to that figure, she saw another being who was thinking about him day and night. Familiar appearance, familiar expression, familiar power. and he was holding the figure's waist, as if he was watching the battle. Ryan? His eyes widened in disbelief, and a look of astonishment emerged from them. Moya never expected that he could actually see him here, and how could he dare to appear in front of him now? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 270, For the Manifestation of Evil. It's finally about to begin. If it drags on any longer, this guy's divine body will probably be completely wiped out. It will take him thousands of years to cultivate. But at this juncture, without him, I can't stop these things. In the second level of hell, in a hidden high place, Mephistopheles holds a silver mirror. Of course, he is still in the nine hells and has never really participated in this battle. After all, as a promoted mortal, he is not the slightest bit different from those innate gods. If he wants to be truly familiar with how to be a godlike being, Mephisto still has a lot to complete. For example, the simplest one is that he still doesn't have anything that can be called authority. Although the second level of hell brought him strength, it didn't stop there. Compared to the weather god who brought his own dry food, this place is still in the original state of the interface and is completely different from the other layers. Looking towards the battlefield in the distance, further away, in the center of the interface, violent vibrations and roars occurred one after another. Khaos was still resisting, but the aura on his body had already weakened for a long time. Obviously, although relying on the characteristics of the innate gods, Khaos continued to repair the damage that seemed to be fatal. This recovery was not without cost. Once he exceeds a certain limit, he will be like the former sun god Hyperion. His body will be damaged, his consciousness and strength will be lost, and he will be forced to return to the symbol of his priesthood. At that time, only by waiting for a long time can he walk in the world in full glory again. Of course, unlike eternal sleep, although the power of gods in this state is greatly reduced, they are not unable to interfere with the outside world. But if he falls into this situation at the enemy's current juncture, then he obviously won't be able to hold off those demon gods any longer. Yes, let's start. Your method should be effective. Quietly, a voice came from all around Mephistopheles. However, there was nothing around the devil at the moment. The so-called sound was rather like the sound produced by the spontaneous friction of air under natural conditions. But obviously, it is impossible for nature to make such an anthropomorphic sound, so it must be made by a thinking being. And vaguely, Mephisto also heard a trace of strange emotions. Well, the devil understands this. He didn't have the ability to see through the interface, and he didn't know how ugly the demon mother was. Now he knows, and he feels deeply sorry for his boss about this matter. But there was no way. If he could take the place, then he would have fallen in love himself. Well, Mephistopheles had to admit that in his heart, he actually didn't really want to fall in love. Ahem, Your Majesty, this is confirmed by you personally, and it is also the best way at present. In any case, we are still lacking in terms of hard power. With a slight cough, the excellent employee expressed helplessness when faced with the boss's questioning, but he still defended seriously. If possible, who wouldn't want to simply push it directly? However, he has repeatedly confirmed that the current hard power of the 9 prisons is indeed far less than that of the Abyss, and it is impossible to ask for foreign aid. Yes, in fact, from the beginning, Mephistopheles had no intention of fighting against Tartarus on his own. His initial suggestion was to go to the world in person and lobby the gods in the name of the Lord of 9 Hells, such as the Titans who were rumored to have escaped from the world, or the original sea gods who had to take shelter next to Poseidon because the main god was asleep.
Gods.
There are quite a few such gods. He even learned some things from Asmodeus. For example, it seems that his boss still has some connections in the human world. For example, the god of skylight and the goddess of day are the hidden ancient gods that Mephistopheles has almost never heard of in the real world. So, if he could find some helpers, today's situation should be much better. But in the end, his idea was rejected by the Lord of 9 Hells. because only the master of the interface can see that when the abyss and hell collide for the first time, any force that does not belong to the world that tries to intervene will only be attacked by the forces of both sides at the same time. After all, in essence, the two are one. It doesn't matter if they are artifacts, after all, they do not have their own consciousness, but if gods from the outside enter them, their fate can be imagined. Therefore, with hard power outmatched and outside forces unable to intervene, Mephistopheles had no choice but to use his wisdom on some sideways methods. He proposed several ideas to the Lord of the Nine Hells, some radical and some moderate, but what he didn't expect was that the one with the lowest success rate in his opinion was ultimately chosen. The key to success lies in whether, as you said, you can make the mother of demons lose most of her mind. Halfway through, Mephistopheles immediately fell silent. As for the relationship between the Lord of Nine Hells and the monsters in the outside world, and how he knew how to arouse her anger when the other party was just born, Mephistopheles didn't know, and he didn't intend to know. He is only responsible for giving opinions. Such important matters related to the rise and fall of a world must ultimately be decided by the real master of the 9 prisons. The voice was silent for a moment, but Mephistopheles could still feel some eyes focused on him. After a while, the air shook slightly, and the sound that seemed to come from the world itself sounded around him again. You're talking about me being the one who really makes the decision, and this is the most likely way to succeed. You have done a good job. If everything goes well, after this battle, you'll truly become the lord of the 2nd level of hell. As for the subsequent affairs in the human world, if you can still handle it well, then I will give you another reward. The voice has calmed down, and the strange feeling in the words just now seems to be just an illusion. That's right. He shouldn't be so worried about a loss that is innocuous to the Realm Master. If other coping methods are used, the risk will be relatively high, or the origin of the 9 hells will be severely damaged in the end. If this trick doesn't work, let's talk about it later. This time, when the sound ended, a certain will was completely removed from this space. Obviously, facing the terrible pressure of Tartarus, the Lord of the 9 hells who is going all out could not be distracted. He couldn't mobilize more power at all, and he was not even willing to temporarily descend an incarnation here to speak. Feeling the departure of the mysterious gaze, Mephisto breathed a sigh of relief, and then bowed gracefully to the void. It's time to begin, he whispered, but this time it was for his own ears. Since there are no additional changes, everything should naturally proceed as planned. The palm of his hand lit up slightly, and streams of divine power began to slowly pour into the silver mirror in his hand. In front of Mephistopheles, this artifact began to gradually revive. Note 1. Although he didn't know its name, the devil could still tell that it was a high-level artifact in the space field. But compared to the one that symbolizes time, its power is far inferior, and there is no possibility of being promoted to creation artifact, so it was born successfully early. Once upon a time, the goddess of law used it to watch the young Zeus, and the goddess of the moon also used it to defeat Hades. But now in Mephisto's hands, this artifact gradually started to flash. It was like a beacon, signaling its position outside the 9 hells. There was only one chance. Narrowing his eyes, Mephisto looked at the battlefield in the distance. Khaos was still being besieged by the 4 demons, and the one he was fighting at close range happened to be the 3 8-armed demons that the monarch had determined to kill without fail. At Mephisto's level, he didn't know what the essential differences were between these demon gods, and why only that one was included in the must-kill list. But as he just said, on such major matters involving the survival of a world, it is better to leave it to the real masters. Yeah, but in this case, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death in the end. Who made you choose it? But it doesn't matter. In hell, thousands of years are nothing, maybe tens of thousands of years? Who knows, as you said, I am not an immortal god. With a sincere sigh, Mephistopheles could actually understand what the other party was doing. Faced with a force control, an unkillable insect, or a self-destructive madman, although the 3 demon gods are also very powerful, they are stronger on paper, After all, not mechanically, and the opponent is huge. The body also helps Khaos use it as a barrier to avoid attacks from other demons. But regardless, he did inadvertently make the worst possible choice. As for why Khaos was not told all about the plan in advance, Mephistopheles said he didn't know. But since the Lord of Nine Hells did not express any objection to this, it must be that there must be a reason that he is not aware of. And the devil has no objection to this result. Buzz. The silver mirror buzzed. Under the constant infusion of Mephisto's power, it served as a beacon, and it seemed that it had finally communicated with something. Seeing this scene, Mephistopheles couldn't help but straighten his expression and raise the artifact in his hand high. The authority of the second world was drawn by him and added to the silver mirror in front of him. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, the devil said solemnly, "I would like to pay my respects to the snake in the ring, the giant python of the world, the source of all evil in the world. I ask for your power. Please come here." So the next moment, as if in response to his voice, the mirror flashed slightly. What followed was some kind of terrifying power, which began to flow out slowly one by one. Beyond the Nine Hells, the boundary between the abyss and purgatory, the uncertain space-time bubble exudes magnificent colors, like the most beautiful scenery in the world. However, what is revealed through its beautiful surface is the destructive power hidden underneath. The mighty forces of the two powerful beings collided here, but at this moment, the creation and death of time and space seemed to have stopped for a moment, and what followed was Moya's exclamation that echoed through the void. "Ryan, it's you. How could you be here?" The sharp sound caused the surrounding void to tremble. Looking at the two people in the distance, Moya was a little unbelievable. She even thought that it was just some kind of illusion, or that something had affected her mind. That can't be true. Maybe the existence on the other side is trying to use this method to interfere with itself. After all, in the gap between the collision of the two worlds, no outsider can get so close. No, this is still possible. Moya suddenly thought that at the end of the first era, the former Ryan had caused the two original gods who had troubled him to return without success. Naturally, she didn't believe that Ryan did it purely by his own strength. No one could transform from a weak divine power to a great one in one day, so it might be some kind of trickery. Just like he used a divine weapon to punish the ancient sun god who violated the rules, perhaps he also had some way to avoid the perception of the original god. As for why he could find him now, a hidden excitement rose in Moya's heart. Tartarus is the most powerful original god in the world, and the abyss is his body. Here, his power has risen to more than one level. In other words, the Nine Hells who share the same roots can fight against him to a certain extent. Otherwise, any original god in the outside world, even if he is more than one level of power stronger than Asmodeus, will never be able to fight against Tartarus in the abyss. Then in this case, it seems natural that I can see through Ryan's whereabouts with the help of his power. The huge body stretched out, and the hideous limbs were surrounded by terrible power. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, when the initial surprise and excitement faded, jealousy and anger began to rise in Moya's heart. One was the fuse that led to her current situation, and the other was so beautiful. For a moment, the desire for destruction in the heart of the demon mother could hardly be suppressed and was about to burst out. But at the moment when it was about to be vented, the reason protected by the immortal essence finally made Moya sober a little. She once again isolated the influence of the abyss and made a more normal judgment. She still needed to confirm it again. Simple guesses might not be right. So, in an instant, Moya's consciousness began to rise. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the former Titan spirit took the initiative to embrace Tartarus for the first time and connected to the vast and boundless great existence. The chaotic and disordered thinking instantly impacted the depths of her heart. The rationality of the orderly life made her extremely painful, but with the help of the power of the abyss, Moya looked at the two people in front of her again. This time, the scene in front of her really changed. How did they hide their true identity? However, as soon as the thought flashed through her mind, Moya suddenly discovered in pain that things seemed to be different from what she thought. It was not someone else who came in disguise, but that woman had a problem. Her beautiful appearance was actually fake. Under a certain authority, there was another ugly body lurking. As for the one next to her, yes, that was Ryan. The familiar power and the appearance that she still remembers, all of which proved the identity of the person who came. His judgment was not wrong, so in an instant, when he realized the situation in front of him, Moya couldn't help laughing.
Hey.
Ha 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 ha. A god who can weave beauty. She even used her authority to successfully deceive the cunning prophet. And this enemy that she had been thinking about day and night, is there anything better than this? No more. In fact, if you really want to talk about it, even if it is Ryan's evil side, the snake in the atrium does not really let the other party pretend to be himself to attract attention out of some evil taste. The fundamental reason is that the other party is irreplaceable. Both the other party and oneself have ownership of hell, which is easier to operate on the level of fate. The opponent's real body is also hell itself. The external divine body is not that important, so it will be closer in various aspects. Of course, the most important point is that it can't exert any power anyway, so it's better to play a little role here. After all, when all the power is used to resist the pressure of the abyss, the divine body naturally becomes an empty shell. Although his divine power is still there to some extent, the Lord of Nine Hells no longer has the energy to spare his consciousness to fight. Therefore, Asmodeus contributed it directly. Although he may not be able to come back, it is not a big problem. Although the new interface was born, it was as expected. The whole world was like a huge ceremony. In every battle that took place, the loser would be sacrificed to the winner. This is written in the abyss. The effect of the rules of sacrifice in hell is also the manifestation of the authority represented by the abyss demon god. There was no response, but the sound continued. Because the rules of this new interface seem reasonable, but there are some problems. It will suppress part of the god-level power, which is also to protect the stability of its own structure. Therefore, non-god life may be the main body of the battle there in the future, but are there non-gods in the abyss now? Some. Said with certainty, the ancient snake looked at the place where his blow flew out just now, which was also the exit of hell. There is still a little stream of light flowing out, which is the leftover part of the demon gods after their death. Some of them were intercepted and would become part of the power of the Nine Hells as trophies in the future, but more escaped, which was also the final role of Tartarus power. If the demon god's life cannot be saved, then protecting one's wealth is the most important thing. At least now there is. Said again, Gushi looked away. The first confrontation between Purgatory and the Abyss is now over. Fraud. A sharp sound came from his body. The moment the power in hell broke out, Moya instantly understood that he had been deceived. Although until now, she still hasn't seen anything wrong with the beings she captured, the fact is already very clear. It must be a fake. They had deceived him in some way and played her around, but he was still complacent just now. With red eyes glowing and blood surging on her body, Moya looked at the world that was forming, and she rushed towards it violently. She wanted to destroy this creation. It was simply proof of her shame. Even if she had to pay some price, she would strangle this fragile little thing in her infancy. However, beyond Moya's expectation, no one came to stop her. She rushed to the edge of the gradually drying space-time bubble and crashed into the new world. Boom! The roar sounded, and the strong vibration made Moya dizzy for a moment. She was a little surprised. How could her strength be damaged by such a small interface prototype? This should be impossible. But it doesn't matter, under such a blow, it must have been. How come? Surprised and puzzled, in front of Moya, the small prototype of the world did not suffer much damage. It was just knocked out of position, and then there was no change. Everything in front of her still seemed to be mocking the demon mother's powerlessness, and waves of rage surged into her heart. This time, Moya seemed to have forgotten that there were enemies around her. She stared at the prototype of the interface and struck on it with her limbs. Boom! A dull sound echoed, but the result was still harmless. But unlike before, Moya saw clearly the reason why all this happened. Her originally unrivaled power was erased the moment it hit the interface, or to be more precise, the power of the abyss that was temporarily blessed on her to destroy hell disappeared out of thin air. And this is not because of anything else, but because of ownership of this new world. This is not an independent realm like the abyss and hell, but the same existence as the 9 levels in purgatory and the multi-layered structure in the abyss. It was not born by itself, but was constructed from 2 opposite but homologous worlds. It doesn't belong entirely to one or the other, so the rules of both worlds are reflected here. But this has the consequence that it can also be considered part of the abyss. When the king of gods in this world destroys the world itself, what he encounters is only a weakening of power. But Moya is not the king of the abyss. Her seemingly powerful power will only exist when facing hell, even if those demon gods who were born later were actually not affected by her power. This was reflected as early as the beginning. During the time when he had just regained consciousness, Moya subconsciously attacked other demon gods out of fear and anger, but the result was obvious that they were not actually harmed. This power does not belong to her, and it is not even as stable as the authority of the God King. She is a user, not an owner. Brush. Moya was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do, but the world would not stop because of her. The sound of things moving came from the entrance to hell, and in the blink of an eye, streams of light spewed out from it. Those are the origins of demons that have not been intercepted. They overflow under the protection of the power of the abyss and fall like raindrops. The giant snake that was guarding the door opened its mouth when it saw this, and a terrifying suction force came from inside. Stop.
Boom.
Failure is inevitable, and Moya has already felt the abyss's disappointment to her. It is conceivable that after the first collision between the 2 worlds ended, the power that was temporarily added to her would never come back. Perhaps at that time, Tartarus will use his own method to select a real king in the abyss, or a prince who does not have such great ruling power, but this has nothing to do with Moya. So she tried to save something for herself at the last moment, even if it was not very useful. So another battle broke out here, but everyone knew that it would not last long and was just the last remnant of this dispute. Level 303-7 Abyss, near a volcano crater. The sun god Helios is standing here, looking at the place where the image was originally reflected by the flames. With the death of the Hokage demon god, the connection between them was cut off. But even though the arrow that shot through the air passed through the image, it was still imprinted in Helios's heart. Of course, the so-called arrow has always been a metaphor, and it actually has no connection or similarity with the real arrow. But no matter what, the power contained in it is real. There is actually a force that is hostile to him in the abyss, and Khaos has joined it. Is this really the world of Khaos that I am familiar with? For a long time, the sun god whispered silently, then turned around and left without hesitation. This place was too scary. If there were just a few demons, he wouldn't be able to defeat them, but he could still run away. After all, they didn't look very smart. Before, he was only afraid of Khaos because he couldn't outrun him and would probably be blocked by him in the abyss. But if he faced that life or object that released such terrifying power, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Flying out of the 303-7 layer abyss, Helios flew quickly in the direction he came from. He couldn't tell the direction in the abyss in the past, and now he still can't tell up, down, left, and right, but the existence of layers of interfaces in the void itself is the best road sign. However, not long after the sun god set off, he suddenly turned back. There, thousands of streams of light fell like raindrops. That is, the speed of those light points is very fast because they seem to be affected by the power of the abyss. Helios did not dare to touch them. He just watched these colorful light spots passing by him and then disappeared into the distant void. With only a few exceptions, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of attraction and fell directly into the level that Helios had just left. But just after entering, they have undergone various changes. The power on the surface of the light spot faded away, and what was contained inside was revealed, which was the remains of the demon god. There were broken phosphorus armor burning with flames, eyeballs that had been knocked off from the wings, and pieces of flesh that were still squirming. Then, right in front of Helios' eyes, they burst out with unprecedented life force in the short time they touched the ground, and turned into various different lives. There are eyes floating in the air, exuding a strong spiritual aura, nerves and tentacles floating around. There are ferocious monsters covered in flames that look very similar to the destroyed fire demon god, and there are also shadows crawling on the ground, gathering and scattering. Affects the surrounding environment. When a whale falls, all things come to life. Although there is no such saying in the world of Khaos, similar thoughts still arise in Helios' heart. The gods in this world are immortal, so he has never seen the death of a god-level being. But now it seems that their fall is just the beginning. From the corpses of those ancient beings, a brand new ethnic group will be born. They will become the future masters of the abyss, and this dead and empty world is full of new vitality. Hiss. His expression changed slightly, and Helios turned around sharply. In the distance, where he marked level 303-6, a huge worm was hissing at him through the interface barrier. And the moment he saw it, a name similar to the real name of the real god rang out from the heart of the sun god. Earth-shaking worm, a new god born after the demon god's stump absorbed part of the power of the abyss. However, compared to the fallen ancestor, it not only no longer controls life and change, but its power only touches the true god. Lower limit. However, there was an intuition that told Helios that the power of the second-generation Abyss God might have weakened a lot at the beginning, but they no longer seemed as irrational as the first generation. At least from the eyes of this newly born existence in front of him, the sun god seemed to see fear and threat. This is something that the demons in the previous images did not have. For them, it seems that there is only destruction and killing. Oh, it's so outrageous. Am I witnessing the change of eras that belongs to this world? Although the power of life in front of him posed no threat to him, a chill surged from the heart of the sun god when he thought about the vast abyss levels he had seen along the way. I hope they stay in the abyss and never come out. The thought flashed through, and Helios stopped staying. He immediately turned into golden light and fled to where he came from. This place was not suitable for his existence at all. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 278, The Last Snow and Sound. On Earth, snow is everywhere. It is February, and the ground is still covered with frost. The rotation of the 12 zodiac star fields has just reached the center of the 12th zodiac plane. If it is in the distant future, perhaps it will have another better name, Pisces. Of course, whether it will get the same name in this life is hard to guess. At least now, it is just an ordinary star field. The cold wind is still howling. It is said that things will turn around when they reach their extremes. This is a well-known truth, but often only the real wise can see through the fog and peek into the so-called extreme point. There is no such existence in the world at this moment. They cannot see through the struggle between the gods reflected behind the natural changes, so the bloodshed and disputes have a tendency to intensify. Many hatreds are formed at this time, and many cities are destroyed. The losers lose their lives or die quietly in hunger and cold. The winners are not happy either, because as long as this natural disaster has not ended, they will continue to win. So resentment began to accumulate, and curses on disasters began to spread. When facing a crisis, people always need a way to vent, and coincidentally, they just have an object to vent. That is certainly not the goddess of agriculture. After all, in the eyes of humans, Demeter is the only god who is willing to help them personally. In human history, there was originally an existence that was very important. She brought disaster to the world and destroyed an era of mankind. She is Pandora, an ominous woman. The meaning of this name is a woman with all talents, but now it is more understood as the source of all disasters. In the north of the continent, on a path outside an unnamed valley, a few jackdaws circled in the sky, making dry calls. The dead trees that had long been without branches and leaves swayed in the wind, as if they would collapse in the next moment. Wearing a soft hat on his head, holding a wooden stick stained with 3 parts of blood in his hand, a young man walked in front under the flying snow, and behind him, an extremely beautiful woman followed closely. The cold wind blew into the valley, forming a unique echo, accompanied by the gentle footsteps of the 2 people. They seemed to have walked a long way, but they did not seem tired at all. "Are you still thinking about the people you met before?" The wooden stick poked the ground. For Epimetheus, although he did not need to use it to determine whether the road under the snow was smooth, he still used it as needed. Along the way, he had become accustomed to pretending to be an ordinary mortal, which saved him a lot of trouble. "I just don't understand why they look at me with that kind of eyes." Following behind, Pandora's pale face was as beautiful as ever. It's a pity that in the Northland full of cold wind, no one can appreciate her moving style. "I didn't do anything. This natural disaster has nothing to do with me, but why?" The voice became smaller and smaller, gradually becoming undetectable, and Pandora seemed to remember that day again. After seeing his men being easily killed one by Epimetheus, the young captain of the guard had no fear at all. He still charged at the existence in front of him, and was nailed to the ground by the wooden stick of the man in front of him. But until the last moment of his life, he still looked at Pandora with hatred. They called her a witch, meaning a woman who had extraordinary power like a monster and would bring disaster to mankind. But Pandora knew very well that apart from the blessings of the gods that she could not even actively induce, she was just an ordinary human being, and she could not even beat the young man with extraordinary martial arts. If she could also cause the snowstorm that affected the world, it would really sound like a joke. Why deceive yourself? You know why this is. Although you are deliberately given a strong curiosity, it does not mean that you are really that stupid. You are different from the gods. With a faint smile, Epimetheus did not know who he was talking about. After all, if a god is stupid now, then he will probably be consistent in the past and the future. Few of them can learn from experience, and even if more time passes, it seems that nothing has changed. But you are a human, you don't have an innate divine position, so you will not be affected by it. You are not like other mortals who only have a few decades of life. So you don't have to put on such an attitude. I have seen all the changes you have made along the way. There was no response, but Pandora's face calmed down as she followed the man.
Yes, just as he said just now.
Maybe when she opened the magic jar just now, she did feel sad and desperate about the resentment and misunderstanding of humans, but now she won't. It's a simple truth that a long time can smooth everything out. The short time for gods is long enough for her. Compared with the misunderstanding of humans, what really makes her unforgettable is the captain's bravery without fear of death. He has the courage that most gods and humans don't have, and then he died so easily in front of her. In fact, I really want to know, why did you reveal your name? Not knowing what the woman behind him was thinking, Epimetheus asked casually. You should know that when your deeds spread, and when the bodies of those humans are found, your reputation as a natural disaster will be confirmed. Then, there will be more and more beliefs that surround you, but cannot be absorbed by you, making you unable to rest day and night. It wasn't intentional. There was no answer. Pandora just corrected. I just forgot my reputation among humans for a moment. Okay, I forgot about it for a moment. Nodding, Epimetheus was noncommittal. The two continued to move forward. We walked through the long and narrow valley entrance for a long time, until the front finally gradually became a lot more spacious. There is no wind and snow here, and the white frost falling from the sky seems to encounter an invisible barrier, and the place only one step away is still full of life. Epimetheus stopped here, looked around, and then waved gently. Just stay here for now. Good. Nodding, Epimetheus continued walking inside. Behind him, Pandora hugged the magic jar that had been with her for many years and watched him go away. Crossing a creek that was only a few steps wide, passing by a small area that looked like farmland, soon, An exquisite wooden house appeared at the end of the line of sight. In front of the wooden house there is a stone table, a few chairs, and a small flower garden surrounded by a wooden fence. Everything seemed very pastoral, even the middle-aged man, who was the only one sitting there. Compared with what he remembered, the figure looked much larger, but his demeanor looked very leisurely. "Father, it seems that under the protection of Mother Earth's power, you've been doing well recently." Striding forward, Epimetheus called out the identity of the person in front of him. Iapetus, one of the least present among the Titans. He probably left the deepest impression on the world by giving birth to several Prometheus brothers. Of course, now all of his children can be considered enemies of the Olympus court. "There's nothing good or bad. I just want to find a place to live quietly. It's just that I want very few things, so it's easy to be satisfied." Sitting on a simple recliner with his eyes closed and meditating, Iapetus didn't seem very enthusiastic about his long-lost son. "That's good. Since Mother left here, I always thought you would feel lonely." Smiling, Epimetheus found a chair and sat down. "Near this valley, I did see a few special human groups. They used the flesh and blood of wild beasts to sacrifice to the gods, some gods I have never heard of, and claimed that all things have animism. They seem to think that the object they worship is a tree, a stone, or some kind of powerful beast or something. I didn't care much about this until I discovered that those things actually have consciousness and can absorb faith." "Do you know what's going on?" Asking casually, Epimetheus didn't really expect to get any answer. Although it happened not far from here, he was sure that his old father would not be interested in it. Or, to be more precise, like him, he stayed away from this phenomenon that he didn't know why it happened, especially when the human world could not exert much power. "I don't know," Iapetus responded as expected. "If you are interested in them, you can stay nearby for a while." So the topic ended there. Epimetheus obviously had no intention of causing any extra trouble for himself. But the conversation started, and the father and son, who had not seen each other for a long time, began to talk about some useful or useless things. They talked about the past days, about Atlas holding up the sky, and about Prometheus being escorted to the East Sea. Epimetheus was mostly speaking, while Iapetus only occasionally gave some reactions. It wasn't until the sun set in the west that the late-awakened man inadvertently asked a question. "I remember, you once made a prophecy and saw the sun falling into the East China Sea?" "That was not a prophecy I made," Iapetus said calmly, shaking his head and saying, "That was fate that took the initiative to find me." "No matter what it is, father, I'm just curious. In your understanding, how does fate work? In other words, can the person who controls fate really control it freely?" Raising his head slightly, Iapetus looked at his son. As in the past, the latter seemed to lack the confidence and intelligence of his brother. Even now, he still feels so. "Probably not, that's my answer." After looking at it for a while, without giving a reason, Iapetus said calmly, "I see." With the smile still on his face, Epimetheus continued to chat with his father for a while. He didn't say goodbye until the sun completely set. The silver moon had not yet lifted into the sky, so he walked back to the valley entrance step by step, where Pandora was still waiting for him. Passing through the boundary between warm and cold wind, the hindsighter looked at the direction of the sunset. The person sitting on the golden chariot now is not Helios, but Apollo, who needs to exert all his strength to control the divine chariot. It seems that compared to the peeping Tom who inherited Hyperion's title of looker from above, this temporary Apollo probably didn't have the time to look around. Gone. With a greeting, Epimetheus walked towards the way he came. "We go around the world and plan a church. Is it for you? We seem to be considered guilty by Olympus, right?" "Of course it's not an above-board establishment, use your brain." Shaking his head, Epimetheus said, "And this isn't for my church, this is for you, and your jar, of course." Brush. Hades, the entrance to the abyss. The space stirred for a while, and then golden light flashed. The next moment, Helios' somewhat embarrassed figure appeared there. However, there were no injuries on his body. Obviously, although he had just encountered a little trouble, it was not enough to really hurt him. "Huh. It seems my suspicion has come true. Dozens, even hundreds. Why do I feel that if this continues, there will be more gods in this abyss than outside? Is this really reasonable? Taking a long breath, Helios met a life that had also just been born from the body of the death demon near the exit. It's just that unlike the earth-shaking worm he encountered before, he was not able to see the specific process of this one's birth, so he was unable to understand its title that was similar to the true name of a god. Helios only saw a huge figure appearing silently behind the interface barrier that he marked as the 003 layer abyss. The spherical body is suspended in the air. Located in the center of the head and front of the body is a huge one eye. Below it is a bloody mouth full of bayonet-like teeth, but the most eye-catching thing is the 10 twisted strips of flesh on the sphere. There is a small eye at the end of each stem, and each eye is staring at him. Then he experienced the feeling of killing you with his eyes. A beam of dissociation shined from the pupil of the eye, directly hitting him, an outsider who is incompatible with the abyss. In the future, there will be no future. I will never come to this ghost place again. Returning to the present world, Helios finally felt a lot safer. He couldn't help but relax, but then he felt a little worried. So wherever the Earth Mother is, she won't be sleeping again. If this is really the case, then there is nothing the sun god can do. The sleeping primitive god is difficult to be awakened by external objects. At least, he does not have this ability. Then what do you want from me? Of course I dash. He turned around suddenly, but Helios saw nothing. He didn't think it was his imagination. Someone was actually talking to him just now. Dear Earth Mother, may I ask? It's me. The next moment the voice came again. A reddish-brown light spot appeared in front of Helios. Then the light spot expanded and turned into a vortex. No matter what you want to do with me, come here first. I also want to know what you encountered in the abyss. Helios should have been happy hearing that unmistakable voice. He didn't find Gaia, but Gaia took the initiative to find the door. But for some reason, he felt a little inexplicably nervous now. Looking at the slowly rotating vortex, he seemed to be seeing another abyss. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 279, Corona. There was only a moment of hesitation, and then the thought was eliminated from Helios' mind. Although the intuition of the innate gods is indeed keen, it is not surprising that the sun god would feel this way when he asked himself. He is now more or less a member of the Olympian pantheon, and the conflict between Gaia and Zeus is well known. Strictly speaking, the two sides are still enemies now. Perhaps this is the source of the warning sign. Pressing down the uneasiness in his heart, Helios took a step forward into the reddish-brown circle of light. In a flash of light, his figure disappeared. With a feeling of space transformation, his eyes darkened and then returned to light, and Helios found that he had arrived in a giant underground cave. The ground is a little slippery, and it feels uncomfortable to step on it. Although he did not know his specific location, Helios could still tell that he was no longer in Hades through the subtle changes in the laws of the environment. He was probably back on the ground or somewhere close to it. However, what surprised him was that he never remembered that Gaia had been in charge of the divine power in the space field. Except for the previous god King Cronus, no known god has ever wielded similar authority, so even the divine arts created by the gods do not have similar abilities at all. No matter what, she is still a primitive god. Even if she loses her face in front of Zeus, she will always have some hidden tricks. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Helios looked towards the center of the cave. There, Earth Mother was facing him sideways. The brown dress is dotted with a few red spots, and the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes are clearly visible. But what surprised the sun god was that compared to the Gaia he had seen outside Mount Olympus, the one in front of him seemed to be in much better condition. At least the exposed skin is more shiny, and even the hair is no longer so dry and yellow. If this was not a state that Earth Mother deliberately pretended to be, then the other party's strength might have greatly improved. Greetings, dear Mother of the Gods. There was a slight tremor in his heart, and the unexpected scene in front of him made Helios a little worried. His previous thoughts were based on Gaia's deep hatred for Zeus, but his own strength was far insufficient. But thinking about it, the sun god did not stop. He took a few steps forward, then touched his chest and bowed. "You look much better, which is great to see. Say hello. It's not like something a god from Olympus would do to me." Turning around slightly and looking at the sun god in front of him, Gaia's voice was not enthusiastic. "But I have never regarded myself as an Olympus god. I miss the era of the Titans more than now. Everyone knows that the new divine court is a divine system composed of Zeus and his family. And they are not the same family." Helios expressed his meaning very straightforwardly, without hiding it, and he believed that Mother Earth could also see this. And this is also true. The reason why Gaia called the sun god here was not only interested in his experience in the abyss, but also because the other party was looking for her, and it didn't seem to be under the instructions of Zeus. The enemy of Olympus came to her alone. Even with Gaia's judgment, she could guess that the opponent might not be so obedient. "What did you find in the abyss?" Instead of mentioning the god-king immediately, Gaia mentioned the existence of Tartarus. Although Mother Earth no longer needs him, she is still bitter about Abyss's previous rejection. Something must have happened in the body of his irrational brother, and the embarrassment when the sun god left was the best evidence. Then it's a long story. It may be hard to believe, but in fact, I saw the native life of the abyss there. With twinkling eyes, Helios said truthfully. They were numerous and hostile to outsiders. I didn't want to cause conflict with them there, so I just withdrew. Life. After repeating the sentence, Gaia seemed to understand Abyss's previous reaction. If he had come to life through some unknown means, he would indeed have no need of himself anymore, and it would not be surprising if he refused to enter. Perhaps he saw Gaia as a threat, and therefore shut her out. However, since there was someone who knew the relevant details right in front of her, Earth Mother still ordered unceremoniously. "To be more specific, what did you see inside, and did you see Khaos?" "As you wish. I will tell you the truth." Nodding slightly, Helios immediately told what he had seen. There are many levels, strange lives existing in those interfaces, and various manifestations that are completely different from the outside world. Everything does not seem to be describing an abyss, but another material interface. Of course, in the end, Helios regretfully stated that he had not seen the existence of the god of weather. After all, the abyss is too vast, and it is difficult to find a specific god without guidance, and he did not go there to find the other person. Gaia had no doubts about this. She just asked casually. Now the conflict between her and Zeus is no longer about Khaos, or the golden apple tree whose mastermind is someone else. Compared to them, Zeus himself is the existence that she can't tolerate the most. He used his dignity to establish the authority of the god-king, so as long as he was still the lord of the gods, Gaia would have trouble sleeping and eating. So at the end of Helios's narrative, Gaia looks at this child of Hyperion. Compared to his father, Helios was far less violent and fiery, like a stone with smooth edges that anyone could hold in his hand. But now that he came to the door on his own initiative, maybe this proves that he also has some thoughts of his own? But before that, Gaia had to figure out what the conflict was between him and Zeus, and why he still wanted to resist each other after seeing the power of the god-king. It was impossible for him to notice his recent changes, after all. Even Gaia herself was surprised by it. Therefore, in the eyes of Helios, he is inferior to Zeus. She had doubts in her heart, and then Gaia asked, and in front of her, the sun god also gave an answer that no need to question. "Because the person driving the sun car now is not me, Mother Earth. This is the first time this has happened, and I hope this is the last time. So, you are about to be replaced by the son of Zeus, so you come to seek my help." She hadn't realized it before, but it wasn't until the other party reminded her that Gaia suddenly realized that although Helios was right in front of her, the sun's movement was still going on as usual. For gods, the violation of authority is the most unbearable thing. It is not surprising that the other party would make such a choice. But in front of Helios, Gaia just sneered. Light and the sun often accompany each other. So, it is indeed possible to be replaced by the son of Zeus, but you may have found the wrong person. I am not Zeus's opponent, so naturally I can't help you, and you want I help. Is there anything that can impress me? He was speechless for a moment, but Helios immediately said, I can do things for you. After all, there are always things that are inconvenient for you to deal with by yourself. With the current relationship between you and Olympus, it may be difficult to find other helpers. Just like the goddess of the moon in the underworld and the goddess of life who joined Olympus, they are the mediators of the other two primitive gods in this world, and I can also be your dash. I don't need a subordinate who betrayed my father and two monarchs. And although there is no possibility of reconciliation between Olympus and I don't need a messenger like you who has other thoughts. Interrupting coldly, Gaia refused again without mercy. She really meant this sentence, and in front of her, Helios wanted to defend himself several times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He himself knew that there were actually reasons for his 3 betrayals. Hyperion locked him in the sun, fearing that the child would compete with him for the ownership of the sun, although Cronus did not do anything to him later. In order to prevent the birth of another starry sky lord, he forced Helios to agree to build the chariot of the sun. As for Zeus, he now directly threatens Helios' authority, but the sun god knows that even if he makes an explanation, Gaia will probably ignore him. Because, as Earth Mother said, the most critical problem is that he is of no use to Gaia. Helios originally thought that even if it was just to cause trouble for Zeus, this willful Earth Mother would agree to help him, but now it is obviously different from what he thought. His heart was a little heavy, but the sun god still forced a smile, say goodbye to Gaia. In this case, dear Earth Mother, please allow me to retire. Turning around and walking towards where he came from, Helios was already thinking of other ways. No matter what, he couldn't sit still and wait for death. However, one foot had already stepped through the reddish-brown circle of light, and at this moment, the voice of Mother Earth came from behind again, etc. Turning around in confusion, Helios didn't know what else Gaia wanted to say. Facing the puzzled gaze of the sun god, Gaia said calmly, I'm not going to help you, Helios, but maybe you can help yourself. I have my own things to do now, and I have no time to pay attention to things on Earth. Zeus will pay the price for his arrogance, but not today. But if you have the power to make Zeus jealous, then his son will not be a threat your status. But I don't have this power. He said slowly, but after listening to Gaia's words, a sense of expectation arose in Helios's heart. Earth Mother would not say such words without reason. Now that she has said it, you can have it. Not disappointing Helios, Gaia just smiled. The next moment some covering power was removed from her. In an instant, everything in front of the sun god changed drastically. What he was in was no longer a cave, but a cocoon of flesh and blood. The slippery ground under his feet was not a stone, but an egg full of vitality. Through the transparent membrane, Helios could see a life with hundreds of heads swimming in it. Everything seemed so strange, but after experiencing the abyss, his acceptance of these things had already increased. 1 level. Amid all these changes, only Gaia itself has remained unchanged. They were using their own way to bid farewell to the prophet who had led them for hundreds of years, and to witness his return to the kingdom of the Lord. Human world, southeast of the mainland. The heavy snow has not yet faded, and the temperature has already risen. But for the people living in this semi-magical city, they actually don't feel much about the changes in the outside climate. Since I don't feel hungry or cold in the cold winter, I naturally don't have much expectations for spring. What's more, in this special city, spring has never been far away. But today is different. According to the news that had been announced a long time ago, the great prophet who clearly did not have the blood of the water elves but still lived for hundreds of years had finally reached the end of his years. The city will undergo great changes, because after his death, no one knows what direction Silvermoon City will take in the future. Nuah, who was praised as a saint by the messenger of the Lord, is the only mortal who can communicate directly with those winged angels, and he is also a ruler who can be recognized by the residents of Silvermoon City. But after his death, no one could be found to take his place, no matter in terms of merit or ability, which made people speculate a lot. Of course, that was all before and after. At least now most people are immersed in sadness. They spontaneously gathered in front of the temple, waiting for his return to the Lord's heaven. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 282, The Proverbs of the Prophet. On the central avenue of Silvermoon City, bustling crowds gathered together. On both sides of the street, ever-bright magic lights illuminate the long street in the night, and as far as the eye can see, there is a long queue with no end. Nearly half of the residents in the entire city walked out of their homes today to bid farewell to the last of the city builders. After all, except for Nuah, those who escaped from the flood with him had long since died. Although some of them have made some achievements on the extraordinary road, they do not have the kind of truly extraordinary talent. Therefore, in the face of hundreds of years, they have naturally been buried in the soil long ago and only live in people's memories. According to a tradition that is said to have been passed down from the Golden Age, the residents of Silvery Moon City set up a stone tablet for each deceased person and engraved some stories about his life on it. They were buried together in a cemetery near Xinglua Lake, and a temple was built there with the three angels in charge of the afterlife as the main priests. People use this to commemorate the existence of these ancestors. After all, everyone in Silvermoon City today is their descendant. And today, it was the turn of their last member. An era is coming to an end, and from now on, the city will turn a new page. As an ordinary member of the city, Corneus looked at the crowded crowd and couldn't help curling his lips. Tens of thousands of people, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, forgive him for not knowing arithmetic. After all, in this era, even wizards rarely understand this. Experience, tradition, and a flash of inspiration are now the mainstream, and calculation is just an auxiliary tool. What's more, even if he understood, Corneus didn't think he could calculate how many people were here by sight. This is the largest human city in the world. Although the people of Silvermoon City have not seen other cities, they all believe this. Dear, I've told you a long time ago that the city will be very crowded today, even the Central Avenue. Even if we squeeze all the way through, we won't be able to see the great prophet. After passing under the tall silver gate, Corneus couldn't help but complain. There are currently 3 portals running through the Central Avenue of Silvermoon City, each named after human beings from 3 eras. However, according to prior planning, a total of 7 floors can be built. The remaining 4 gates will be used to commemorate some major events in the future, such as the 4th gate currently being built, the Gate of Enoch. To put it simply and concisely, it means a portal named after the great prophet. At this time, the people surrounding the great prophet are all big shots. Do you know what a big shot is? They are those who can decide the laws of Silvermoon City, or can control the wind and rain on their own. Obviously, we are not such a character. I know, but at least we can see the great prophet's body being taken out of the temple and sent to the cemetery. If we are lucky, we may be able to see the legendary angel. Ignoring Corneus's complaints, the girl called Deo continued to work her way through the crowd. However, her body was clearly unable to squeeze through others, so the young man had no choice but to follow her. He actually didn't quite understand that no matter what kind of person he was in life, he would be nothing more than a corpse after death. Spending an entire night just to look at a dead body is boring as hell. With this time, he would rather practice swordsmanship twice more, hoping to be recognized by the priests of the temple as willing to meet the standard in the future. At that time, he can integrate the curse characteristics and become a prepared temple guard. The priests of the temple often say that only faith in God can strengthen the will and survive the spiritual impact of the curse characteristic, but Corneus knows that this is not the case. Maybe faith is indeed useful, But practicing swordsmanship and physical fitness can also temper the spirit, and compared to ethereal piety, he still prefers things that are tangible and tangible. Of course, this does not mean that he is an unbeliever. No matter who it is, there are basically no unbelievers among the residents of Silvermoon City. Who do you think will be the next pope after the great prophet dies? This matter has been delayed for a long time, and now it's time for a result. Reaching out to protect the girl he had a vague affection for, and pushing forward, Cornelius asked casually. Compared to him, Deo was a standard devout believer. He not only knew those scriptures by heart, but also always paid attention to those big figures who had nothing to do with them. After going back and forth, he became familiar with it a lot. This is rare in Silvermoon City. In fact, even in later human societies, the majority of citizens who can name more than 10 leaders of their country and their positions are not in the majority, especially in this classical era. In this way, I know what you're thinking, Connie. Glancing at Conius in front of him, Dio smoothed his long brown hair. She could see what the other person was thinking at a glance, but she didn't think it could be realized. Your Excellency Damien has always advocated external expansion and allowing Silvermoon City to occupy a wider area. If he becomes the next pope, he will definitely relax the recruitment quota for temple guards. But there is no point in opportunism. If you pass the selection in this way, even if you succeed, you will only be at the bottom. And, to be honest, everyone doesn't support your Excellency's proposal very much, and you know why. Yes, Cornelius knows why. Because this is Silvermoon City, a city protected by a mysterious lock arranged by the Lord of the Demon Network himself. It has spring all year round, a natural bay as a good harbor, and no shortage of food and resources. There is no better place to live than this. In contrast, the residents of Silvermoon City have all heard of the outside world to some extent. It is said that it is wild and dangerous, and has a very different climate. No one has seen the former, but the latter is still reflected today. As long as you compare the heavy snow that has not yet melted outside and the warm city, everyone will know which choice to make. In this case, Lord Damien's idea is not widely recognized. After all, the residents of Silvermoon City can't figure out why they should leave this God-given city and choose to face the wind, snow, and suffering. Don't say that, dear. I'm actually still sure that I can pass the test, but it's more secure that no one will hate me. And, to be honest, don't you think we have too many people? Explaining with a smile, Cornelius looked at the crowded crowd around him. For humans in this era, it is actually difficult for them to imagine a city with a population of more than 1 million people. After all, throughout ancient history, cities with large populations in the classical era were all the capitals of powerful empires or the core of a territory. They rely on a steady stream of water or land transportation to support their operations, devouring supplies from all over the place day and night. Once they are separated from these, their existence will be difficult to maintain, but Silvermoon City does not need these. They have a magical presence and they don't need anywhere else to feed them. Under this kind of wanton extraordinary power, all problems are no problem. Even if there is only one city, it can still be self-sufficient. But our population will become more and more, dear. Although I am not one of those big people, and I don't know how many people there are in this city, but it is definitely a number that I can't imagine. One day we will fill up here and have to go out. Since it is destined to happen, why not do it earlier? Then since you are destined to eat 2 meals a day, why don't you eat all your food in 1 meal? Ching snorted, and Deer stabbed a little. In front of her, Cornelius just smiled indifferently. They had had similar arguments several times, but in the final analysis, the two of them were just peeking in. Although Khaos did not have this idiom, there were still similar proverbs. Neither of them knew how many things there were in this city. People don't know what it's like in the wilderness, so Cornelius doesn't want to quarrel with Deo over this trivial matter. The brief exchange ended, and the two continued to shuttle through the crowded crowd. Time passed slowly, and when the silver moon hung in the middle of the sky, they finally came to a place where they could barely see the temple gate. The sea cliff where the temple was built was also overcrowded at the moment, but about 100 meters away from the temple, there seemed to be an invisible line, cutting off the huge crowd. Cornelius didn't know whether it was the big men in the temple who used some means, or whether people stopped spontaneously, but he still preferred the latter. None of the residents of Silvermoon City would dare to mess around there, and those beings who can control the wind and rain are unlikely to exert their power at the entrance of the temple. That's it. I can't do anything further. He spread his hands helplessly. Cornelius was not a strong warrior after all, so he didn't think he could continue to push forward.
Seeing this, Dia nodded.
She was obviously very aware of the other party's disadvantages. Then let's go here, Connie. It is written in the church scriptures that all life in the world will return to the kingdom of the Lord after death and be judged according to their abilities in life. Although I don't know how the great prophet will be evaluated, but I guess no one can match it. Waving his fist, Du looked into the distance at the closed temple. The original meaning of pope is to refer to an older person, a person worthy of respect, and even means father in some places. Therefore, the church in Silvermoon City uses this title to describe God's highest spokesperson in the world. This is also one of the titles given to Zainuo. But for most people, they still prefer to call him the Great Prophet, because in the church scriptures, it is he who recognized the gods walking on earth, and then accepted the divine revelation and headed eastward, in this starry sky. Cities were built in places. There are even some rumors that Noah even foresaw the great flood in his dream. This paragraph was not included in the scriptures because he denied it himself. However, Deo feels that one day in the future it will be added to the newly revised scriptures. This section above. No matter what, may you find peace in the kingdom of the Lord. Reciting silently in his heart, Dur closed his eyes slightly. Beside her, there were more people with their eyes closed, praying for the departing saint. Ahem. Everyone sit down, I don't care about this, and you don't need to pay attention to these formalities in front of a dead man. In the vast temple, Noah was sitting in his wheelchair as he had been many years ago. Although it is said to be inside a temple, it is actually not a place where gods are worshipped. This building complex that wraps up the entire sea cliff is no longer what it was hundreds of years ago. Except for the temple at the core, buildings with different purposes have sprung up around it. So, in the center of the hall, which is usually used for discussions, the church's top leaders are gathering here. They looked at the man in the wheelchair with sad faces. Although Nua's face was the same as before, everyone present could feel the sense of decay that penetrated their bodies. Although most of them are users of divine magic, their bodies also possess certain extraordinary characteristics under the constant erosion of high concentrations of holy power. No one can fail to recognize the feeling that life is coming to an end. You don't have to look at me like that. Ahem. Everyone is destined to die, but it's just sooner or later. I'm not here to see sad for me, so let me seize the time to arrange the last things. There was a cough in his voice, and Nua looked around with a smile. One generation is not enough time for an organization to decay, let alone this is an era of divine manifestations. Therefore, he can proudly declare that everyone here is a devout believer and also has extraordinary abilities. Even if they have different opinions, it is just to make the future of Silvermoon City better and to spread the Lord's faith. However, a true wise man always looks further ahead. Although Nua never thinks of himself as a wise man, nor does he think of himself as a prophet, he still learned a lot from the destruction of bronze humans in the past. So, facing everyone's gaze, he said his last words. I still have a lot to say, but the most important thing is that starting from myself, the church is not allowed to have an eternal pope. Nua's voice was unhurried as he rubbed the armrests of the wheelchair. Life belongs to the world, and souls belong to our Lord. Those who are unwilling to return to the Lord's embrace should naturally not be his spokesperson on earth. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 283 Bishop. With a calm face, Nua's voice echoed in the temple. Around him, no one from the church's senior leaders expressed doubts or objections. This is not just because of Nua's reputation and status, but because everyone present does not think there is any problem with this. A long time ago, Noah had expounded similar views to them more than once, and now he has implemented them personally. What's more, even if you don't consider these, there is no simple and easy way to eternal life under today's objective conditions. Noah can do it because his piety and merit are recognized by the angels, and they are willing to give him eternal life, but this does not mean that others also have this honor. As for the means of witchcraft, it can indeed delay lifespan to a certain extent, but eternity is still a distant proposition for it. The reason is actually not complicated. The initial witchcraft was compiled by Ryan from a high-level perspective, and later it was studied bit by Hecate. These two beings who were most likely to create a method of immortality through witchcraft did not study the method of immortality. Rhodes' plan because they simply don't have the need. In contrast, human beings' own level of witchcraft is obviously not enough to overcome this difficulty. Maybe it can be done in the future, but that is destined to be a very distant future. For most people, if there is a high probability that they will never have the opportunity to see something, then they will naturally not strongly object to it. Of course, in addition to the above objective factors, there is also the most critical point, which is that as believers, the top leaders of these churches do not think death is something worth fearing. The reincarnation of all spirits is one of the powers of God. Some people even met Eunomia, who came to the human world with Noah. In this case, there is no unknown, and naturally, there is no fear. Very good. Noah smiled and nodded while sitting in the wheelchair. He was not surprised by their reaction. It seems that at this point, you all agree with my proposition. You are a prophet and teacher who has received divine enlightenment. No matter what your proposition is, we will recognize it. In front of Noah, a woman who looked to be in her 30s said, "Of course, she is actually over 100 years old, but the bloodline from the water elves in the residents of Silvermoon City greatly slows down the rate of aging. Even though this speed varies from person to person, with only a handful of people able to enjoy a life of more than 300 to 500 years, the average lifespan is far twice as long as that of similar people. No one is right all the time, Alma. I just learned some lessons from past history." Regarding the student's respect, Noah shook his head helplessly. In fact, in his heart, the respect of the people around him was one of the reasons that really prompted him to choose death. It had been too long since anyone in Silvermoon City was willing to question him, as if everything he did was right, but Noah himself didn't think so. No one is always right except the all-knowing one, and in his view, this excessive reverence is likely to evolve to another level. Prometheus is a clear example of this. Although Noah himself respected the creator of bronze humans, he actually did not approve of the way he handled some things. Okay, the next step is the arrangements after my death. Noah shook his head slightly. Perhaps because he was nearing the end of his life, Noah's thinking was a little divergent, but when he came back to his senses, he still said everything he had decided in advance in an organized manner. Silvermoon City needs a new pope. He will inherit my position, communicate with the messenger of the Lord, and guide the future direction of Silvermoon City. This is also the most important reason why I summoned you today. You want this position because not only is it closer to God, but each of you has different opinions. Some of you want to maintain the status quo. Some of you think that some behaviors of wizards should be restricted. Some of you want their exploring wilderness on land, and some are setting their sights on the sea. Even this is not just your idea. There are many people who agree with each of you. Some of them are for themselves, and some of them are also for the future of Silvermoon City. So you are all waiting for my decision. Because whoever I choose means that I agree with his ideas, and before today, I have never made any judgment on your opinions. Yes, teacher, said a middle-aged man who looked more like a warrior than a priest. We have argued in front of you many times, and we have all expressed our opinions. But none of us has convinced anyone. After all, our wisdom is not enough to make a decision that everyone agrees with. Only you can do this, so we are waiting for your ruling. No, Damien, I can't do it. Just because you think I'm right doesn't mean that the choice I made is really the right one. And the reason why I haven't made a decision is because I can't make a definite decision either. Judge. Just like you, if I ask you to give up your plan, would you really be convinced? I will follow your orders. You must have seen a future that I haven't seen yet. Standing in front of Noah, the man named Damien still said respectfully. Shaking his head slightly, Noah knew it would be such a result. The debate among the people present has been going on for a long time, and he also knows why there has been no result. Not only because each of them insists on their own opinions, but also because no one has obviously higher prestige or ability than others. Silvermoon City has been at peace for too long. They have no foreign enemies, no difficulties, and no natural disasters. Under such circumstances, naturally no one can do a feat that will convince most people. Therefore, it is impossible for them to reach a consensus on their own. But as Noah himself said, he didn't know who was right. He never thought that he was a prophet, nor did he think that he could see further than everyone else. So, looking at the few people standing silently in front of him, Noah made a complete decision. If the result cannot be obtained by guessing, then let reality verify the truth. Fortunately for Silvermoon City, which has been at peace for so many years, they have enough ability to support this. Your argument has no result, and I don't intend to make an arbitrary decision. However, I still support your different opinions. Dissent is a good thing, and the Lord prefers change and difference. So my final decision is not to establish the position of Pope for the time being. After the words fell, Noah obviously saw some surprised expressions on several people's faces, but no one directly objected because they could all see that Noah still had something to say. Reality is stronger than words, and each of you has supporters of your own opinions. In this case, let you verify it yourself. Those who want to expand abroad, I allow you to lead those who are willing to follow you to conquer the ocean and wilderness. Those who still stay in Silvermoon City, then stay here. You will form a council. Only those who are approved by the majority of people will decisions must be made. When I leave, there won't be such a big mountain that stops you from verifying your ideas. When everything comes to fruition, the person with the highest achievements will be the next pope. You are not a mountain standing in our way. Bowing slightly, not happy that his idea could be partially implemented, Damien corrected him first.
Noah just smiled at this.
He knew that the other party always had no sense of humor. Then let it be like this. Use ability to determine the outcome. I believe you will not hinder each other, and those who stay in Silvermoon City will not prohibit those who left from coming back, right? Of course, we are always one. Someone said, and Noah nodded. He believed what they said. Very good, then everything will be done accordingly. Since some of you want to build a town alone in the wilderness, it is not appropriate to still call it priest. A person who advocates a party's missionary affairs is called a bishop. Depending on the specific affairs, a prefix can be added in front of it. No one objected, so another thing was decided. However, after making the final decision, Noah's face showed a hint of exhaustion. For a dying man, he had done too much. As someone who has been in charge of Silvermoon City for so many years, Noah certainly still has many things to explain, but those have been completed long ago. Now, Noah, who is completely relaxed, leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes slightly. No one disturbed him. They just waited quietly. After a long time, Noah, who seemed to have regained some energy, opened his eyes again. You all get out. Raising his hand slightly, Noah said calmly, let me stay here alone and go through the final journey. There was silence for a while, and then the sound of footsteps grew closer and farther away. With the sound of the door closing, the inside and outside were isolated. Noah leaned on the wheelchair, thinking about his final decision. There is another reason why he did not directly appoint the next pope, because he did not want the future pope to always be appointed by the previous generation to the next generation. When facing a major crisis, a strong leader is the best choice to deal with everything. But in times of peace and stability, although more people talking will delay the implementation of many things, it can also avoid the worst results. Noah couldn't guarantee that every leader of Silvermoon City would be wise and powerful in the future, so why not let more people speak? He could already imagine that even if the new pope finally defeated the bishops who had competed with him, we will never have no right to speak. There should be no more leaders like Nobel who say the same thing. Every decision they make must be supported by others. Well, the result that most people can accept may not be the best, but it is certainly not the worst. What happens next is what I can't understand. He whispered to himself softly, his voice echoing endlessly in the empty hall. But Nua seemed to notice something immediately, and he turned his head slightly. In a corner of the hall, a familiar old friend has been standing for a long time. He was holding a stone slab in his hand and was carving something on it. Without the use of tools, the outlines of the fingertips left impressions on the stone body. Looking at this scene, Nua couldn't help but smile. He heard the other party talk about this matter. A long time ago, the other party also said goodbye to another friend of his in the same way. You only called the priests, but not the wizards from the White Tower. It seems that you still have some opinions about them. Nua heard the other party ask this, and he answered casually. Logically speaking, I should say this. I have already met them yesterday, and today I am just dealing with internal affairs of the church, which has nothing to do with them, but to be honest, I have no objection to them, but it's just that they probably won't be with us forever. Witchcraft in Silvermoon City will not disappear, and the church and wizards will not become enemies, but I think they will not stay here forever, especially the most capable ones. They have their pursuits. Although I don't understand them very well, I understand them somewhat. Leaning back in the chair, feeling the last bit of life slipping away, Nua didn't see any angels suddenly coming. But he was not surprised by this, because when they last met, he actively asked for a normal death. That's it. I've done enough. The rest is for those who come after me. Perhaps 1,000 years later, when someone steps into this temple again, they will talk about me and the first generation of prophets who died here. To be honest, although I don't think I'm very smart, to be honest, I quite like the title prophet. When I first heard people talking about it, I felt a little happy. The voice became lower and lower, and the eyes were no longer focused. Standing in the corner of the temple, the man who carved the stone tablets watched this scene quietly and then gave a heartfelt affirmation. Your experience will become an epic no. 1,000 years from now, people will still be singing about your history, and 10,000 years from now, you'll be regarded as a myth. Haha, Shinhwa, is he just like you? That sounds really good. The sound gradually became undetectable until there was no movement at all. The next moment, a huge bell rang in Silvermoon City. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, everyone knew that the prophet was dead and that he had returned to the arms of God. And his era also ended. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 284 Phantom.
Darkness.
There was a moment of silence, as the king seemed to be talking to himself.
Bull.
Oh, gods. Far away in the depths of the ocean, on the island of Crete, the blonde god was admiring the seascape with a satisfied expression. He didn't know what happened in the Phoenician palace. In fact, he didn't even pay attention to the name of that human country. But if he had heard the sigh of Agenor, he would probably only be amused by the short-sightedness of mortals. All gods know that there may be many gods who like to turn into animals, but he is the only one who uses this method to make women let down their guard. This was the case with Hera back then, when the god king turned into a wounded cuckoo to gain sympathy. But now his behavior is also similar. When he has a choice, Zeus does not like to enjoy these beauties in a simple and crude way, especially when his long slumber was finally over and he couldn't wait to have some fun. Transform into a bull, take the kind and beautiful human princess to a strange island, use some means to attract monsters, and then appear as a kind person in another identity, a hero to save the beauty. Zeus didn't think his crude performance could deceive the human princess for long, but only a day or two was enough. He has got what he wanted now, and he even has time to come here and watch the sea. As for whether the smart princess will find out something is wrong in a few days, the king of gods said that it is fun for a hero to save a beauty, but after the princess discovers that he is the culprit, there is nothing she can do about her anger and despair. Looks like it's a better time. This can effectively relieve the boredom caused by sleeping for too long and cheer up the great king of gods. As for whether this human princess and her family are willing to make this sacrifice, that has nothing to do with Zeus. Just as a butcher does not ask for the consent of animals before killing them, God does not require their consent to do anything to humans. Zephyros, it seems that Hera is still staying well in her palace? The sea breeze blew by, lifting the clothes of the god king. Everything was so natural, but Zeus was still keenly aware of the unusualness of this airflow. But Zeus was not surprised, because it was he who made the god of the west wind take a fancy to the queen of heaven, which is why he did not hunt for beauty on the mainland this time. Yes, just like your foresight, your majesty, the queen of heaven does not like to peek into the realm of the sea. Bowing slightly, the god of west wind appeared from the side. Very good. It seems this trick can work at least a few more times. Nodding with satisfaction, Zeus didn't expect him to be able to hide it from Hera forever, but it would be better to have less trouble like this. Thinking of this, the god king tilted his head slightly. He looked at Zephyrus beside him. While he was sleeping, this loyal minister had already married his daughter Euphrosyne. So now they are also a family. You have become much stronger over the years, Zeus said calmly, and Zephyros remained as submissive as ever. This is all thanks to your generosity, your majesty. Ha! It's a pity that Helios, not you, was the first to break through the powerful divine power with the power of faith, and the sun is indeed a bit difficult to control. Shaking his head, the god king said nothing more. The foundation of Helios is indeed not comparable to that of a small god of the west wind. Even today, the innate priesthood of Zephyros can still only maintain the power of a weak divine power. He does have the idea of replacing Helios, but he can't rush it now, especially when Apollo is not only not interested in it, but even expresses his lack of ability. The power of shunting has increased too slowly. Now that the injury has recovered, I should speed up the pace. The god king stretched out imagelessly and felt that he should do something to make up for the time wasted by sleeping. But after thinking about it for a while, he suddenly changed his mind. Well, let's pick up the pace tomorrow. 1 or 2 days is nothing. At least, wait until I lose interest in this princess. As if he had convinced himself, Zeus turned around and walked towards the center of the island again. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 287 Typhon. Crete, where Zeus was born and raised, the god king once again successfully allowed a mortal to possess his bloodline. But this time, maybe it was because Zeus, who was much different in strength, was prepared in advance, or maybe because he left his thunder on the sacred mountain to hide it from others. In short, this time, the queen did not notice anything was wrong here. At the same time, 3 rafts sailed into the sea from the beach of the Phoenician kingdom. Without sails, helpers, or even charts, the brave princes embarked on a journey to find their sister. Full of confidence, they agreed to meet each other 10 years later, then danced their heavy wooden oars and sailed separately in the direction where Europa disappeared. This was just an ordinary day, or even just a sexual pursuit by the god king. However, even Zeus himself did not realize that as the king of the gods who was increasingly closely connected with the laws of the world, every move he made would actually have some impact, big or small. So when the 3 princes left the kingdom, when one of them finally crossed the sea and touched the land with his feet, deep in the earth, a change that had long been possible had finally completed the final step. For outsiders, the best way to integrate into an existence that excludes them is to put on a layer of skin. And the most useful skin for Khaos in this world is undoubtedly his destiny, that is already riddled with holes.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
In the empty underground cavity, light red liquid dripped continuously from high altitude and slapped on the ground. Fine lines spread among the rocks. They are obviously natural patterns, but they look like meridians and blood vessels. It seems that as long as you look away, it will beat gently when you don't pay attention. No sound other than dripping water could be heard in the huge cavity, and no living creatures could be seen. The only exception is the woman standing on a rock to the east. That was Gaia, and at this moment, She was looking up toward the sky. Although all she could see were rocks, this still did not prevent Gaia from passing through the strata and seeing the clouds, flowers, grass, rain and dew in the sky, the rising sun, and Olympus in the east of the earth. She was already here after staying there for many years. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. For so many years, no one else has come here, and the meeting with Helios was only once. In fact, although Gaia gave the sun goddess mother tree branches formed by part of its power, she was not very clear about the other party's current fate. Of course, Gaia doesn't really care that much. After all, although the power of the mother tree is powerful, there is not much it can release. Even if Helios accepts this power, he will not have the power to rival Zeus in this world. In contrast, Gaia and her offspring are very different. One of them possesses the personality of a primitive god and can bypass the seal of the world to inherit as much power as possible. The other is simply bred by the mother tree itself. It is born with an indelible connection with the outer god. Therefore, in Gaia's eyes, Helios is just the result of her whim. The opponent is at best an idler who may play some role, rather than the key to victory or defeat. This one is about to come to the world. Gods and demons are what she relies on. It will do what you want to do on your behalf and become the sharpest sword in your hand. Yes, after the last lesson, Gaia no longer plans to do it herself. Although she sometimes gets a little emotional, she's not really a born idiot. She just doesn't have a correct attitude. When Auranes was still there, Gaia was still a god who knew how to endure and plan secretly. It's just that after the first generation of god-kings passed away, her successors were always regarded as juniors by her, especially Zeus. This difference in cognition caused Gaia to not face her opponents correctly and, coupled with repeated defeats, eventually led to her madness in trying to break the sacred mountain. But now she has calmed down and recognized reality again. So when facing Zeus again, Gaia chose another way to deal with it, just like the silver humans once were. At that time, Erebus was responsible for providing the power, and he helped me find trouble with Ryan. In the end, it was revealed that he and Ryan had taken action. It had nothing to do with me from the beginning to the end. After silently pondering, Gaia, who still didn't know the reason why the golden apple tree changed hands, made the above judgment and felt that it was time for her to face up to Zeus, the third-generation god-king. She doesn't need to do it herself. This will only further cause sanctions against her in this world. Just let this monster find trouble with Zeus. In the past, Erebus himself did not have the ability to create life, so he asked her to take his place. Now, the flesh and blood mother tree cannot project too much power through the seal, so she needs to give birth to him. What a similar scene. She just needs to imitate what she has done before, and if it succeeds, then it will be great. If it fails, let Zeus compete with that terrible thing. In her heart, although Gaia and the mother tree are now considered collaborators, she actually has no trust at all in that life that is so perfect that it makes her feel a little chilly in her heart. The existence sealed by the world has the power to easily make up for the loss of her original god, and by the way, she can also give birth to a demon god. Just think about it, and you will know how terrifying this thing is. If she hadn't been the original god who protected Gaia's spirit and her in this world, Gaia wouldn't have accepted the other party's power so easily. Fortunately, there were no what-ifs in reality, so in her heart, Gaia silently praised her behavior. Sure enough, her biggest failure so far in her divine life was from Zeus, and this was just because she failed to adjust her mentality. As long as she treats this new god king the same way she treats other primitive gods, everything will be fine.
Oh?
While thinking, Gaia suddenly felt a little quiet around her. The sound of dripping water that had been falling stopped at some point, and the vast and boundless cavity became completely silent. It was like the calm before the storm, as if something terrible had changed. However, Gaia, who noticed these changes, was not surprised but happy because she knew exactly what the dripping sound was. It was not real water, but sap flowing from the branches of flesh and blood. It is the best nourishment in the world, and it has been nurturing the growth of underground existence. And now that it has stopped, it's obvious why. The right time that the vague consciousness of the mother tree once expressed may be today.
Click.
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 He lowered his head and looked at the formation, and as if in response to Gaia's gaze, fine cracks began to appear among the rocks on the floor of the cavity. The earth shook slightly. It seemed like something was about to break out of the ground. Looking at this scene, Gaia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Okay, good. You're finally coming out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Joy crept onto Gaia's face. Her most proud masterpiece, the heir who could completely fill up her shortcomings in combat, was finally coming to the world. Soon, everything she lost would be regained. As for now, she only needs to witness the birth of the other party. My child, my youngest child, I can't wait to meet you. Come on, Typhoeus. Come to this world and go to Mount Olympus to punish those sinners who offended me and punish that arrogant god-king. The sound echoed in the underground cavity, but was easily suppressed by the roar. The shaking of the earth became more violent, and a dark light poured out from the cracks. After a while, under Gaia's expectant gaze, a huge head emerged from under the fragmented rock formation and then raised high. It was a head that looked very similar to a dragon. Or in other words, if there hadn't been an accident in the 9 realms, it would have been the ancestor of the dragons in Khaos. Although the monster called Typhus has more than one head, this one is undoubtedly its most critical one. When its eyes opened, Gaia, who looked at her, seemed to see boundless killing and destruction, but this made her even more satisfied. This is the sword she needs, a weapon that can kill the God King. Are you awake now, Typhoeus? Can you understand me? Lifting her body, Gaia positioned herself above the dragon's head. Although everything was as she thought, in order to ensure that Typhoeus, who had received the power of the mother tree, could indeed communicate, Gaia made a special confirmation. The result made her very satisfied. Although the huge dragon head in front of her did not respond, and even raised a second head when the earth trembled, Gaia still saw reason in the other person's eyes. It seems to be influenced by instinct, but it can still be communicated, that's enough. So he let his body fly higher. Approaching the top of the cavity, Gaia couldn't help but said loudly, Typhoeus, since you can understand what I say, come out quickly. Go and overthrow Olympus for me, and pull the God King off the throne.
Boom.
The loud noise came again, and as Gaia spoke, the 9th head of Typhus also emerged from the ground. And perhaps because of its own characteristics, every time a head is raised, the rest will expand in a circle. At this moment, 18 eyes larger than Gaia's body looked up at this being flying in midair. Staring at this being whose aura was somewhat close to his own, Typhus spoke his first words. Who I am? Raising her eyebrows, Gaia was a little surprised by the giant beast's reaction, but she explained anyway. You are a monster, a demon, Typhus, who is destined to destroy Olympus. Destruction is the meaning of your birth. You should also be able to feel the restlessness in your blood. Then, who are you? 18 dragon heads were suspended in the cavity, and the space that was originally like an underground world seemed a bit crowded. But Typhoeus didn't seem to care about this. He just stared at Gaia and asked his second question. I am the god who gave birth to you, Typhus, and I am the earth mother of Khaos. All things are born in my body, and I am the cornerstone of the world. He frowned slightly, but Gaia opened his mouth to explain. Then what is the God King you are talking about? 36 heads filled the entire cavity. The underground world opened up by Gaia could no longer bear the existence of this giant beast. The rock wall trembled slightly, and it was already on the verge of collapse. But looking at this scene, Gaia was actually a little happy. For these non-god monsters, the small ones may not be weak, but the big ones must be strong. And the one in front of her is destined to be the strongest one in the world. The God King is the nominal master of everything in the world, and also your enemy. Looking at her masterpiece, Gaia spoke slowly, her tone rising slightly. And you are going to knock the God King to the ground and take everything that belongs to him into your hands. Rumble. The loud noise continued, and the earth finally began to crack. More and more dragon heads, are rising from the ground. This cavity in the ground should have collapsed, but it was lifted up by the giant beast. It didn't ask another question, as if it already knew everything it wanted to know. A blood-red mist appeared between Typhus's head, like a barrier surrounding it. Did you mean? I see. Understood. It's white. They speak in the same voice, but also mix with each other. The top and bottom are different from each other, and the left and right have the same voice. When the 100th head emerged from the ground, Typhus seemed to have completely entered this world. But its body is still buried underground, and these protruding heads are like icebergs floating on the sea. However, compared with Typhus, Gaia encountered a little trouble. She had not thought that the other party would have such a huge body, and she did not take any precautions, so that with the cavity opened by her as the center, a large area of the ground was pushed open. The surprise at the creation's power made her ignore this before, but the faint pain in her body now reminded her. If Typhus was allowed to come out like this, she would definitely be hurt a lot. Stop. Gaia shouted. You are too big. Let me separate the strata, and then you can come in and out freely.
Boom.
Gaia's voice was interrupted, and Typhus ignored her at all. As if tired of the crowded heads, the 100-headed dragon snake raised its slender neck, and flames shot out from its 200 eyes. Following his movement, the earth fell silent for a moment, and then was torn apart with a bang. What reacted to Gaia's body were bloodstains splitting from the surface of the skin. With her eyes widened, Gaia didn't expect Typhus to be so indifferent to her words. She had had many rebellious children, but none of them chose to go against her will when they were born. But obviously, the demon of the 100 heads had no intention of paying attention to her mood. It just pulled hard, pulling its body out of the ground, and then pushed its head upwards with all its strength.
Click.
The earth stretching for countless miles was pushed open by it, and the evening sky was exposed to the eyes of the demon. Seeing the outside world for the first time, a strange color flashed in Typhus's eyes. The newly born demon god seemed to be intoxicated by this beautiful scene. But the next moment, there was only violence and murderous intent in its eyes. It was born to destroy. Yes, its blood told it so. Typhus saw the god, who claimed to have created him, also fly out of the ground. It saw the other party's pale and angry face, and Gaia seemed to be saying something to it. It seemed to be some kind of helper, sneak attack, or Zeus, but it didn't care. Even though he was hurt by its existence, he still had the patience to reason with it. How could such a being point fingers at it? But one thing she said is right. If the God King is really the master of everything in this world, then I should replace him. The low sound echoed among the mountains, and the silver moon at the end of the western sky seemed to be frightened and speeded up, but Typhus paid no attention to them. It just raises its head and announces its arrival to the world. Because I am the master of demons. I am the king of demons, Typhon. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 288 Shocking Change. Typhus, or Typhon, when he was born, actually had a far greater impact than many people imagined. Perhaps for Typhon itself, it is just announcing its existence to the world. For Gaia, it is just that the weapon she has been waiting for a long time, but does not seem to be very obedient, has finally come to the world. But to more people or gods, the birth of Typhon is like a boulder thrown into the lake, causing huge waves in an instant. In front of the lightless realm, it seems to be in a realm that swallows everything. Since the last incident with the golden apple tree, this ancient god who was born at the beginning of creation has become quiet again. Few people know what he did, or simply did nothing. After all, under his own unique authority, even Ryan could not discern his movements. In short, this primitive god who is trying to break free from the shackles of this world seems to have been in no hurry, and his various actions do not seem to be so purposeful. At least on the surface, he didn't do anything related to it. However, this day was special after all. Almost at the moment Typhus's first head was raised from the crack in the ground, Erebus was attracted by the obscure and familiar fluctuations. He put down what he was doing and appeared at the junction of the realm and the underworld in an instant. The vast underworld is as usual, and there seems to be no additional impact. This is not surprising. After all, the birth of Typhus has just begun, and the place where it is located is separated from the underworld by an entire underground world. Just vaguely, Erebus had already seen another change. Starting from the corners of Hades, a reddish mist is spreading. Something was opened. When a great being recognized by the fate of this world came to the world, Niflheim and the outside world finally gained a true anchor point, and his power also gained a small exit. Unlike Gaia and Helios, the connection with these two gods can only be communicated with each of them, but the birth of Typhus brought a direct loophole in the seal. Looking at this scene, Erebus couldn't see the emotion or anger on his face. Although this change was closely related to him, he didn't seem to have any intention of intervening. Hidden my senses. First it lived in my hand, then became silent and finally bewitched Gaia. Oh, I also said how she changed her gender, and she actually stayed quiet for so many years after being taught a lesson by Zeus. It's incredible. It possesses some kind of characteristics beyond greatness. No wonder it is blocked in that small interface. Your threat to the world is much greater than any primitive god. Next to the abyss, in another interface outside the world with Tartarus, Erebus had long discovered Niflheim, which was tightly bound by the chains of law. After all, he had gone in before and was still there, traumatized. However, as time goes by, the Lord of Darkness can also notice that the chains of laws wrapped around it are obviously getting weaker and weaker, or rather, they have been replaced. It was originally a blockade imposed by the world of Khaos itself, but was gradually replaced by a chain of laws in this world. Although the number of chains has increased, the power has decreased. As for the reason for all this, Erebus can also see some of it based on the innate knowledge of the original god. The outsider is integrating into the world, so the world itself is less restrictive to him. But his act of integrating made the world on the Order side feel a great threat, so he followed up by imposing more restraints. But looking at it now, all this has become useless. The strongest fortresses are always breached from within, and no one would think that the flesh tree could break through the shackles imposed on Niflheim head-on. But now he has bypassed this blockade and appeared in this world. With the existence of Gaia, the inner ghost, the blockade in this world has become a joke. The underworld has nothing to do with me. The underworld, and the underworld are the targets of his erosion. But there can be no problems with the sacred trees and dragon eggs in the underground world. Taking one step forward, the light and shadow changed, and Erebus came to the twin golden apple trees growing side by side. The next moment, invisible force was exerted on the entire underground space, turning it completely into a secret. Although judging from the results, the authority of life, which the Lord of Darkness had placed high hopes on, did not wipe out the power of the flesh and blood mother tree, and even allowed it to leave silently, bewitching Gaia. But this does not mean that a life, well, not it's important. Similar authority is effective, it is just an error in judgment beforehand. After all, Erebus originally thought that the outer god was just a great being stronger than him, but now it seems that he may be much more terrifying than all the beings in chaos. A legacy that carries the destruction of a world. Even if it is only part of it, this also brings unimaginable benefits to the outer god born from the old body of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Even if he fails to become a being that is truly half a level higher than the great divine power in this world, he already possesses certain characteristics. Therefore, it is understandable that the split life Aquarius has no effect, but in the final analysis, it is only useless to himself. The branch nailed into Erebus's left hand is the body of the mother tree. That part does have unimaginable immortality properties, but the subsequent power that comes as an anchor does not. Moanda is still in Olympus. Let her stay there. After looking around, the god of life has been very active since she was reborn, so of course she is not here. But Erebus didn't care. As long as her golden apple tree was still in his hands, she couldn't run anywhere.
Boom.
A huge sound came from above, which seemed to be the movement of typhus breaking out of the ground. But this did not affect the underground world that had become a secret at all. It seemed as if it didn't exist, letting the huge noise pass by it and rush into the underworld. Suddenly, the gray land became lively. In the Garden of Truth, Pluto could not help but stand up from his throne and explore the source of this movement. But he obviously found nothing, until the sound of declaration came from the ground and echoed in the land of the underworld. I am the king of demons, Typhon. The seventh level of the spiritual world, the sacred mountain of Sinaya. The sacred mountain that runs through the 7 levels of the spiritual world is even more majestic and vast. As the central axis of the spiritual world, it will become more powerful as the interface itself improves. The changes in the 5th spiritual world are undoubtedly reflected in it. When the positive and negative energy interface was completely completed not long ago, the construction of the inner world was half successful. As a result, Sinaya grew taller and even began to possess some unique powers. Ryan even suspected that when all 7 levels of spiritual world were formed, this sacred mountain might also have its own symbol. After all, the pillars of Khaos may be just tools to support the sky, but Sinaya is a truly indispensable part of the spiritual world. But that was all happening later. At this moment, Ryan, who had just been free for 2 days, suddenly looked up from the Lopez temple. Even a little earlier than Erebus, the moment Typhus began to carry his own destiny in the original trajectory, its existence was completely exposed in front of Ryan. Ryan couldn't see it. He couldn't see through the body of the earth and see the monsters wrapped in it that had not yet come to the world. But Typhus's sense of existence is so strong that even as soon as he was born, he set off boundless waves in the sea of origin and destiny. This is a matter of course, the former because of its terrifying power, not to mention the latter. Although there are many versions of myths in later generations, and there are different opinions about Typhon's combat power, within the records of the entire myth, there are very few beings that can hurt Zeus in even one version. It seems to be born with a certain mutual restraint relationship with the position of the god king, and it is like 2 poles with Zeus. In the original trajectory, Typhon's father god was Tartarus, the source of chaos, and its birth may also symbolize the counterattack of chaos in the face of order. But now, going one step further, when Ryan noticed this new version of Typhon, he even suspected that he had seen the wrong person. Is Khaos already so unreliable that he can actually let the power of the flesh and blood mother tree bypass his blockade? However, this suspicion only lasted for a moment, and Ryan immediately realized that there might be another reason for all this. Perhaps the power of the mother tree remains in other fragments of the 9 realms. Although he discovered this alien god in Niflheim, it cannot be ruled out that his power does not exist in other fragments. It may also be related to the Lord of Darkness. After all, both of them have been in contact with the mother tree. If it wasn't Ryan himself who did it, then Erebus would undoubtedly be another suspect. But no matter what, things have happened, and there is no point in worrying about it now. The spiritual world is not the first target of the flesh and blood mother tree. Just the name, Typhios, is inherently in conflict with Zeus. Before the god king is dealt with, the other party will not have time to trouble him. But here comes the question, can Typhon defeat Zeus? Ryan didn't know how the process would go, but he wasn't too optimistic about the outcome. If he could replace the god king as long as he was strong enough, Zeus wouldn't be alive today. Lyanna. I'm here, your highness. Responding softly, Lyanna in the purple dress responded to him, as always. Ryan didn't explain much, he just handed the creation code to the other party. Protect Mingyu, and don't let any power taint it. Yes, your highness. Taking the artifact, Lyanna respectfully accepted the order. There are many gods in its perception, and the place where the aura of gods is densest is Olympus in the distance, which supports the heaven and earth. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 290, One Disaster and Road Signs. In the middle of the east of the earth, the majestic sacred mountain stands on earth. The magnificent and sacred Olympus is still as perfect as ever, and the palaces of the gods are shining with all kinds of divine lights. Exotic flowers and plants dotted the roads in the mountains, and the morning sun shone in front of the palace decorated with pearls and jade, creating bursts of golden clouds. Everything is so harmonious, if you just look at the environment. Because unlike the peaceful scenery, the creatures on the sacred mountain are already in chaos at this moment. The gods could not hide their panic under their calm faces, and the waiters around them looked even pale. Although none of them could see the true process and results of the battle between Zeus and Typhon, some things were obvious. For example, the thunder and storm that penetrated the sky and the earth before, the aura of the god-king that suddenly dispersed, and the black cloud that suddenly came towards Olympus. The divine body of the innate gods has always been indelible. Unless there is an absolute gap, even if there is a big gap in strength, they will not be defeated in a single encounter, and they will not even be able to resist and be easily suppressed. Looking at this scene, the Olympian gods who had never come into contact with outside gods were almost frightened out of their courage. Such a terrifying scene was just like Tartarus suddenly gained wisdom and then came to the human world to punish the gods. This is fake. Maybe it's just an illusion or something else. On the sacred mountain, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite smiled reluctantly. Beside her, a young goddess cowered and hid. That was her daughter Harmonia, the goddess in charge of harmony. This newly born new god is her and Ares' eldest daughter. At least it is said that she and Ares' eldest daughter. After all, Harmony looks like a child born from a love and beauty and cruel war. At most, it is more influenced by the mother. In addition, no other gods came to claim the child, so she was naturally listed under the name of the god of war. It doesn't look like an illusion. Even if it is, it also proves that this demon may have stronger power than the god-king. After all, he can use illusions to deceive onlookers after fighting, but it's not like someone who has the upper hand can do it. Things. With a calm voice, the goddess of wisdom in military uniform said calmly. Unlike the other gods around her, Athena didn't seem so surprised or frightened by this scene. Of course, in the eyes of others, this was just the general style of the goddess Tai, who did not change her attitude even after the mountain collapsed. Standing aside, Aphrodite did not respond to Athena's judgment. Not only because their relationship is actually not good, but also because she also understands that Zeus's current state may not be so wonderful. But she still stayed in Olympus, and the other gods also stayed here. This was not because they were all loyal to Zeus, but more importantly because they were all waiting for the first person to respond. Although the god-king seemed defeated, they did not feel the signs of the change of era and the change of kingship. And the current scene is indeed a bit beyond the understanding of the gods in the past. It feels a bit like two big countries in later generations facing each other tit for tat, and as a result, an alien deus ex machina suddenly came. In short, the matter has not yet settled, so the gods are not willing to be the first to escape. Of course, this is also a bit of a fluke. After all, Typhus was still using various methods against the immortal god-king at this time, and it had not yet set its sights on Mount Olympus. The gods would inevitably hesitate because of this, and if possible, they would not want to run away like a bereaved dog. Then the place became quiet for a while. No one said they wanted to escape, and no one suggested going to check the state of the god-king. A strange atmosphere continued on Mount Olympus. They seemed to be expecting a turn of events, until at a certain moment, the 100-headed dragon snake finally realized that Zeus was difficult to hurt. It briefly diverted its attention and set its sights on the distant sacred mountain. Even though there is a long distance, the power of the ancestor of all demons still seems to be right in front of you. The next moment, accompanied by a roar, the black storm moved towards the sacred mountain. Almost in an instant, on Typhon's path, mountains were leveled, rivers turned into flatlands, cities turned into ruins, hundreds of millions of creatures died, and countless souls were cast into the underworld. On the way Typhus passed by, countless mountain gods and river gods who had survived several battles could not escape the end of eternal silence. When this scene was seen by the gods on the sacred mountain, Olympus tried his best to the calm that had been maintained was finally broken. There will be no more surprises. As the black storm approaches the mountain at a speed unmatched by the gods, Olympus is in chaos. The promoted servants and nymphs ignored the majesty of the gods and began to flee. Soon, the gods could no longer maintain their noble appearance, because as Typhon advanced, not only was its ferocious face exposed to the gods, but most importantly, all the gods saw Zeus held in the hands of the demon. With all his limbs broken and dying, the god king was pierced by a bone from top to bottom. The originally gorgeous clothes had been completely corroded by the poisonous saliva, and the strong body was covered with bite scars, as if it had been tortured. Seeing this scene, Aphrodite could no longer hold back her fear. She screamed and ran away first, and her actions were like the gunpowder that lit a firecracker, causing the gods to flee in all directions. The goddess of beauty was the first to escape. She tied herself and her daughter together, turned into two swimming fish, one big and one small, and dived into the river around the mountain. Ares saw this and followed closely. There was no way that the god of war would not retreat. Awareness. Apollo, the god of light, turned into a black eagle and flapped his wings and flew away quickly. Hera, the always noble-looking goddess, also subconsciously turned into a white bull in panic and then headed west of Mount Olympus. Escape. The other gods also showed their magical powers and tried every means to escape from the world-destroying demon that was getting closer and closer. However, their actions could not hide Typhon's 100 pairs of eyes, so he roared angrily and sped up towards the sacred mountain. The speed of the gods is limited, but they are numerous and can escape in many directions. When Typhus finally arrived on Mount Olympus, most of the gods had fled. Only a few gods were caught up by the angry ancestor of all monsters and then brought back to Olympus one by one. Soon, bloody killings took place in the land of the gods. Those non-gods' lives were wiped out by Typhon's power, and none of the other gods could benefit. Their clothes were torn, their white skin was pierced by sharp claws, and the gods who could not escape screamed in pain. However, the Lord of Demons only regarded this as beautiful music. Along with the accompaniment, it destroyed palaces everywhere and turned the pure lands of gods into dust and smoke. Finally, Typhon pulled up Zeus's somewhat yellow hair, cut off his eyelids, and asked him to watch how he killed these gods. It used all its power to select the weakest one among the gods it captured, and then 100 dragon heads came forward in turn, trying to crush her to ashes. This crazy behavior lasted for a long time, until the tortured god had lost the ability to speak. Typhon used all his means for this, but the result made him furious, because until the end, the god still did not die. It can feel that if it gives itself a longer time, it may be able to destroy the opponent's divine body with its power, but this cannot really kill the god. Typhon suddenly looked back and looked at Zeus, who was nailed to the pillar by his own bones. However, as expected, the god king only had ridicule in his eyes. "It's useless, Typhus, son of Mother Earth. You can't kill me. You can't even kill even the weakest god. This is proof that we gods are born noble. And you can't replace me as the new one. God King, after all, this world will not recognize a monster like you, so even if you imprison us in the abyss, you can't stop us from coming out of it. You are very capable, but you cannot fight against the laws of the world. Maybe you plan to be a jailer yourself, guarding the portal of Tartarus forever and ever? But that still makes no sense. Because even the king of the gods cannot dare to easily imprison a true god with a priesthood in a place that cannot be covered by the laws of this world, let alone you. If you really do this, maybe in a year, maybe in 10 years, you will have to fight against the entire world with your own strength. The suppression of this world, but in the face of that supreme power, you will have no resistance at all. Boom. The giant claws broke the pillar, and Typhon held Zeus in his hand. The sound of creaking and rubbing bones sounded in its palm. Zeus's face was distorted in pain, but he was still mocking the other party's weakness with his eyes. Typhon could feel that the other party seemed to be irritating him, but He had to admit that what the God King on Earth said might be right, and he was indeed irritated. If you can't kill him, there's no point in doing anything now. The world's rejection of outsiders has never ceased, and it has long been felt. Typhon didn't care before because it felt that it would end all this soon, but if it couldn't find a way to deal with all this, it would eventually fail one day. Roar! Roaring to the sky, Typhon's blood seemed to be boiling. From the moment he was born, perhaps due to some kind of keen spiritual awareness, Typhos has always had the feeling that his life is counting down. It's as if there is some huge threat approaching him. When it really comes, everything will come to an end. Under this sense of danger that comes from nowhere, Typhon focuses on the person who is most likely to bring danger. The existence of a threat claimed to be able to dominate the world's God King, but it turned out to make him extremely manic. Although he defeated Zeus, he could not kill him at all. Did you think this was over, Bug? Picking up Zeus, Typhon vibrated the dragon wings behind his back, causing a huge storm. It glanced at the sacred mountain that supported the sky and wanted to destroy it several times. Even Zeus probably wanted it to do this in anger, but the instinctive warning finally stopped Typhoon.
Sri Lanka.
Olympus cannot stop Typhon's power, but it has not yet found a way to kill the gods. If you go too far now, it is likely to cause the law to suppress so much that there will be no time for it to do other things. So it finally fluttered its wings and was enveloped by the storm, away from the ruined sacred mountain, a place that it hated but could not destroy for the time being. At some point, it stopped and dropped Zeus from its hands to the ground. It looked at the God King with fierce and cruel eyes. This is just the beginning. I will search the world. I will destroy every living thing I see, and in the end, King of the Spirits, I will find a way to kill you. You won't succeed, Zeus said calmly. Fate is on my side.
Boom.
Nothing can stop me. Just wait for death. And those reptiles who ran away, none of them can escape. After casually nailing Zeus to a cave, Typhon turned and left. Zeus's power has been blocked, and he can't make any waves at all. What's more, even if he escapes, so what? It's just a matter of catching him again. Typhon was fearless under the overwhelming power. He flapped his wings and looked down at the earth with 100 pairs of eyes. It wants to find the escaped gods and question them one by one. It will find a way to completely end the gods and then wipe all these immortal bugs from the world. The earth was in chaos, and the gods were fleeing. Although Typhon's birth was short-lived, it had a huge impact on the world. Even the sea and starry sky that it has not yet touched are trembling under its power. However, at this moment, just before and after Typhus climbed onto Mount Olympus, on the outskirts of the land of eternal night, Nyx, whose face was covered by black gauze, quietly looked at the scene outside. On the vast gray soil, the dark moon still hangs there, but in a place invisible to ordinary people, chains of order surround it, blocking off the red mist pouring in from the void. At the junction of Hades and the earth, beside the gate on the Acheron River, souls like a tide poured in continuously, flowing along the river of forgetfulness towards the world of spirits. These are all souls that have just died, living creatures that have lost their lives due to Typhon. Even these are just the objects that have been affected. Because even the souls of the lives truly killed by this king of demons cannot escape. Typhon has not really entered Hades yet, but its influence has already filled the world, but this has nothing to do with Nyx. Although Typhon's power is powerful, if it dares to enter the realm of eternal night, it will have no chance of winning. After all, in the outside world, perhaps it is still open to debate where Nyx's power ranks, but in her own field, the Mother of Night is well-deserved to be the best in the world. This is not only because of the home field advantage, but also because of her unique characteristics. As the last primitive god born in Khaos, Nyx undoubtedly possesses some unique abilities. She has never invoked her three-phase incarnation in the outside world because she herself cannot actually do this. But in the land of eternal night, there is another explanation. 3 phases. It probably won't be long before it becomes 2 phases. But the left and right are not really powers that I can control, so there is no point in keeping them. He snorted softly. Even though he said that, Nyx was still a little unhappy in his heart. She understood a little bit about other people's obsession with breaking away from the world, but only a little. The thought was fleeting, for something else soon caught her attention. On the outskirts of the land of eternal night, along a road that she had walked before, Ryan was walking towards where she was. Seeing this, Nyx couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She then took a step forward, her figure blurring for a while and then disillusioned. "So, what you said you wanted to do with me was to deal with that monster?" Before the people arrive, the sound comes first. At least from Ryan's perspective, her doubts had already come over before the Nyx people arrived. That disappoints me a lot. I don't see any reason for it to warrant my action. Everyone wants it dead, so why should I bother with it? Of course not, Nyx. Typhon will not die in your hands or mine, and I don't have time to care about him. Flicking his sleeves slightly, Ryan said with a smile. It's just an introduction. It's just that I need it to create a road sign for where I want to go. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 292, Paradoxical Destiny. A long time ago, when Nyx was the first to discover that Princess Io of Pisratsi disappeared at the end of the world, Ryan had been waiting for today. No mortal can disappear out of thin air in front of the original god. If so, it either proves that she is not a mortal, or it can only be the work of the world itself. However, Io, who could be bullied by Zeus, was obviously not a hidden big shot, so according to the legends of later generations, Ryan easily locked in the only result. Since the existence of the 9 realms proves that there is more than just chaos in the void, it is natural that another mythological system that is already closely related in mythology may appear. The mortal princess had already gone ahead, and the gods were about to follow. Although Ryan didn't think they would really enter that world like Io, at least the gods could bring him to the gate of Hermione. I remembered you said this. When a 100-headed beast attacks Olympus, the gods flee in all directions. Is this another one of your prophecies? With just a flash of thought, Nyx suddenly remembered the cause and effect of this incident. Compared to Ryan, she was the first to discover Aia's mysterious disappearance, and she took the initiative to seek an explanation from Ryan. But after so many years of silence, Nyx had already put the matter behind him. In addition, Typhon was born in a hurry, and Zeus was defeated so quickly that until Ryan came to the door, she did not connect this matter with the disappearance of the human princess. That's it. Nodding, seeing that Nyx remembered this matter, Ryan spared some explanation. I understand. It's the foreign world you mentioned, but how are you going to follow them? Under the ever-changing veil, Ms. Yi seemed to raise her eyebrows. She had witnessed Aia's disappearance with her own eyes, and naturally knew the difficulty of this matter. Let's not talk about how Ryan will determine which god will go to the so-called world of Hermione. Even if he successfully foresees the Note of Destiny, can he really follow the other person and find the way to other worlds? Under the influence of the power of the world, a mortal can disappear in front of her silently, and even the whereabouts of the other person cannot be found no matter what, not to mention that it is a god who disappears this time. Even if they had been following the Olympus gods, it was probably impossible for the two of them to notice where the other had gone at the moment they also disappeared. In the void outside the world, exploration without a goal is meaningless. I know that even if the soul of a mortal comes from me, I still can't sense the whereabouts of that human princess. But this is true for people, but not for gods. Among the Olympus gods, there happens to be one who has a close relationship with me. Qian's existence. With her presence, I may not be able to spy on the method of transfer, but I will definitely be able to locate her location after transfer. Ryan explained casually, without any further explanation. He looked at the silent night scene full of sleeping flowers and finally confirmed. Do you want to do anything else? There is nothing to do, and even if there is, I don't need to do it. Without asking further questions, he also glanced back into the depths of the field, and Nyx shook his head indifferently. There, one of her 3 incarnations was unleashing its power, just not under her control. Nyx didn't have much reaction to this, because similar things would happen there every time the world's fate reached a node. She just waved her hand and disappeared into the field first. Seeing this, Ryan followed closely. They needed to go to the void outside the world, but there was still a world anchoring the existence, and then follow the road signs to find the location. Soon, the land of eternal night returned to peace again. There is only the constant night and the shadowy creatures in the dim light. Outside Mount Olympus, the black storm was still raging on the sacred mountain. At this time, the gods had just fled. The king of demons is destroying everything on the sacred mountain in the hope of killing the gods, and the figure of Zeus with his bones nailed to the pillar is vaguely visible. Standing in a hidden valley, Athena looked at the scene over there. The black-haired girl no longer wore a military uniform at this moment, and she only had a long white skirt with pale gold patterns on her body. The silky long hair fell from the neck and shoulders to the slender waist, and she didn't look like she was running away in a hurry. This is normal. In the fantasy world, Athena has long seen the records of the Battle of Typhon from those complicated classics. Although a lot of the content there is very different from reality, the goddess is not very strange. Because no matter how you look at it, that illusory world originated from Zeus, and a lot of the history in it doesn't look very real. It's almost like a play with Zeus as the protagonist. He is like the Lord of Destiny, never defeated. Even the king of demons can only win by stealing his weapons. Even the previous generation of god kings were defeated by Zeus head-on and imprisoned forever. But that's not the case now. So the girl with wisdom easily attributed it to a possibility in the future. You can believe part of those so-called histories, but you can never believe them all. At least I have never seen any record of the god king being torn into pieces by Typhon and hung on Olympus. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised. Athena was somewhat happy. She stroked the sleeve of her right hand and secretly praised her craftsmanship. It was obviously a critical moment when the gods were fleeing. Not only did she not panic at all, she even took the time to change her clothes. There was certainly a reason for that. The former is naturally due to preparation, while the latter is simply because the so-called military uniforms of this era are a bit strange and do not look in line with the aesthetics of a goddess. In terms of daily clothing, there was the black skirt of Nyx who lived in the world, and then there was the various knowledge that lanes spread in the spiritual world. So in general, their designs are actually relatively modern, but in comparison, the others are still in line with the traditional culture of ancient Greece. In this case, the military uniforms of ancient Greece can only be said to be understood. To extend this, if Athena in the original trajectory was dressed like this every day, it would not be difficult to understand why the craftsman god Hephaestus suddenly became animalistic. Of course, in this trajectory, he probably has no chance. Well, this Typhon is a bit strong, I can't beat it. After looking in the direction of the sacred mountain for a while, Athena had to admit that her own strength was far from it. Even if his strength has skyrocketed in the illusory world, he is by no means its opponent. So, it was not a wise move to fight against it. It was time for her to think about what to do next. It wouldn't be to save the God King anyway. Zeus didn't need her to save him yet. Athena actually wanted to see how Zeus would get out of trouble this time without the god named Hermes and then kill Typhon. Anyway, as a monster outside the world, Typhus cannot always act recklessly in this world. Just avoid it for now and drag it behind you. You can't go to Hades. I don't know why, but I feel very dangerous there now. The starry sky can be used as an alternative. The vast star field is wider than the earth. No one can find it if I hide there, but it's okay. Just avoid it. Tilting her head slightly, the black-haired girl looked to the east. That was the direction of the sea, where her grandfather was. Due to various reasons, it was not easy for her to get in touch with Oceanus and his wife, and Oceanus might not really care about the family relationship between his children. But now Zeus can't protect himself, and he probably won't be able to find her whereabouts, and even if there is no family relationship, Athena still has interests in her hands. Then, making a decision, Athena prepared to wait for Typhon to leave before heading to the East China Sea. But the next moment, she suddenly took a step back, with a vigilant look on her face. I don't know why, but at this moment, Athena had the feeling she had when she accidentally entered an illusory world while peeking into her memories, and this time it was stronger than ever before. She wanted to do something but couldn't actually do anything. Time and space solidified at this moment, and thoughts stopped spinning. Brush. There was no resistance, no struggle, and silently, Athena's figure was erased inch by inch. Under some supreme power, her location was instantly changed. At this moment, a passage between Khaos and the world of her menu appeared that existed and did not exist. The great power of the world determined being from nothing, and Athena appeared on the road together with other gods, and then continued to move forward, driven by the great power. At this moment, all the gods lost consciousness, and their thoughts were still fixed on the previous moment. Except for Athena, who had a similar experience, no one noticed the slightest omen. Behind them, two figures also began to move. They also continued to move forward along this road, anchored by the power of the world, chasing the gods ahead. Everything happens in an instant, and time has no meaning to this power. In the script written by fate, the gods should have discovered in a trance that they had arrived in another world that was different from Khaos, but had long been eroded by his power. Here they will devour and assimilate the local gods and help Khaos complete the conclusion of this world-class devouring. It should have been like this, if it hadn't been so many years earlier. However, there is no if in reality. At the moment when the god's position was close to the scope of Hermione's world, everything stopped at the same moment. Click. Some kind of friction sound originated from the source, reverberating in the empty void. This seems to be a collision of the world itself, but it is not between two different worlds, but between Khaos and himself. The trajectory of destiny is moving, but at the same time it is being torn apart. The flow of time began to become confusing, and it even began to affect the stability of the world of Khaos on the other side of the void. At the same time, there were some gaps in the power that originally enveloped the gods, and there was a little connection between the inside and outside. What happened? Athena, who was half asleep in the mist and darkness, vaguely heard a pleasant female voice asking, "Aren't you a destined god?" Obviously, there is an inevitable conflict between destiny and the order of Khaos. Another familiar male voice sounded, and Athena tried hard to open her eyes. But after several attempts, she ultimately failed. In the void, two streams of light flashed quickly. Compared to the world, both in terms of speed and momentum, Ryan and Nyx at this moment have dropped by more than one step. This is not because of excessive consumption, but because here, the existence of the world undoubtedly seems very meager. In the Eastern classical philosophical thought of later generations, there is a saying that Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives rise to three, and three gives rise to all things. However, if even Tao is gone, many things built on it will be lost. The meaning of existence. Just like the characters in the game are separated from the game itself, they are just a bunch of meaningless codes. Therefore, when the existence of the world is reduced, everything based on the rules of the world will naturally weaken. It's just that compared to Nyx next to him, Ryan is somewhat better because he has some power to anchor his existence. The stream of light continued to pass through. I don't know how long it took, but the existence of the surrounding void finally became clear again. But compared to the surrounding world of Khaos, this place has a slightly exotic atmosphere. However, this feeling just proved that there was no problem in the direction the two of them were going, so as their own strength gradually recovered, the two of them also accelerated their speed, until at a certain moment, the sound of collision and friction at the source came loudly. A conflict between destiny and order? Stopping in the void, Nyx looked into the distance. There seemed to be something infinitely large and infinitely small, but she couldn't see anything that actually existed. That was their goal. But compared to the clearly visible chaos, surrounded by long rivers, this world looked like it was hidden in shadows. This is her menu, or its name comes from its unique world structure. Its main body is divided into 4 layers, from the inside to the outside, and each layer has positive and negative sides. They are collectively called her menu, and are also called the 8 yuan gods by the intelligent beings in the world. The outermost layer of this world is absolute void, which symbolizes the void that the power of the world can radiate to, but does not exist in itself. The second layer is infinite darkness, which can be understood as the surface layer that wraps the world and prevents all internal and external interactions. The third layer is the infinite space, which is the void that carries everything in the world and is one and the same with the void outside. And the innermost layer is the primordial water, on which the matter and spirit of the entire world were born. In this case, looking from the outside in, all that can be noticed is naturally nothingness and darkness, and nothing else can be seen. Yes, the conflict between order and destiny. Remember what I said before, the gods of chaos will not really enter this world. It is not that they cannot enter, but that the world will not allow them to enter, and now the scene also proved that what I thought was right. Nodding, in the void around Ryan, there are little flickering light groups, which are the places of the gods of chaos. They should have plunged directly into the dark and unfathomable depths, but now they have stopped here. They came too early, Nyx. The time of our world is many years earlier than its original destiny, maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years. No one knows how early exactly. In short, it should have been the foreign land that has been almost completely swallowed up still has a considerable amount of resistance left, but fate has not realized this. Even in the middle, the integration of the 9 realms has exacerbated this problem. After all, from a long-term perspective, the remains of the 9 realms will indeed strengthen the size of chaos, but in the short term, it will cause the world to have to be divided. It takes a lot of effort to digest this harvest. So, just as the world does not want the true God in charge of authority to enter the abyss beyond his control, chaos also does not want the agents of the law to enter foreign lands that he has not yet completely controlled, because this is likely to go wrong. No reply. After thinking deeply, Nyx roughly understood the reason. Indeed, if chaos has the absolute upper hand, it is natural to throw the gods into it and become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. But now the 2 countries are at war. Although one side has lost its city and territory, its core is intact. At this time, if troops are thrown into the heart of the other side without backup, I don't know whether it can cause damage. Anyway, the people who go there will probably not be able to return. The gods are indeed immortal, but only if their opponents are not from another world. What about EE? And since there's a problem, will they remain in a stalemate here? IE is immortal. Although she has a certain status in destiny, her existence will not have any impact on the world. As for the gods, after hesitating for a moment, Ryan said calmly, I don't know either. Maybe time will give the answer, but I have a better solution. After all, Nyx, look, since the world of Hermione still has some strength left, how can I get in? This is indeed a problem. Ryan is certain that he cannot break through the infinite darkness on his own. So, during the conversation, Ryan turned his attention to the light group closest to him. That was his signpost along the way, Athena of wisdom and victory. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 293, The Sun Rises Together. He fell sideways in the void, surrounded by invisible power. The black hair fell down unconsciously. At this moment, Athena could not see any of her usual heroic spirit, but instead looked like a peaceful, sleeping beauty. However, the 2 people present were indifferent to this beautiful scenery. Nyx even looked at each other up and down for a long time with a research attitude, but still could not see what Ryan's intention was. You want to send her into a foreign land? Although I don't know what the so-called connection between you and her is, and what means you will use to bypass the barrier of the world, but I want to remind you. For a world, it will not care who did the alien gods sent in. It will only regard them as threats. If it can be transformed, it will be transformed, and if it cannot be transformed, it will be destroyed. I know, not to mention that as an immortal true god, Athena can't actually get in. Just like he is wrestling with his own destiny now, chaos will not give his power to others. It's gone, so we can't send it alive. With a slight smile, Ryan stretched out his right hand and pointed towards the forehead of Sleeping Beauty. The bright white light curtain flickered slightly, and an invisible force stopped the progress of his fingers. However, due to the struggle between self and self, there was a gap in the power of the world. Part of him wanted to send Athena in, and another part wanted to keep him here. Ryan is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see this kind of cannibalism, so fortunately, he can help him find a compromise. If one can't get in, then give half of it away. If the living can't get in, then let the dead take her place. If the one with authority can't leave, then let the one without make it for her. It started with a little mist, and then thousands of threads emerged from Athena's eyebrows. Standing aside, Nyx could tell the essence of those things at a glance. They were not souls, and were not even recognized by the world. They were just a dead destiny. Click. There was a slight sound in the dark, and the real name of Pallas Athena was being divided. The part that originally belonged to her destined brother, the arrogant lord of gods and men, has nothing to do with the goddess of wisdom. After all, if Zeus had not swallowed his wife and there had been no subsequent sacrifice, they should not have had such a connection. Look, she's the perfect candidate. The script that fate wanted to send Athena to Hermione was completed, and the world itself prevented the immortal gods from falling into the heart of a foreign land. And the fate of a part of the script that was completed will no longer exist. Fighting against the world itself so fiercely, soon no other gods will stay here. He was already prepared to spend a lot of time. After all, he didn't know if any human tribes had migrated north and finally settled here. But what he didn't expect was that they were halfway there, in the wilderness. He met a being who was obviously extremely powerful among mortals. Such a person must be strong-willed. However, it was unexpected, and Khaos still confirmed. Very well, Cadmus of Phoenicia. Fate has guided you and me to meet here, but I still want to know why you came here. I came here to find my sister. Bowing slightly, Cadmus said respectfully. My sister Europa is missing. I crossed the mountains and seas on my father's orders, vowing to find her and bring her back, but I still have no trace of her whereabouts. Exclamation point. Shocked, Zephyros finally remembered where he had heard the name Phoenicia. Europa isn't that the God King's new love. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but stopped at the next moment. After all, judging from the meaning of the other party's words, this human being does not seem to know that Zeus is the source of everything. So, after a moment of silence, Khaos looked at the respectful human prince in front of him. Are you willing to temporarily put down what you are doing and take on the important task of saving the God King?
What?
Cadmus raised his head in surprise, and the god of West Wind explained calmly. Cadmus, you may have been away from your kingdom for a long time, so you don't know that the earth is now a sea of blood. A demon named Typhus was born under the earth. He is the most powerful demon in the world and vows to destroy all life in the world. The gods dare not face its edge, and only the God King stands in front of it. Did the God King win? Although he knew that if he won, his save would not be needed, but Cadmus still couldn't believe that the almighty God King he had been taught since childhood would be defeated. No, Cadmus, the God King has failed. Shaking his head, Khaos remained calm. But that's not because the God King is weaker than it, but because the demon shamelessly launched a sneak attack and defeated the great Zeus when he had no weapons. But this is only temporary. The gods are immortal and Typhon can't do anything to the God King. It cannot control the eternal and noble nature of the gods, and its failure is inevitable. But in order for this day to come earlier, and for the peace of the world, I need a mortal to save the God King. Typhon's power will repel the true gods, but it will not repel mortals. There is no weakling in the eyes of the Demon King. This is your chance. So, Cadmus, are you willing to take on this responsibility and go to help Orin, the King of Peas? I do. He looked straight, finding his sister was not a matter of a day or two, but the noble prince could not tolerate disasters happening in the world, so he agreed without hesitation. Zephyros was very satisfied with this, and he believed that the God King would also be satisfied with his efficiency. So he took Cadmus by the arm and flew high into the sky with him. Innate gods have very rough control over their own power. Not every god can guarantee not to harm the mortals on the side when releasing their power, but Cadmus is a powerful warrior. So soon, led by the god of the west wind, the prince arrived outside the cave where the god king was. The interior of Carishan's cave is no different from when the god of the west wind left. The god king's limbs have been connected to his body, the blood on his face has been washed away, and his clothes have been restored to their entirety. Only the bone that originally belonged to him is still firmly inserted into Zeus's chest. Without a spine and divine power, the god king could not move and could only lie on the ground obediently. The long-lost loneliness surged into my heart, but it was also a different kind of feeling. The god of the west wind was sent to find mortals, but Zeus was not idle because there was another problem waiting for him. He boasted in front of the opponent, claiming to have a way to deal with Typhon, but he knew very well that he was no match for the king of demons. Even if he immediately gathers all 12 main gods and possesses complete great power, he is not sure that he will be able to defeat the opponent. Because during this period of thinking, he gradually discovered something wrong. Typhon's power was familiar to him, very similar to the one that had forced him to sleep to recuperate. It's just that its power isn't that scary, it's like it's separated by a layer. The God King has determined that that special power definitely does not come from the Lord of Darkness, but is probably an opponent that even the original gods are afraid of. In this case, even if you can master stronger power, what if the opponent explodes in front of the battle? What's more, the canonization of the main god is by no means arbitrary. At this time, Zeus does not feel that he has the opportunity to hold this ceremony. Therefore, he can either sit back and watch the other party act recklessly, wait until the present world to exclude it, win without fighting, and then face the doubts of the gods, the mortals who will be killed and injured, and his own royal power will be weakened because of this. Or he must find another way, a way that is enough to make Typhon unable to stand up, a way that he will definitely win. But here comes the question. In the world of Khaos, is there really a force that even great people cannot escape from? Once trapped, they will inevitably fail? Of course, that's fate. Gaia can't break away from him, Heavenly Father can't break away from him, Cronus can't break away from him, and I have been avoiding him. Looking up at the stone wall above his head, Zeus easily found the most powerful force in the world besides the world itself. In other words, Destiny is a hand of the world, and the world uses her to control everything in the world. However, this does not mean that Zeus can use this power. Although he has always said that fate is on my side, no one knows how fate works. He believed that fate would protect him because he was still the king of gods and no heir showed signs of replacing him, so he would not fail. But the God King who has lost all his prestige and faith is also a God King. He cannot guarantee that fate will help protect his reputation and power. I need a god who can influence my destiny, and I should have such a god. Damn it, the position of the God King has made it clear to me that I should give birth to 3 daughters who are responsible for the destiny. They must be the descendants of the God King. This is an unchangeable destiny, but who should I give birth to them with? Secretly gritting his teeth, Zeus knew about his 3 daughters from the first day he became the God King. With the changes of the 2 eras, the world gradually became complete, and the formulation of the destiny of all things began to move from the macro to the micro. Therefore, in the destined trajectory, there will indeed be 3 goddesses of destiny born in the world. They are the daughters of the God King, but in fact they have no father-daughter relationship with the God King because they were given birth to the God King, a position recognized in this world, and it has nothing to do with who is sitting on it. Therefore, Zeus, who ascended the throne, received a revelation, and he had no intention of rejecting this mission. However, after so many years, he has not been able to complete this task. At first, Zeus thought Themis would be the mother of these 3 goddesses of destiny, but she had already left Olympus. Later, he thought that this might have something to do with the original god who was in charge of the eternal night, so he set his sights on the god of misfortune who was born from the power of eternal night under Hades, the king of Hades. But before he could take action, Typhon's disaster broke out. Zeus is in trouble now. He needs a god who controls destiny to help him, but it is definitely too late in this life. Except for Hera, no god can control the speed and time of giving birth to the true god to a certain extent. After all, they do not have the authority to give birth. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, and Zeus's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of another god who met these harsh conditions at the same time. He can give birth to the daughter of the god king without violating the requirements of the law. He holds some of the divine power over fertility and can control the time of giving birth to children, and he will definitely help himself, and most importantly, he does not need to look for it. Yes, such a god exists, and he is far away in the sky and right before our eyes. The god who embodies all these qualities is Zeus himself. God King Zeus, or every god, can turn into a woman, and in the original myth, the god king did do this. And what is very special is that unlike other gods, even if other gods change the gender of their divine body, it is almost impossible to change their own essence. The goddess turned from a male god could not get pregnant, but Zeus, who shared half of Hera's reproductive power, could. Such a fit, so ingenious. At this moment, Zeus fell into a deep entanglement. Although in the original trajectory, His Majesty the God King would have a beautiful boy he loved later, there was still some difference between this and giving birth to a girl. Even Zeus, who was so advanced in his thinking in this regard, couldn't help but have some hesitations. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 290, 6 Morai. Your Majesty, I have lived up to my trust. Under the guidance of fate, I have found a mortal who can help you get out of trouble. Zeus was still struggling, but the next moment, Zephyros's voice came from the outside world. No matter what the choice is, getting rid of the current predicament and regaining freedom is always the first choice. So the God King put this matter aside and looked at the entrance of the cave. After a while, with a stream of air blowing, the figure of the wind god appeared in front of the God King. He came in alone, leaving Cadmus outside the cave. Your Majesty, we have been brought here. With a slight salute, Zephyros glanced at the bones on Zeus's chest. It seems that I can feel the approach of the gods again, and the black mist hovering above is much more agile. He was sure that if he dared to touch it, the outcome would definitely not be good. He is the mortal Cadmus, the prince of Phoenicia. In order to find his sister, he traveled westward, crossing the sea and mountains without flinching. I think among humans, he should be the most determined. Evaluation of Prince of Phoenicia? His eyes moved slightly, and Zeus's face looked a little unnatural, but it only passed briefly. But at this moment, he thought of his previous thoughts again. Zephyros may have just said it casually, but Zeus really felt the guidance of fate now. The Typhon disaster broke out when he met the Phoenician princess, and only the goddess in charge of destiny could help him win. At this time, Europa's brother came to find her and was about to become the god king of Savior.
Hero.
The more ignorant one is, the more fearless one is. On the contrary, the clearer one is about the horror of fate, the more Zeus fears it. If it involves the ownership of the position of God King, he may have to use some method to delay the arrival of fate, but if it is other things, Zeus has no intention of going against it. What's more, this was his own idea. At this moment, the balance in his heart tilted slightly, but the God King remained calm. He just nodded, as if there was no question about the identity of the visitor. Then invite him in, this noble man among mortals. If he can really help me, then I will definitely give him glory that no mortal in the world has ever had. Seeing that the God King had no objection, the god of West Wind also breathed a sigh of relief. Time was running out, and he didn't know whether what that mortal said was true or false.
Let him give it a try.
If he is really confused by Typhon's power, then he will kill him on the spot and find the next person.
Hey.
In the world of Khaos, time is passing rapidly, and at the other end of the void, under the boundless darkness, the golden light spots shine more and more. But at a certain moment, Nyx suddenly looked back to where he came from. She could sense that some long overdue changes were back on track. Just as she had felt before leaving, the destiny began to separate. Just as the oath was finally handed over to Styx by the world, the divine right to spy on and prepare destiny is about to have its owner. What's wrong? Noticing Nyx's subtle movements, Ryan asked in a low voice. It's nothing. It's just that another god is about to be born. And it's a god who controls destiny. Shaking his head slightly, Nyx looked no further. The current scene was something she had expected, and she had no idea of her rights being violated. The goddess of destiny will be the child of the god king, but that does not mean that she is subordinate to the god king. They are just another agent in this world. In later generations, Zeus once said to the gods, "Fate treats me as cruelly as I treat you." Although Nyx did not know this sentence, she could make the same judgment. Perhaps as the carrier that led to the birth of the goddess of destiny, the god king would get a chance to put forward conditions at the beginning, but only once. In fact, Nyx was more concerned about another thing than their birth. Who has the ability to give birth to the goddess of destiny with the king of gods? She searched all over the Olympus pantheon, but could not find a god that met the conditions. Coming. While the two were talking, the changes in the outer layer of the distant world did not stop. With a loud noise that seemed to exist but not exist, a golden celestial body jumped out. That is the sun, which emits endless light and heat, illuminating the dark void. And unlike the sun in the world of Khaos, the surface of this light body is beating with flames, which is destruction and rebirth. This is the difference brought about by the different worlds. Compared with the world of Khaos, Hermione does not have a god of fire, or the authority of fire is naturally assigned to the sun. As the supreme power in the world, the sun brings together most of the powers in the world that can be related to itself, ultimately creating the current law atom. Standing on the huge celestial body, R.A. saw the scene outside the world for the first time. The cold and dead void was originally empty, but now it was dotted with a few spots of light, and there were gods with different auras wrapped there. However, these were just minor details. What really caught his eye were the two figures with a strong sense of presence. This is the void beyond Hermione, where the forces of the two worlds collide. As for the only outsider who is not coerced by the power of Khaos, he could only use his own power to resist the laws of the other world. There is no need for communication or judgment. The moment the three gods in the void looked at each other, they all understood each other's true name. At the same time, Law Adam understood what he needed to do at this moment. Those mortals who are contaminated with foreign powers may just be accidents. His real enemies are these invaders from afar. He felt the weakness and struggle of the world, and also felt the fear and hatred from his heart. He can use rebirth to avoid aging, but if the world ceases to exist, what can he use to resist his destined end? Outsiders. A low voice sounded in the void, and although it was in a different language, no one could not understand what he meant. Endless light bloomed in the void, and the power of the outermost barrier of the world of Hermione, absolute void, was poured into Ra's body. At this moment, the power of the supreme gods of Upper and Lower Egypt was lifted up again. Outsiders deserve to die. The golden staff struck down with unparalleled power, but unexpectedly, the targets of LA's attack were not Ryan and Nyx. Even if it was just a face-to-face encounter, the foreign god king realized that the two of them were not easy to deal with. In comparison, other gods were easier to deal with. And among the gods, the one he finally chose as his target was the goddess of wisdom, Athena, who had just been taken away from the fate of Pallas and was regarded by fate as having completed the mission, and thus had her protective power greatly reduced. Stab dash. Crunch, crunch. In the caves in the Corisian Mountains, harsh friction sounds were heard bit by bit. The tall and handsome Phoenician prince was currently holding the bones of the god king's chest and pulling it out bit by bit. The black mist surrounding the white bones continued to swirl, but it seemed to regard Cadmus as a non-threatening object no different from a stone or an animal, so it did not react to him. But even so, the prince was not relaxed at the moment. The power of the mother tree is extremely corrosive and seductive. Although this is not reflected much in Typhon, it is not impossible. From the moment he held the bone, various false or real sounds kept ringing in Cadmus' ears. They were bewitching, telling the prince the benefits that would come from accepting it. But obviously, for the later founder of Thebes, the grandfather of a true god, these non-coercive powers could not shake his mind. So, under the painful gaze of Zeus, the vertebrae were finally pulled out, and the power that bound the god king no longer took effect. Danged song. The task was completed, and the prince who suddenly relaxed felt dizzy. Although Typhon's power failed to corrupt him, it brought great mental pressure to Cadmus. Now that the task was completed, a strong feeling of exhaustion came over me. He immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep. Only the sword at his waist made a collision with the ground. Call. This feeling of weakness. I don't want to experience it a second time. The skeleton was pulled out, fell onto the god king's body, and then meandered back to its rightful place. Typhon's power is still there, but now it can no longer limit Zeus's power beyond all the gods. Visible to the naked eye, his body was rejuvenated, and the color gradually returned to his pale face.
Zeus stood up from the ground.
Although he was still seriously injured from the outside, he seemed to have regained his previous strength. There was no one else in Chrysaor's cave at this moment, only Zeus and the fainting Phoenician prince. In order to prevent the presence of Zephyros from irritating him during the process of extracting the bones, he waited early and waited far away. Now that his condition is gradually recovering, in this cave where only one person is awake, Zeus can finally calm down and think about his previous thoughts. After regaining his strength, the God King once again confirmed that he could not defeat Typhon head-on. He needs extra help and fate is his only option. Well, this is not the daughter I gave birth to, but the one that popped out of my head like Athena. Thinking silently, or more importantly, thinking about how to deal with the funeral. After all, for the God King who has shared part of the fertility, it is not difficult to simply ensure that he can give birth to the goddess of destiny. Yes, that's it. So now comes the question. According to the revelation given to me by the God King, the goddess of destiny needs to be born by two people. Although it can be tricky, it does require a father in destiny. With his cheek stiff, Zeus thought about many options, but finally gave them up one by one. He couldn't let a god take this position, because although the goddess of destiny's parents were just tools for them to be born, they would indeed get some favor from fate because of this move, such as asking them for reasonable conditions or something. Zeus did not want immortal gods to obtain this benefit, so he could only choose mortal creatures with limited lives. Mortal things die, and the fate of mortals is easier to control. He could completely use another way to compensate fate for him, and everything would be gone when he dies. Thinking of this, the God King once again began to sift through mortals, and then he regretfully discovered that the outside world was now full of Typhon's minions. If he didn't want to be discovered about his secret actions, it was best not to be picky. So, is this also the guide of fate? Recalling what the god of the west wind said at the beginning, Zeus' eyes were a little dark, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just waved and pulled out part of the bones, flesh, and tendons from the unconscious prince. These things were finally gathered into a human shape in his hands, but the most critical thing was missing, and then Zeus gave himself a knife with an expressionless face, successfully making the creation complete. After all, in order to ensure that the child is indeed a true god, he also needs to maintain the noble bloodline of both parents of the goddess of destiny as much as possible, and it is difficult to find a nobler bloodline than the God King in this world, not to mention there are still two copies. This is all for world peace. Whispering to himself, Zeus seemed to have convinced himself, and then the art of change began to work on his body. Soon, just like the once handsome God King, only a beautiful blonde goddess with an alluring figure was left behind. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 297 One Day Fruit. Under the scorching sun at noon, The Khaosan Mountains were as peaceful as ever. Maybe it's because the most terrifying demon in the world once came here and left some kind of aura here that is difficult for ordinary people to detect. In short, not only mortal creatures are afraid to avoid the vicinity, but even monsters are unwilling to approach this mountain range. Standing halfway up the mountain, Zephyros quietly waited for the God King to walk out of the cave. The previous sound of bone friction that seemed to penetrate deeply into the soul has disappeared, and the surrounding area has also become quiet. In Elis's mind, Zeus should have gotten rid of the shackles of Typhon's power. Just waiting and waiting, Zephyros never waited until Zeus came out of the cave. It was as if the movement just now was just an illusion, which made the god of the west wind a little confused for a moment, but he was not very willing to go in to check. If the God King did not encounter any accidents, then he might have his own things to do when he stayed inside. It would not be a good thing to disturb him at this time. And if the God King encounters an accident, then there is a high probability that Typhon has left behind some other secret hand. Although no matter how you look at it, the arrogant monster doesn't seem to have any backup plans, but anything is possible. In this case, Zephyros did not want to cause trouble. So the god of the west wind did not act rashly, but just waited outside. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. While waiting, with the help of the ubiquitous wind, Zephyros seemed to hear some strange noise. But it seemed to be isolated by some force, and it just had a vague feeling. However, Phomshan did not put extra energy into this, and he quickly ignored it. After all, although it is still safe here, no one can be sure that Typhon will not return here on a whim. Under the mental stress, some strange things were temporarily put behind his mind as a matter of course. Time keeps moving forward. I don't know how much time passed, but at a certain moment, just when Zephyros couldn't help but want to ask a question, he suddenly felt that something had changed in the cave behind him. At this moment, the god of west wind shuddered for some reason. For a moment, he seemed to have returned many years ago, when he was still a subordinate of the second-generation god King Cronus. He was ordered to go to the underworld to monitor the movements of the Mother of Night and the Lord of the Spirit World, and then successfully completed his mission. What a lucky omen!